Spiritual energy revived, ferocious beasts ran rampant, and the world was in chaos. Warriors become the only protectors of humanity, and everyone scrambles to become a warrior. However, different talents lead to different destinies. As an ordinary person who traveled from the Blue Star, I don't have any outstanding talents. Luckily, I have a mysterious system that I carry with me. Over the years, in order to activate the system, I went deep into the black market and sold my kidney for money, just to get a little chance of a breakthrough. Finally, after sacrificing countless organs and paying a heavy price, I successfully activated the Fluorine Gold System and upgraded my originally low-level talent to SSS level. My name is Subai. Today is the third day since I traveled to this outrageous world. The earth here is a world where awakened people and ferocious beasts coexist, and ordinary people can only survive in the cracks. According to the China Daily, a royal-level beast is suspected to have broken through the Death Forest, which may become a new forbidden area for humans. Lei Che, chairman of the Rice Company, broke through to the Starsea realm. The peerless genius of the #1 primary school in Magic City awakened his SS-level talent at the age of 12. A king-level beast suddenly appeared in the underground mine, and thousands of miners died. The news is all over the place, but I don't have the energy to read more. Wearing a black coat, and with half my face hidden behind a mask, I walked into a shabby private hospital. The hospital was deserted, with the yellow floor reflecting the dim light from above. I held a small advertisement in my hand. High price for a kidney. At the corner, a doctor in a white coat came out. There was no warmth in his eyes, only endless indifference. Subai! His voice was cold. I nodded and followed him downstairs. The operating room in the basement was extremely simple, with only an operating table and the doctor's cold eyes. I took out the flyer and asked, "Is this fake?" The doctor grinned and said, "Yes." After some back-and-forth discussion, we uncovered his scam and he actually admitted without hesitation that he was an organ trafficker. "You can treat me as a rich man. I'll provide the money and you'll provide the kidney. How about a happy cooperation?" The doctor licked his lips, his eyes greedy. I smiled too. Happy cooperation. But it's not just the kidney, can you satisfy me? I proposed the cooperation, conditions of a cornea, a liver, and 400 milliliters of blood. The doctor was stunned for a moment, his eyes were complicated, but he still agreed. "I'll give you a total of 500,000. The anesthetic took effect, and my kidneys, liver, and cornea were removed. When I woke up, I dragged my weak body and took the 500,000 yuan and disappeared into the night. I had no choice but to travel to this world where awakened people and ferocious beasts coexisted. Ordinary people were struggling to survive, but I was unwilling to live such a life. My predecessor's parents died in the beast tide, and I was bullied to death by the school bully. After integrating the memories of my predecessor, I understand that in this world, only the awakened can fight against the beasts and have privileges and dignity. I have a system called the strongest Krypton Gold System, but it requires an initial charge of 500,000 to activate, and it is limited to 3 days. There are only a few hours left before the release, so I am exchanging my body for money. "System, I want to recharge 500,000 Chinese yuan," I said excitedly. "Ding, congratulations on your successful Krypton Gold purchase and receiving 500,000 points. Do you want to purchase the first charge gift package?" "Yes," I answered affirmatively. "Congratulations on obtaining 1 hidden SSS level talent card and 1 master level martial arts card." I laughed wildly, but grimaced in pain because of the tearing of the wound. In this world, the highest talent is SSS level, and my original body is only the lowest F level, weak fire. "System, use the hidden SSS level talent card," I replied excitedly. In an instant, 2 balls of blood-red flames ignited in my pupils. The shadow of a phoenix burning with blazing flames hovered above my head, and a strange power transformed my body. The meridians that had been blocked began to unblock, and for the first time I clearly felt the strange energy between heaven and earth. In the palm of his hand, a ball of blood-red flame was dancing, as if a phoenix was looming. The paper towels on the coffee table spontaneously combusted without fire, the TV began to emit blue smoke, and the blood-red flames caused the surrounding space to distort due to the high temperature. "It's such a horribly high temperature," Moreover, the netherworld blood phoenix flame seems to have the property of a phoenix rising from the ashes. The wounds on my body have actually completely healed. I was so excited. Everything in front of him proved the power of the hidden SSS level talent. The vision of his left eye was restored and his cornea actually grew back. However, the missing organs in my body cannot regenerate, which causes me to always feel powerless when using the netherworld blood phoenix flame, and I might hurt myself if I am not careful. System, check the character's attributes, I ordered anxiously. A light screen appeared in front of him. Host, Subai, Realm, Kaimai Realm, First Level, Chi and Blood, 33, Martial Arts, Basic Swordsmanship, Entry Level, Talent, Nether Blood Phoenix Flame, Hidden SSS Level, Nether Blood Phoenix Flame, Hidden SSS Level. The life fire of the Nether Blood Phoenix, which has terrifying power and the strange ability to recover from injuries. Effect 1. After killing a creature, you can refine its soul, speed up the recovery of injuries, and increase the weak chi and blood value. I frowned. The last time I was tested at school, my chi and blood value was 43 points, but now it has dropped to 33 points. This made me more aware of the situation in front of me. The injuries on my body not only affected my strength, but also threatened my survival. The netherworld blood phoenix flame can slowly heal injuries, but this speed is obviously not enough. I must use the ability of refining souls to recover to my peak state as soon as possible under the condition of double recovery. I put out the burning tissue on the coffee table, calmed myself down, and focused on the other card in my hand. The cultivation of martial arts in this world is divided into 5 levels: entry level, mastery, proficiency, master, and expert. The higher the level, the greater the power. My basic swordsmanship is only entry level, with no highlights. The card for the master level martial arts is in my hand, which can directly upgrade the martial arts to the master level, but I hesitate whether to use it on this set of basic swordsmanship. Basic swordsmanship is the most basic martial art distributed free of charge by the school. Most people think it is worthless. Except for the warrior who invented it, almost no one will practice it to a high level because the benefits are too low. But for me, this is a shortcut. There's nothing I can do. Not to mention that I don't have the spare money to get better martial arts. Even if I did, I wouldn't have the time to practice to the entry level. I made up my mind and used the card decisively. Ding! Congratulations on upgrading basic swordsmanship, beginner, to basic swordsmanship, master. In just a few minutes, countless advanced sword techniques and application methods flooded into my mind like a flood, and my head was a little swollen. This is the terrifying thing about master-level martial arts. Now, my understanding of basic swordsmanship is far superior to that of ordinary people, even better than most teachers. Although it is the most basic swordsmanship, the power of the master level is enough for me to deal with 100 of my past selves alone. I breathed a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on my face. Then, I turned on the system and checked the functions after activation. The strongest Fluorine Gold System, host, Subai, member, LV1, 0/100 000.0, product, open pulse 1 time / price 10,000, product, chi and blood within 100 plus 1 / price 1,000. Seeing this scene, my eyes suddenly lit up. This system can not only directly help me break through the Kaimai realm, but also quickly improve my chi and blood values. You know, the minimum standard for applying for the martial arts exam is to be at the 3rd level of Kaimai realm, and the chi and blood value must reach 40 points, and I am still a long way from both of these conditions. Time waits for no one, and it is definitely too late for me to practice on my own. I know that this system is my only hope. As long as I have enough money, I can immediately upgrade to the 3rd level of Kaimai realm, and even the chi and blood value can reach the upper limit of 100 points. It's really a penny that can make a hero fall. Never mind, time is running out. I'll go to the dungeon outside the city tomorrow, I said to myself. It was late at night. I washed up and fell asleep. I had no dreams that night. The next morning, I set off with a standard long sword on my back. The sword was very ordinary, without any patterns or decorations, and it was not a fine handmade weapon, but the most basic equipment produced on a factory assembly line. In this world, even the most basic standard long sword is much sharper and harder than the cold weapons on Earth before I traveled through time. After an hour's trek, I arrived at the north gate of Jincheng. This 100-meter-high giant city wall stands tall in the modern city, giving people a sense of ancient and modern interweaving, as if announcing the uniqueness and mystery of this world. The world today is completely different from the Earth I am familiar with. 100 years have passed since the resurrection of spiritual energy, and the Earth's shape has long become unfamiliar. The land and ocean have expanded rapidly, the area has increased to more than 1,000 times the original, and it is still changing every day. In this vast land, ferocious beasts are rampant, and there is also a mysterious and dangerous existence to copy. The dungeon is a randomly appearing fantasy world that contains countless terrifying monsters, but is also full of opportunities. The conditions for entering the dungeon vary, but for those who dare to take risks, the dungeon is both a dangerous place and a shortcut to improving strength. I knew from my memory that there was a low-level copy about 10 kilometers north of Jincheng, and that was exactly my target. When I spent an hour to get to the copy location, the scene in front of me made me stunned. In front of the entrance to the dungeon, shouts could be heard one after another, as if it was the team-forming hall when playing games before traveling through time. People were loudly recruiting teammates and looking for suitable adventure partners. Some required big guys with health points above 50 points, some wanted output masters who mastered high-level martial arts, and some wanted to find a meat shield who could resist. There are only 3 dungeons in the northern part of Jincheng: Death Town, Goblin Cave, and Minotaur Lair. The strength of each dungeon is not much different, but you can choose a challenge that suits you better based on your personal preferences and strengths. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the place was already crowded. The bustling scene, plus the vendors selling equipment and props, attracted at least 1,000 people. I had no intention of forming a team. First of all, my health was only 33 points, which was not even the minimum requirement for forming a team. More importantly, this isn't a game. If you die in a dungeon in reality, there's really no way to come back. Secondly, I have too many secrets, and I don't intend to share or expose them to anyone until I figure them out. I found a breakfast stand near the dungeon entrance, and sat down and ordered some food. It was my first time in a dungeon, so the most basic thing was to fill my stomach first. At this time, a familiar voice sounded in my ears. "Hey, isn't this the good monitor of Class 3 of Wenny Middle School?" I looked up and saw the 2 classmates I least wanted to see, Wang Chang and Zhou Fang. They looked unruly, and their academic performance was always at the bottom. Now it was the end of the senior year, but they couldn't even solve a quadratic equation in junior high school. However, I have to admit that they are talented in cultivation. Wang Chang has opened up 9 meridians, and Zhou Fang has opened up 8 meridians. The meridians are unobstructed, and the blood and chi values are all above 50 points. Obviously, they are not comparable to my current strength. I didn't bother to pay attention and said coldly, "If you want to eat, sit down. If you don't want to eat, leave quickly. Have you finished your homework?" Zhou Fang was so upset by my criticism. "You!" Wang Chang saw that my girlfriend was ignored by me, and immediately jumped out in dissatisfaction. "Su Bai, listen carefully, we have decided to apply for the military department, you can't control us." I raised my eyebrows. "It's your business to apply for the military department, but you are still in Class 3 of Senior 3, and I am the class monitor. The class monitor can control you. What, you don't accept it?" Wang Chang was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. He pointed at me and yelled, "Su Bai, I want to fight you to the death." I almost spit out the soy milk I just drank. I couldn't help laughing and said, "Don't make fun of me. I know I'm a male. Don't you know?" Wang Chang was completely confused by my counterattack, and Zhou Fang next to him was also speechless. "Su Bai, you are going too far." Wang Chang's face turned red, and he kicked over the small table in front of me, breaking it into 2 pieces. The sudden movement scared everyone, including myself. Fortunately, I had finished drinking the soy milk, otherwise the kick would have spilled the soy milk all over me. My face suddenly turned cold, and I stood up from the chair and looked at him coldly. "I told you to study hard, but you didn't listen. You even used idioms incorrectly. What else can you do?" "I can do that." Wang Chang was about to attack, but I was faster and punched him in the stomach. He immediately bent into a big shrimp and spat out a mouthful of sour water. Seeing this scene, Zhou Fang was shocked. She never thought that the usually weak squad leader would become so strong. I said calmly. You two compensate the boss for the table, I'm leaving. I no longer paid attention to Wang Chang on the ground and turned to walk towards the entrance of the copy. At the entrance to the dungeon, a huge blue vortex about 5 meters above the ground was spinning nonstop, emitting a mysterious light. As I approached, information about the dungeon immediately popped up in my mind. Death Town, no more than 6 people, HP less than 100, can enter 3 times a day. Can only leave after killing the dungeon boss or after 24 hours. Goblin Cave, also limited to 6 people, HP value within 100, 3 times a day. Minotaur Lair, similar restrictions apply. The information of the dungeon is very simple, without much description. The name of Death Town makes it impossible to guess the dangers. Compared with the other 2 dungeons, at least the monster types of Goblin Cave and Minotaur Lair are clear at a glance. I analyzed it carefully. The Minotaur is undoubtedly a huge and powerful monster, and my body has not fully recovered yet. It is too risky to choose such an opponent. In contrast, while goblins may be more numerous, they are smaller in stature and pose a relatively low threat. Therefore, Subai chose the goblin copy as his first step to earn money. The moment he confirmed that he had entered the goblin cave, a powerful suction force sucked Subai into a blue vortex. When Subai came to his senses, he found himself in a huge, dark and damp cave, surrounded by dark void, like the air wall in the game. In front of Subai was a twisting and dark cave passage. The minerals inlaid on the walls on both sides emitted a faint light, preventing the cave from being completely dark. Subai took a deep breath, drew his sword, and prepared to fight at any time. The nervousness of going to the dungeon for the first time had not yet dissipated, but the anticipation of the possible benefits of clearing the level made him firm up. In the cave, Subai walked forward slowly, and suddenly a 1.4-meter tall goblin appeared in front of him, with green skin and malicious eyes. When the other party saw Subai, he rushed over with a grim smile and swung a wooden stick. Just as expected, the individual's strength is relatively weak. A hint of joy flashed in Subai's eyes, and the tension disappeared instantly. Subai's figure flashed quickly, more than twice as fast as the goblin. He raised his sword and the wooden stick broke, and then with another blow, the goblin's head flew high. My strength and speed are weaker than ordinary people, and my health value is less than 10 points. Subai calmly summed up his first kill experience. At this moment, Subai decided to test his innate skills. Flames appeared in the palm of his right hand, and a soaring phoenix was vaguely seen. Refine the soul! Subai shouted in a low voice. A gray-white soul immediately appeared on the goblin's body and was instantly swallowed by flames. Subai frowned slightly. The effect was not obvious, but he realized that it might be because the goblin's soul was too weak. He no longer paid attention to the corpse on the ground and continued to go deeper with the sword. Not long after, Subai discovered a group of 25 goblins, whose ferocious faces formed a sharp contrast with their wooden stick weapons. Subai did not retreat. With his master-level swordsmanship, he swept across the entire battlefield in 2 or 3 minutes, and the ground was littered with goblin corpses. Subai performed soul refining again. When the soul of the 20th goblin was refined, he felt that his physical injuries had obviously recovered, and a system prompt popped up, Chi and blood value +1. It's true! Subai laughed excitedly, and his interest in hunting goblins increased greatly. With his master-level martial arts, he swept all the way, and even when he encountered a powerful goblin warrior, he could easily kill him. An hour and a half later, Subai finally arrived at the final battle site, a 100-meter-wide underground square. In the center of the square, the Goblin King was sitting on the throne, 2.5 meters tall, with a HP value far exceeding 80 points. Is this the boss, the Goblin King? Subai stared at the huge enemy and was shocked. Facing a situation where he had no teammates and a huge difference in health, Subai's only advantage was his SSS level hidden talent skill. With excitement flashing in his eyes, he shook his sword, and a thin layer of flames instantly rose from it. Then let's fight! Subai said softly, facing this powerful opponent. The Goblin King roared and swung his huge mace, rushing towards him. The battle was about to break out. Subai nimbly dodged the Goblin King's fierce attacks while looking for opportunities to counterattack. However, Subai soon realized that the Goblin King's physical defense was extremely strong. An ordinary goblin could easily cut it off with one sword, But at this moment, the sword enchanted with fire could only leave a few centimeters of wound on it. Boom! Boom! Every time the Goblin King swung his club, a deep pit was created on the ground. The terrifying power made Subai dare not be careless. He knew that if he was hit, he would be turned into a pool of blood and flesh. However, no matter how strong the force is, it is useless if it cannot hit the target. Subai relied on his master-level swordsmanship to move flexibly, dodge cleverly, and counterattack while dodging. After half an hour of continuous fighting, there was no intact skin left on the Goblin King's body, and the ground was dyed red with blood. Subai seized the moment when it was exhausted and stabbed a sword into its eye socket, ending the battle directly. As the Goblin King's huge body fell to the ground, dust flew everywhere. Subai put away his sword, wiped the sweat off his face, and breathed a sigh of relief. Subai immediately began to refine the soul. The soul of the Goblin King was much stronger than that of ordinary goblins. The soul refining process lasted for 1 minute. Health +1. The system's prompt sounded, and Subai felt a burst of joy. After clearing the Goblin Cave, his soul refining increased his health by 5 points, but he also noticed that the difficulty of increasing the health value was gradually increasing. At this moment, Subai discovered a small blue vortex in front of him, which seemed to be the passage to leave the dungeon. But before that, he walked to the throne where the Goblin King died and found a treasure chest. Subai opened the treasure chest without hesitation, and inside lay 3 herbs. He smiled and put the herbs away, thinking that they could be sold for a good price. Then, he stepped into the teleportation vortex. Congratulations on clearing the Goblin Cave alone and getting a copy reward of +1 HP. Subai was teleported out and was delighted to find that the extra reward for clearing the copy was HP. Now, his HP has reached 39 points, not far from the original peak of 43 points. After a short rest, Subai sold the herbs he had obtained in the dungeon. He found a merchant and sold them for 1,000 yuan each, feeling very happy. Sure enough, whether in the game or in the real world, copies are a good place to make a fortune. After resting for an hour, Subai entered the Goblin Cave again. One can enter the same type of copy up to 3 times a day. Subai was unwilling to waste the opportunity, so he passed the Goblin Cave for the 3rd time just before sunset. After these 2 soul refinings, Subai increased his chi and health points by another 4 points. With the 2 points rewarded from the copy, his chi and health points have reached 45 points, surpassing his previous peak. It's time to go back. I have to report to school tomorrow. Subai looked at the sunset, put on his backpack, and set off back to Jincheng. As night fell, Subai returned home before the city gates closed. After returning home, Subai counted the 11,000 yuan in his hand. The herbs obtained in the last 2 copies sold for 2,000 yuan more. He took out 10,000 yuan separately and said, "System, recharge 10,000 yuan. Ding, congratulations on your successful Krypton gold purchase and receiving 10,000 points. Buy the product and open your meridians once," Subai said nervously. As 10,000 points were deducted, he felt a meridian in his body being opened up, and the process was smooth and natural. Ding, congratulations on successfully opening your pulse once. System, check the character attributes. Subai couldn't wait to check his own improvement. Host Subai Realm, Kaimai Realm, 2nd level, Chi and Blood, 45, Martial Arts, Basic Swordsmanship, Master, Talent, Netherworld Blood Phoenix Flame, Hidden SSS level. Subai laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, I'm at the 2nd level of Kaimai Realm, and my Chi and Blood value is 45. I'm now fully qualified to take the martial arts exam. He waved his arms excitedly. In this strange world, only by becoming stronger can he feel at ease. Eat something, then have a good sleep, and fight again tomorrow. Subai closed the system interface and prepared his own dinner. After dinner and a shower, Subai lay down on the bed early and fell into a deep sleep. After completing 3 copies in a row, Subai was really exhausted and fell asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow. The next morning, the sun rose in the east, and the sky and the earth were filled with rosy clouds, like a painting revived from silence, gradually becoming bright and full of vitality. Subai felt refreshed after getting up. After a quick wash, he went out and headed to school along the route he remembered. At the breakfast stand near the school, Subai habitually took out a few coins and handed them to the stall owner, Uncle Wang. Old rules, 3 buns and a cup of soy milk. Okay. Uncle Wang took the money and was about to prepare breakfast as usual when he suddenly noticed Subai's face and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Xiao Su, did you not sleep well last night? You look so bad." Subai smiled awkwardly. "Yeah, I have some insomnia." Since coming back from the black market that night, Subai's face has been pale, his eyes are dark circles, and he looks a little weak. Uncle Wang frowned and looked at Subai with a bit of reproach. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you can't pass the military exam, then go for the liberal arts exam. Your health is more important." Subai nodded repeatedly, accepting Uncle Wang's kind advice. Uncle Wang said cheerfully, "I'll give you a few more buns and 2 eggs to replenish you. It's free." Subai was touched. This was the first time he felt a little warmth since he came to this world. "Thank you, Uncle Wang." He did not refuse and left the stall with the hearty breakfast. He ate while walking and showed a satisfied look only after he finished. Just as Subai was considering whether to buy a few more buns, a familiar voice came from behind him. "Brother Su, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and run, you're going to be late." Subai turned around and saw a dark-skinned young man with a shaved head. It was Niu Zhuangshi, his original self's childhood friend and best friend. "Niu, why are you late today?" Subai greeted him with a smile. Although this was his first time meeting Niu Zhuangshi, Subai naturally had a good impression of him because of his original identity. When he got closer, Subai discovered that Niu Zhuangshi's face was covered with bruises and his left eye was bloodshot. "Did you go and cause trouble for Wang Kai and the others?" Subai's smile gradually cooled as he asked. "No, really not, I fell accidentally." Niu Zhuangshi smiled guiltily, trying to cover it up. Subai said nothing, just staring at him. After more than 10 seconds, Niu Zhuangshi finally couldn't stand it anymore and confessed. "Well, I just can't stand Wang Kai. Don't worry, Brother Su, that guy is even worse than me." Subai felt warm at heart after hearing this. He didn't say much, but just smiled and punched Niu Zhuangshi on the chest. "Next time you fight, remember to call me." Then he remembered something and asked, "By the way, isn't our first period on Monday physical education?" Niu Zhuangshi shrugged helplessly. "Brother Su, the teacher said that the physical education teacher is sick again, so the head teacher will teach this class." "What? That physical education teacher who is as strong as an ox is sick again?" Subai was speechless. Niu Zhuangshi spread his hands, expressing his helplessness. "Who says it's not true? The physical education teacher is sick all year round." The two of them hurried to the classroom. Along the way, Niu Zhuangshi joked, "Brother Su, why do you look so weak today? Did you do anything bad last night? Call me next time." Subai rolled his eyes, unable to complain. Jinqingwenyi Middle School, Grade 3 classroom. The head teacher, Li Pingfan, repeated the key points of preparation at the podium. "The college entrance examination is coming soon. Whether it is the liberal arts or military examination, you must take it seriously. Especially for the military examination, the cultural subjects also account for 20%. If you want to get into a good school, you can't fall behind in the cultural subjects. Do you understand? Those who want to apply for the military science exam, please register now, starting from the first column on the right." Li Ping continued. The classroom suddenly became lively, and many students excitedly began to line up to register. Subai sat in the second to last row of the second column. Niu Zhuangshi behind him whispered to him, "Brother Su, when I get admitted to Wuhan University, I will definitely protect you." Subai rolled his eyes and didn't bother to pay attention to him. At this time, he noticed that Wang Kai, who was queuing up, was the classmate who participated in the violence against the original body. Wang Kai's face was bruised and purple, and he looked even worse. Subai laughed secretly in his heart, thinking that Niu Zhuangshi was indeed not a simple person. He must have taken revenge at night. There were 15 students in the first column, but only 4 of them applied for the military exam. Some students with poor talents and skills and low chi and health wisely chose to give up. Second row, those who want to apply for the military science exam can go up to the stage to register. The head teacher Li Pingfan pushed his glasses and continued. Senior 3 was not a key class, so not many students were eligible to apply for the military exam. There were still 4 people in the first row, but only one girl in the third row of the second row walked onto the stage. "Brother Su, it's my turn now. Don't envy your brothers. I will protect you from now on." Niu Zhuangshi patted Su Bai's shoulder and stood up to register. However, just when Niu Zhuangshi raised his head 2 centimeters, Su Bai suddenly stood up and walked towards the podium firmly. "Teacher Li, I want to apply for the military department." Su Bai's voice was calm but firm. Li Pingfan frowned and was about to speak when the class suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, this kid actually wants to apply for the military science exam. Is his brain stuck in the door? Not everyone can take the military science exam, come down quickly. He's just trying to attract attention." The laughter came one after another, mostly from Wang Kai and his followers. Although other students were also laughing, no one joined in the laughter. Bang! Niu Zhuangshi slammed the table, and after coming back to his senses from the shock, he was furious. "Bullshit! Wang Kai, do you want to get beaten again?" Everyone then realized that the injury on Wang Kai's face was caused by Niu Zhuangshi. "You!" Wang Kai was so angry that his face turned blue. He was about to fight back, but was interrupted by Li Pingfan's angry shout. "Quiet! Anyone who makes noise again, stand outside!" Under the authority of the head teacher, Niu Zhuangshi and Wang Kai sat down angrily, and there was a hint of viciousness in Wang Kai's eyes. "Su Bai, are you sure you want to apply for the military exam?" Li Pingfan asked again. "Yes, I'm sure." Su Bai nodded with a firm attitude. "The military examination requires actual combat, and there are cases of death every year. I don't want to see my students become one of them, do you understand?" Li Pingfan advised earnestly. Su Bai's academic performance was excellent, but he had no talent for cultivation. Li Pingfan knew this very well, and he believed that Su Bai's only way out was to take the liberal arts exam. But Su Bai had made up his mind. "Teacher Li, I want to apply for the military department." Li Pingfan stared at Su Bai for a long time, and finally sighed. "Okay, then sign here. During the assessment period, casualties have nothing to do with the school, but a certain amount of compensation will be given." Su Bai signed his name without hesitation and returned to his seat. Niu Zhuangshi said with a worried look on his face, "Brother Su, are you going to die? Are you afraid that Wang Kai will cause trouble for you? Tell the teacher that you were joking. I will teach him a lesson after school today so that he won't dare to cause trouble for you again." Okay, go and register." Su Bai rolled his eyes and urged Niu Zhuangshi to go on stage. Niu Zhuangshi also signed while mumbling. In the end, only 11 of the 60 students in the class applied for the military science exam, less than half, but for Winnie Middle School, it was already a good number. "Okay, I will hand in the list after school this afternoon. It's not too late for anyone to regret during this period." Li Pingfan's gaze deliberately lingered on Su Bai for a while. Seeing that Su Bai had no reaction, the head teacher could only continue. 3 days later, on Thursday, we will have a 2-day cultural exam, and on Saturday and Sunday, we will have a military exam. I wish you all good luck in the college entrance exam." After class, Li Pingfan left with the list, and before leaving, he looked at Su Bai deeply again. "Brother Su, what are you thinking? The martial arts exam is very dangerous. Your health value is only 43 points, and your innate skill is still F-level weak fire." Niu Zhuangshi was obviously anxious and stared at Su Bai with his bull eyes. Su Bai smiled secretly in his heart. If he told him that his qi and blood values had risen to 45 points, and he had also broken through to the second level of Kaimai realm, he wondered if Niu Zhuangshi would be shocked. "Don't worry, I'm sure. Let me tell you a secret." Su Bai pretended to be mysterious, looked around, and said closer. "Anu, I found that I am a martial arts genius that is rare in 1,000 years." Niu Zhuangshi. "Brother Su, Brother Bai, stop making trouble." "Really? I have been learning martial arts very quickly recently. Otherwise, why do you think I dare to apply for the martial arts exam?" Su Bai continued to brag and also gave Niu Zhuangshi a shot of prevention so as not to scare him in the future. "Brother Su, can you stop bragging?" Niu Zhuangshi obviously didn't believe it. After all, he knew his childhood friend's level very well. At this time, a voice full of resentment came from behind. "Su Bai, Niu Zhuangshi, don't leave after school today. There is a small woods behind the school. Do you dare to come? Without looking, you can know that Wang Kai is coming." I say, Wang Kai, are you still a primary school student? Why are you making an appointment for a fight in the woods at the back hill? Niu Zhuangshi turned around, blocked Su Bai behind him, and mocked him mercilessly. You! Wang Kai was choked by Niu Zhuangshi's words and was speechless. Just as he was about to get angry, a cold voice suddenly came from the back door of the classroom. Su Bai, come out! The originally tense atmosphere suddenly dissipated the moment this voice was heard. The three of them turned their heads to look at the door, and saw a beautiful woman standing there. She was slender, with flowing clothes, black hair like clouds, and eyebrows and eyes like paintings, like a fairy who had come down to earth. Sister-in-law, why are you here? Wang Kai immediately put on a flattering smile and moved closer. But the woman showed a trace of disgust in her eyes, and said coldly, Who is your sister-in-law? Don't call me that. That's right, that dog just knows how to bark. Niu Zhuangshi seized the opportunity and retorted. When Su Bai saw the girl, he was also stunned by her beauty, but he quickly searched his mind for memories of her. Her name was Zhou Xiaoxi, and she was not a student of Wenyi Middle School, but a top student in the top class of Wei Middle School next door. Su Bai frowned. He admitted that Zhou Xiaoxi was beautiful, but now he didn't want to get involved with any girl, especially her. The original body was bullied by the school bully for no reason, mostly because of Zhou Xiaoxi. The school bully pursued her but was rejected, so he turned his anger to Su Bai, who was closer to her. Seeing that Su Bai was still sitting in his seat, Zhou Xiaoxi walked directly into the classroom and asked, Isn't the first class a physical education class? Is your physical education teacher sick again? Yeah. Su Bai nodded, his tone calm. I just met Teacher Li, and he said you applied for the military science exam? Zhou Xiaoxi continued to ask. Yeah. Su Bai nodded weakly. The military examination is very dangerous. You should go find Teacher Li and cancel your registration. Zhou Xiaoxi looked anxious. Su Bai took a deep breath, looked up at the beautiful girl in front of him, and said coldly, Zhou Xiaoxi, please don't get involved in my affairs. We are not familiar with each other, and don't come to me again in the future. You! Zhou Xiaoxi was so angry that he couldn't speak. I have passed the military exam. Whether I live or die has nothing to do with you. Su Bai continued coldly. Niu Zhuang was stunned watching from the side, but he had no chance to interrupt. Okay, then go and die. Don't worry, I will prepare your funeral. Zhou Xiaoxi snorted coldly, slammed the door and left, leaving behind a faint fragrance. After Zhou Xiaoxi walked away, Niu Zhuangshi asked in a low voice, Brother Su, what's going on? It's okay. Su Bai shook his head. Please ask for leave from me. I don't want to go to class today. Where are you going? Niu Zhuangshi scratched his head and said. Secret. Su Bai said mysteriously. After leaving the classroom, Su Bai glanced at the direction Zhou Xiaoxi left and sighed in his heart. She was a famous genius in Jincheng, and he was just a waste. The consequence of their close relationship was that they would be like the original body, and they would be killed at any time. Su Bai treated Zhou Xiaoxi like this in front of Wang Kai today, which was to send a message to the school bully of Wei Middle School. He, Su Bai, was a coward. But the hatred in his heart for those people has not diminished at all. Before he has the strength, rash provocation is tantamount to seeking death. Su Bai is very clear about this. When his strength increases, he will let them understand what it means that a gentleman's revenge is never too late. Su Bai quietly slipped out of the school, left Jincheng without anyone noticing, and headed towards the dungeon area. At this stage, the only way for Su Bai to quickly improve his strength is through dungeons, especially the settlement rewards for solo dungeons, which can steadily increase his health by 1 point. And after defeating the boss, it is possible to find medicinal herbs in the treasure chest. Those herbs can be sold for money. With the money, Su Bai can spend money and use the system to open up his meridians, which is like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Next, I must improve my strength as quickly as possible. Otherwise, even if I can take the military science examination, I will not be able to be admitted to any military science university in the end. Su Bai said to himself. The college entrance examination will start on Thursday, and Su Bai only has 3 days. During these 3 days, he must not only improve his blood and qi, open up his meridians, but also try his best to recover from his physical injuries, otherwise his strength will be greatly reduced. An hour later, Subai came to the dungeon area again. It was still crowded with people. Many people with health values below 100 were honing their combat skills here. The dungeon settlement rewards and boss treasure chests also became extra surprises. Little brother, little brother! Just as Subai was about to enter the dungeon, a familiar voice came from behind him. He turned around and saw that it was Zhang Taidan, the merchant who bought his herbs yesterday. Is it you? What's the matter? Subai smiled. With a smile on his face, Zhang Taidan took out a pack of huazi from his arms and handed it to Subai. He smiled and said, Little brother, are you going to download the dungeon today? Of course I came here to download a dungeon. If you have anything to say, just tell me, Subai said doubtfully. Okay, little brother, you are really happy. How about selling me the herbs in the boss's treasure chest today? Zhang Taidan said with a smile. Subai looked at the cigarette in his hand. Although he didn't smoke, he knew that the cigarette was not cheap, so he nodded. Okay. Zhang Taidan smiled even more happily, like a profiteer. Subai didn't say anything more and continued into the goblin cave. He is most familiar with this dungeon. If he still has time after using up his 3 opportunities today, he can challenge other dungeons. Different from yesterday, after 3 single-player clearances, his efficiency has now increased by 30%, and the improvement in blood value and meridians has significantly enhanced his combat effectiveness. About an hour later, Subai passed the goblin cave again and left the dungeon with 4 herbs from the treasure chest. After walking out of the copy, he looked around, but did not see Zhang Taidan. He did not take it to heart, and just found a place to sit down and recover his strength. Yesterday, it took me 1.5 hours to complete a single dungeon, but today it only takes about an hour. In this way, including the rest time, a dungeon will not take more than 2 hours at most. By this calculation, I actually have time to try other copies today, Subai thought, and already had a new plan in mind. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it is already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Subai walked out of the dungeon for the 3rd time, feeling very happy. It took him a whole day to complete the 3 dungeons yesterday, but today he finished them several hours earlier. Subai sheathed his sword and prepared to leave. He already had 10 herbs in his hand, which were worth 10,000 yuan even at yesterday's price. With the money, he could open up another meridian. As soon as he walked out of the crowd, Subai saw a fat middle-aged man walking towards him, smiling with wrinkles all over his face. Brother, did you just come out of a dungeon? Yeah. Subai nodded. There was nothing to hide. The fat man smiled and said, Do you have any herbs? I'll take them. When he heard that the other party was also collecting herbs, Subai lost interest and prepared to leave. Suddenly he stopped, squinted his eyes slightly, looked at the fat man and asked, What's the price? 1,500 per plant, take as many as you want, said the fat man with a smile. What? 1,500? Subai's voice suddenly became excited, but not happy but angry. Zhang Taidan, you profiteer! Yesterday, Subai sold a total of 11 herbs, and each of them was sold for only 1,000 yuan. Now each herb is sold for 500 yuan less, which is definitely a big loss for Subai. Fuck, Fatty Lu, this is my client, you're looking for death. Suddenly, Zhang Tiedan's voice came from a distance, and he was seen running towards this side in a rage. Seeing Zhang Taidan, Subai sneered and said, Zhang Taidan, you are such a dishonest businessman. Brother Lu bought my herbs for 1,500 per plant, but you only gave me 1,000. Little brother, look at this. Oh, it was indeed the price yesterday. Didn't you compare it with several stores? How could I possibly cheat you? Zhang Taidan hurriedly explained. However, Subai had seen through his true nature and didn't bother to pay attention to him. In fact, he also understood that the price of the herbs yesterday was indeed between 900 and 1,000 yuan, and he also compared prices before selling to Zhang Taidan. But what made Subai angry was that this morning Zhang Taidan actually wanted to buy his herbs at yesterday's price. Isn't this a profiteer? Brother Lu, I have 10 medicinal herbs. I'll give them all to you, Subai said as he prepared to take off the cloth bag around his waist. Seeing this, Fatty Lu proudly raised his chin towards Zhang Taidan. In fact, the price of herbs did go up today, and Zhang Taidan wanted to trick Su Bai, but he didn't expect to be intercepted by Fatty Lu. Zhang Taidan watched them about to complete the transaction, and cursed Fatty Lu's ancestors for 18 generations. If he couldn't get Su Bai's herbs today, he would not only lose a potential customer, but also lose the bag of huazi, which was a huge loss. Finally, Zhang Taidan gritted his teeth, took out his phone and shouted, "Little brother, let's be friends. Today's herbs are 2,000 per plant, but only for today. How about it? Promise me to transfer the money immediately." When Fatty Lu heard this, he was shocked and looked at Zhang Taidan in disbelief. How can he make money by selling at 2,000 per plant? Is he losing money to gain publicity? That depends on the person. How much potential does this young man have? 2,000 per plant? Su Bai also took a breath of cold air. Without saying a word, he took the bag back from Fatty Lu and handed it to Zhang Taidan. He smiled and said, "Brother Zhang, WeChat or I'll pay." Seeing this, Fatty Lu shook his head helplessly, stopped competing, and turned away. 20,000 yuan has been deposited into my WeChat account. The phone alert sounded, and Su Bai's smile became even brighter. "Little brother, I am full of sincerity this time. If you have any good things in the future, just come to me directly. I will definitely give you a price higher than the market price. How about it?" Zhang Taidan said with a smile. "Oh, brother Zhang, you are being too formal, aren't you? You can call me Xiao Su or Brother Su, but don't call me little brother." Su Bai patted Zhang Taidan on the shoulder, looking like he was optimistic about him. Zhang Taidan's heartbeat quickened. "Xiao Su, I lost money today. You must remember my kindness in the future." Of course. We are brothers after all." Su Bai laughed. The two exchanged phone numbers and WeChat accounts before leaving. Su Bai found a deserted place and whispered, "System, recharge 20,000. Ding, congratulations on your successful Krypton Gold purchase and receiving 20,000 points. Buy the goods and open your pulse twice," Su Bai said excitedly. Opening the meridians went as smoothly as before. With the help of the system, Su Bai opened up his meridians like a piece of cake. There was no bottleneck. As long as the money was in place, no problem would be a problem. Ding, congratulations on successfully opening your meridians for the second time and reaching the 4th level of the meridian opening realm. You will be rewarded with +4 chi and blood points. System, check the character's attributes. Host Su Bai realm, Kaimai realm, 4th level, chi and blood, 54, martial arts, basic swordsmanship, master, talent, netherworld blood phoenix flame, hidden SSS level. Ha, 4th level of Kaimai realm, chi and blood value 54, even in the entire Winnie, it is considered above average. Su Bai was overjoyed. In terms of combat power, it is estimated that there are few people in the entire Winnie who can be his opponent. After opening up 2 meridians in succession, Su Bai felt that his fatigue was swept away and his consumed chi and blood were restored. He decided not to rest anymore and turned to walk towards the dungeon entrance. As he approached the dungeon area, Su Bai heard the shouts of various teams. He was originally planning to continue walking alone, but one of the voices caught his attention. "Please help me, big man. 1 copy is 10,000 yuan. I don't want anything else. Just take the copy settlement reward," a man shouted. The reason why Su Bai decided to take this business was simple: a reward of 10,000 yuan. Even if the final clearance reward was weakened and no more health points were awarded, it would not matter. This money was enough for him to buy 10 points of health points through System Krypton Gold, which was not a loss no matter how he looked at it. "Do you need a coach?" Su Bai walked up to the young man who was shouting and asked. The boy seemed very excited and nodded repeatedly. "Well, do you want to take the order, brother? Tell me your specific requirements first." Su Bai didn't rush to agree. He knew that the boy had started looking for a power player yesterday, but he hadn't found one until today. Obviously, there was a reason. Sure enough, the following conversation confirmed this. "Brother, I need you to clear the dungeon within 1 hour, and the team's size cannot exceed 2 people. Is that okay?" The young man put forward 2 harsh conditions. Su Bai narrowed his eyes slightly, and instantly understood why this boy couldn't find a substitute trainer. These 2 requirements almost shut out 99% of the teams. First of all, you need to clear the dungeon within 1 hour. It may be possible with a full team of 4 people, but it will be difficult for a team of 2 people. The 3 dungeons are restricted to people with a health value of less than 100, and under this restriction, it is difficult for anyone to clear the level within an hour. Even Subai himself took 1 hour and 18 minutes to clear the Goblin Cave the fastest. Although he now has 2 meridians opened and his energy and blood levels have increased, the improvement in combat effectiveness is not significant. You should also know the difficulty of this requirement. So, how strong is your strength? Subai continued to ask. If the employer also has certain combat capabilities and can help kill monsters, the possibility of completing the task will be greatly increased. The young man did not hesitate and replied, Brother, my health value is 55 points, and I also know a sword technique, but it has only reached the mastery level. Do you think it's okay? Subai was a little surprised. This boy who looked younger than himself had a chi and blood value of 55 points, which was higher than his current level. He was indeed a little genius. The swordsmanship at the mastery level was also pretty good, at least reaching the level of an ordinary practitioner. Okay, I'll take your order, but I've already cleared the Goblin Cave 3 times today, so I can only try the other 2 copies. Subai thought about it and decided to give it a try. The reward of 10,000 yuan was too tempting. Subai worked hard for most of the day and only earned 10,000 yuan after downloading 3 copies. Thank you for the ride! The boy smiled. My name is Chuhi, and I'm a sophomore at Wei Middle School. How about you, brother? Subai, a senior student at Weni Middle School, Subai replied. Chuhi was even more surprised when he heard that Subai was from Weni Middle School. The gap between Weni Middle School and Wei Middle School was obvious, but now it was the students of Weni Middle School who led the students of Wei Middle School to the dungeon. This was really rare. However, Chuhi was still a little hesitant. The gap between Weni Middle School and Wei Middle School was like the difference between a key high school and an ordinary technical secondary school. It was unreliable for an ordinary technical secondary school student to instruct a key high school student. What? Are you scared? If you don't want to, then I'll go by myself. Subai was not blind, so he could naturally see Chuhi's hesitation. People can die in the copy, and everyone only has 1 life, so no one is willing to take risks. Seeing Subai turning around to leave, Chuhi hurriedly called him. Brother, of course I believe you. You can clear the Goblin Cave 3 times in less than a day. Your strength can be ranked in the top 20 even in our Wei Middle School. The top 20? Okay, 20 is 20, it doesn't matter. I haven't been to the remaining 2 copies, do you know which one is relatively less difficult? Subai asked. I don't know. In fact, I have never even been into the Goblin Cave. Chuhi scratched his head awkwardly. However, Chuhi quickly continued. But in the past 2 days, I have seen many teams going to dungeons, and I found that the teams going to the Death Town are the weakest, followed by the Goblin Cave, and the teams going to the Minotaur Lair are led by at least 1 strong person with more than 80 HP and martial arts skills reaching the mastery level. After hearing Chuhi's description, Subai recalled the scene when he came here yesterday. He had indeed heard similar news, so he nodded and said, Then let's go to the Death Town. If the difficulty of Death Town is lower than that of Goblin Cave, then the success rate of clearing the level within an hour will be greatly improved, and his chances of getting the commission will be greater. The moment Subai confirmed that he had entered the Death Town, a strong suction force pulled him into a blue vortex. Chuhi grabbed his clothes and was sucked in together. When the 2 came to their senses, they found that they had arrived outside a deserted town. The town was shrouded in dark clouds, and there was a dead silence all around. The dilapidated houses were crumbling, as if they would collapse in the next second. The cold wind blew, bringing with it the faint sound of ghosts crying, as if telling of the tragedy that had happened here. Death Town! Subai whispered. Looking at this strange scene, he became alert. He knew that the name of this copy was not chosen randomly. Chapter 11, Suga is awesome. Is this the Death Town? It looks so eerie! Chuhi looked around and immediately became alert. However, compared to Chuhi's nervousness, Subai looked calm and composed. The range of activities in the Death Town was much wider than that in the Goblin Cave. Although the visibility was not very good because it was night, it was not worse than the Goblin Cave because of the moonlight. Subai drew out his sword and said calmly, I don't expect you to help kill monsters, but you must not hold me back, understand? Yes, yes, I'll listen to you, big brother. Chu-hee nodded repeatedly, looking like he would do whatever you said. Afterwards, Subai walked in front, and Chu-hee followed closely behind, and the two of them quickly entered the town. The first thing they saw when they entered was the monster belonging to the Death Town. It was a human, or at least it was a human when it was alive, but now it was a zombie. Oh my god! It turns out that the monsters in this Death Town are zombies! Chu-hee breathed a sigh of relief, tightened the long knife in his hand, and smiled for the first time. I thought it was a ghost, a zombie or something. If it's just a zombie, I don't think it's that scary. Hearing this, Subai's mouth twitched. It seems that the Chinese people's fear of ghosts and zombies is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people no matter which world they are in. Even if the three are of equal strength, if you ask a Chinese person to choose one as an opponent, there is no doubt that 99% of people will choose zombies. Then I'll give this to you, try it? Subai grinned. Okay, Chu-hee agreed immediately. In a one-on-one fight, as long as he was careful, he could definitely win without any injury. Soon, Chu-hee started fighting with the zombie. The zombie's speed was very good, about 1.5 times the average speed of an ordinary adult, and its strength was twice as much. However, Chu-hee is not a weak person. The power that burst out instantly from his 55 points of health is enough to surpass this zombie. Combined with his master-level swordsmanship, it is not difficult for him to defeat a zombie. About 3 minutes later, Chu-hee took advantage of the zombie's unpreparedness and chopped off its head with one knife, and the battle ended. Hoo hoo hoo! Chu-hee supported his thighs with his hands, bent slightly, and gasped heavily. This was his first time in actual combat, and he did not handle many things well. Otherwise, with his health and sword skills, he would have been able to kill the zombie within 1 minute, but it took him 3 minutes. Your fighting skills are hard to describe. Subai walked up at this time and said bluntly. You clearly had 3 chances to kill it, but you didn't seize them. Next, you protect yourself and I will kill the monster. Subai said it with finality. It had been an hour, and almost 5 minutes had passed. He didn't want to waste the remaining time. Hee, what Brother Su said is right. Chu-hee obviously didn't care, and even felt a little ashamed, because he had several opportunities to kill the zombies in advance, but he wasted them all. Afterwards, Subai walked in front, with Chu-hee 2 steps behind, and the two began to go deeper into the town little by little. This is a modern town with many shabby shops on both sides of the street, and many zombies are hiding in them. Although their number is not as large as that of goblins, there are still 34 of them along the way. But these 34 zombies did not rush out at once. The most at one time was no more than 8 zombies. While Chu-hee was stunned, Subai killed all 8 zombies in just less than a minute. Oh my god, Brother Su, your swordsmanship is so sharp, have you already reached the mastery level? Chu-hee asked with emotion. Compared to his master-level knife skills, Subai's swordsmanship has reached a superb level, and he even finds it difficult to understand. Roar. However, at this moment, suddenly, an angry roar came from a supermarket warehouse. Chu-hee shuddered all over and immediately looked towards the direction of the supermarket on guard. It should be the final boss of this instance. No wonder it is the easiest instance. The total number of zombies in the entire town is less than 50. After sighing, Subai turned his head and looked behind him, saying, Stay away. After all, it is the boss. You should put safety first. Okay, Brother Su. Chu-hee nodded, turned around and ran without any hesitation. He knew his own strength. It took a lot of effort to deal with an ordinary zombie. If he met a boss, he would probably be killed on the spot. Less than a minute after Chu-hee left, a huge figure rushed out from the depths of the supermarket at an incredibly fast speed. But Subai still did not take a step back. He had killed the Goblin King 4 times. What was there to be afraid of a mere zombie boss? With a flick of his wrist, an orange-red flame suddenly rose from the ordinary sword. When dealing with those ordinary zombies before, he had never used his innate skills to kill them. When Chu-hee, who was far away, saw this scene, he immediately gasped. He never expected that in addition to his superb swordsmanship, Subai also had such a powerful move. Roar. The zombie boss roared again, and seemed to be a little afraid of the sword in Subai's hand, but his not-so-bright brain didn't allow him to think about too many problems. The next second, the zombie boss jumped more than 3 meters high, waving its sharp claws and pounced towards Su Bai. However, Su Bai seemed to have seen through his attack route long ago. He raised his feet slightly and quickly moved to the side to avoid the attack. Swish! Just as they passed each other, Su Bai swung his sword, and the flaming sword easily cut through the skin of the zombie boss. Roar! The zombie boss felt the pain and roared again, his attack becoming more and more fierce. But no matter how he attacked, he was always unable to touch Su Bai. It was obvious that he was only just a little bit short each time, but it was always just that little bit short. In the end, after Su Bai's repeated counterattacks, even a zombie boss with such strong vitality had to come to the end of his life. The zombie boss, who was at least 2 meters tall, howled and fell heavily to the ground, splashing dust all over the sky. At the moment when the zombie boss fell, a wooden treasure chest suddenly appeared at the entrance of a supermarket not far away, which was no different from the one in the Goblin Cave. Yo-ho, Brother Su is awesome, 666. Chu-Hee ran over excitedly. In less than 10 minutes, such a powerful zombie boss was defeated by Brother Su alone. It was incredible. 57 minutes and 44 seconds, less than an hour, transfer the money. Su Bai silently took out his mobile phone and opened the WeChat QR code. Chu-Hee. Chapter 12, He's into you. Brother Su, can our friendship be measured by money? Just 10,000 yuan. Chu-Hee acted as if he was heartbroken. Seeing this, Su Bai narrowed his eyes slightly, and the long sword that he had just put away came out again, and the flame on the blade began to burn. Chu-Hee's mouth twitched, and he waved his hands repeatedly. Hey, Brother Su, I was just joking. There is no signal in the copy. Even if I want to transfer it to you, there is no way. When Su Bai heard that his cell phone had no signal, he suddenly realized something. He had not noticed this, so he nodded and put the sword back into the scabbard. Then he walked to the wooden treasure chest at the entrance of the supermarket not far away and opened it without hesitation. As expected, there were still only medicinal herbs inside, but the quantity surprised Su Bai, because there were 5 medicinal herbs in this treasure chest, more than before. Su Bai was delighted. He packed all the herbs into the cloth bag he carried with him, and then said to Chu-Hee, You can go out now. The two of them walked into the teleportation vortex one after the other. After a dizzying moment, they appeared outside the dungeon and also received news and rewards for completing the dungeon. Congratulations on your team clearing that death town and obtaining the dungeon reward of 1 medicinal herb. Sure enough, after forming a team, the reward for clearing the level was weakened. There was only 1 medicinal herb with a market price of 1,000 to 1,500. For those who went to the dungeon, it was not a big gain. After all, how could medicinal herbs be as good as health points? But when Su Bai found out that the final reward was medicinal herbs, he was immediately filled with surprise. But he did not forget that Zhang Taidan would buy his herbs at a high price today, 2,000 yuan per plant, and this money was enough for Su Bai to buy 2 points of health. With this calculation, the gains from clearing the level as a team would be much higher than those from a single person. Brother Su, what's your WeChat number? I'll add you and transfer money to you, Chu-Hee suddenly asked. Okay. Su Bai did not hesitate and opened the WeChat QR code. After the two added each other as friends, a transfer of 10,000 yuan arrived instantly. After seeing his transfer being clicked and received, Chu-Hee asked again. Brother Su, are you still calling? Stop fighting. It's getting dark. It's not a good idea to travel outside the city at night. Although Su Bai also wanted to make that money, the premise of making money was not to risk his own life. At night, many ferocious beasts would come out to hunt for food. If you were hit by some powerful beasts, you might die instantly. That's right. Chu-Hee nodded upon hearing this, and then asked with a smile. Then I'll go back too, Brother Su, can I go with you? Su Bai frowned slightly, but he did not refuse. The road was not built by his family. If they wanted to go back together, then they would go together. So he nodded in agreement. Next, Su Bai contacted Zhang Taidan first, and sold all the 6 medicinal herbs he had to the other party, earning a total of 12,000 yuan. Just looking at the painful expression on Zhang Taidan's face when he transferred the money, he wanted to laugh. Even Zhang Taidan probably didn't expect that Su Bai could actually get 6 medicinal herbs. He is now recycling them at a loss. For every extra herb he recycles, he will lose several hundred yuan. Little brother, I'm at a huge loss today. If you get anything good in the future, you must remember me. Zhang Taidan looked like he was about to cry. Ha ha, of course, don't worry, brother Taidan. As long as you are willing to offer an offer, I will definitely think of you first when I have something good. Su Bai also laughed and replied. Then, as Chu He was stunned, the two parties exchanged money and goods. Just 6 herbs were sold at a sky-high price of 12,000 yuan, which was totally out of the ordinary. Brother Su, he seems to be interested in you. After the two walked away, Chu He said with envy on his face. Maybe. The corners of Su Bai's mouth also curled up slightly. The liking here does not refer to the relationship between men and women, but that the other party has seen his future potential and is now trying to invest in him. But a businessman is always a businessman. Even if he wants to invest in Su Bai, he still needs some time to consider. In fact, although Zhang Taidan had a miserable look on his face and felt sorry for his money, no one knew what he was thinking in his heart. Brother Su, you are amazing. With the ability you showed today, you can definitely get into the top class of Wei Middle School, Chu He said with emotion. Su Bai did not respond to this sentence, or even many other words. Along the way, Chu He seemed to be a chatterbox. Even if Su Bai ignored him, this guy could still talk to himself for half a day. An hour later, the two returned to Jincheng. Brother Su, see you tomorrow. Chu He walked into another road and waved at him before leaving. Okay, see you tomorrow. Su Bai nodded in agreement. At this time, the sky was gradually getting dark. Su Bai was walking on the wide street. He felt much better than in the previous few days. After activating the system, his strength was greatly improved. He finally had some ability to control his own destiny. But he knew that he was still very fragile and still needed to be cautious and careful at every step. He had no parents or elders to rely on. The only one he could rely on was himself. I will go to school to ask for leave from my teacher tomorrow morning. I will spend the remaining 2 days immersed in the copy. When the college entrance examination comes, I will definitely make a splash. Su Bai felt refreshed. Su Bai's current residence is not far from the school. He rents the house for 500 yuan a month. But from his original body's memory, he learned that he had not paid the rent for 2 months. However, the landlord did not kick him out, but asked him to pay more when he had money, and he could live there first. The landlord is a woman in her early 30s. Her husband died in a beast tide a few years ago. She has a daughter who is now a sophomore in high school at Nanshan Wu Middle School. Although it is far inferior to Wei Middle School, it is many times better than Wenyi Middle School. As Su Bai walked, he unknowingly arrived at a small restaurant opened by the landlord. In the past, his predecessor often came to take care of the landlord's business. But before anyone arrived, there were bursts of noise and shouting in the restaurant, accompanied by the crisp sound of several wine bottles smashing to the ground. Su Bai frowned and looked over, only to find that there were a lot of people gathered around the restaurant. Su Bai did not know the leader of the riot. He was a middle-aged man who was stingy. He was shirtless and had a tattoo covering almost 2/3 of his chest. He looked very gangster-like. Behind the bald man, a dozen of his younger brothers occupied almost all the seats in the noodle shop. Su Bai took a quick glance and actually saw several familiar figures among them. Wang Kai, Zhou Lei, Li Mu, and Zhang Tao. Su Bai's face suddenly turned gloomy. These 4 people were his classmates, and they were also the ones who had always been against him. Today during the day, they had an argument over the issue of applying for the military department. Chapter 13, Brother Tiger. Time goes back 3 minutes ago. How the hell do you do business? I wanted hot beer, but you gave me ice beer? Do you look down on me or something? The bald tattooed man threw the beer in his hand to the ground and cursed angrily. The flesh on his face shook, and instantly scared away all the other diners in the restaurant. Moreover, none of these people paid. There were more than a dozen diners who were scared away by the bald tattooed man. The person being scolded by the bald tattooed man was a pretty girl who looked only 15 or 16 years old. The girl was wearing an apron and had a long ponytail. She was lowering her head with red eyes. Her right wrist was still scratched by the broken glass. Drops of warm blood slowly flowed down her wrist and dripped into the wine on the ground, creating ripples. Seeing someone making trouble, the restaurant owner Juan Shulian immediately ran out from the kitchen. Seeing her daughter being scolded, she felt distressed, but she could only smile and say, "Big brother, please don't argue with my daughter. I'll bring you hot beer right away, and I'll give you a free bill for tonight's consumption. Is that okay with you?" While apologizing, Juan Shulian protected the little girl behind her. She felt very distressed when she saw her girl's wrist was scratched. "Okay, hurry up and come to me." After saying that, the bald tattooed man pointed at the dozen or so minions around him and said with a cunning smile, "They want to get a free meal too." As soon as these words were spoken, Juan Shulian's face instantly turned gloomy. Just now, more than a dozen customers were scared away, and not only did they not receive a penny, but now more than a dozen people came who wanted to dine and eat for free. She was just running a small business. If she gave away all the items, not only would she have to pay for today, but also for the entire week. "Why? If you don't leave, I'm going to call the police." The little girl's eyes were red, but not a single tear fell. She just stiffened her neck and threatened. But it would have been fine if she hadn't said anything. As soon as she did, the bald tattooed man instantly exploded again. He picked up the half-broken bottle on the ground, pointed the sharp end at the girl, and cursed. "Fuck you, you dare to call the police? Do you believe that I will smash your crappy store tonight?" As the bald tattooed man suddenly stood up, the other dozen or so brothers also stood up immediately. Some of them held bottles of wine in their hands, and some carried stools. They were definitely gangsters. "Brother, don't be angry. I am a naive girl and will do as you say. All my expenses tonight will be free of charge." Juan Shulian was also frightened, but as a mother, she resolutely stood in front of the girl. Seeing the bald tattooed man sit down again, Juan Shulian smiled flatteringly, helped clean up the broken glass at feet, and then dragged the girl out of the outside and back into the store. "Yee, these people cannot be provoked. Even if we call the police today and they arrest them, what can they do? They will release them again, and we will never have peace," Juan Shulian explained earnestly while taking out a portable medicine box from the store to treat the wound. However, the young girl Ruani still held her head high and refused to admit defeat. "But they are here to pick a fight on purpose. If we give in today, they will think we are easy to bully, and we will have constant trouble in the future." "But," Juan Shulian knew this truth, but she had to choose the lesser of two evils. She was just an ordinary civilian who had to take care of her daughter. How could she have the qualifications to go against those gangsters? Juan Shulian simply disinfected the wound on her daughter's wrist with iodine, and there was no time to do more. She was afraid that the gangsters outside would cause trouble again, so she said, You prepare food for them, and Mom will go get some wine." "Yeah." Ruani nodded obediently, then went into the kitchen. But less than 2 minutes later, Ruani, who was cutting vegetables in the kitchen, heard the sound of several beer bottles hitting the ground, followed by a burst of insults. "Fuck you, I want hot beer, but who among my brothers wants hot beer? Give me ice beer, fuck you, get out of here." Listening to the insults, Ruani gritted his teeth and rushed out of the kitchen with a cutting knife. "What are you going to do? If you don't leave, I will be rude to you." Ruani helped Juan Shulian, who was lying on the ground, up, and then with a fierce look in his eyes, he pointed a kitchen knife at the crowd and shouted. However, the threats from such a harmless-looking little girl were totally unconvincing. Among the dozen or so people present, no one backed down, and some even looked like they were watching a show. The bald tattooed man slowly sat down, leaned on the edge of the table, crossed his legs, and grinned. "Okay, since the little sister asked, then I will tell you. Someone heard that there is a man named Subai living in your self-built house, and he has been in arrears of rent for 2 months, right? Let him pack up and leave tonight, otherwise it's none of your business. Brother Subai can stay as long as he wants." Ruani interrupted the other party and replied angrily. The bald tattooed man stared at Ruani, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. "You really think I dare not do anything to you, right? Brothers, smash this store for me." The bald tattooed man bared his big yellow teeth, still leaning on the stool, and began to give orders to his men. Smashing the store was the original purpose of their coming here today. If the other party had been more sensible, they could have stopped there. But since the other party was not sensible, they would have smashed it. Bang! Wow! But at this moment, a beer bottle suddenly hit the bald tattooed man on the head. Glass fragments scattered everywhere. The bald tattooed man immediately fell to the ground, holding his head, and began to howl on the ground. A trickle of blood oozed out from the bald tattooed man's head. Obviously, the heavy blow from the beer bottle just now had directly split his head open. Xiao Su! Brother Su Bai! Wan Shulian and Wan Yi saw Su Bai knock down the bald tattooed man with a wine bottle. The former's face turned pale instantly, while the latter's face was full of joy. Su Bai, you actually dared to sneak attack Brother Tiger. Are you looking for death? While everyone was in a brief daze, a curse suddenly rang out from the crowd. Su Bai looked over and saw that it was indeed his classmate Wang Kai. Brother Tiger? Not like that. I think he's more like a barking dog. What do you think? Su Bai raised one foot and stepped directly on the chest of the bald tattooed man who was wailing on the ground. He also crushed it hard a few times, causing the other party to scream in pain. Xiao Su, stop fighting, stop fighting! Wan Shulian hurriedly trotted forward and separated the two, her eyes full of worry. She could even imagine how these people would treat her and Su Bai in the future. She could only hope that they would just smash the store instead of doing anything to Su Bai. Su Bai loosened his feet, gave a warm smile to the middle-aged woman in front of him, and then turned his gaze to the girl not far away. Are you okay? She had always been very strong. Even when she was attacked by the bald tattooed man, and even when her wrist was cut by glass shards, she did not cry. But when Su Bai spoke with concern, her red eyes immediately became like a river bursting its banks, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Brother Su Bai, they deliberately made trouble for me. They scolded me and beat me. Look, I'm bleeding here. Wan Yi raised her scratched arm, but before raising it, she deliberately twisted the wound hard. The wound, which had stopped bleeding, suddenly oozed a trickle of warm blood. Blood dripped from the wrist onto the ground, and was quickly neutralized by the large amount of alcohol. Since Wan Yi did this with her back to Su Bai, the several bald men standing behind her clearly saw her self-mutilation, and were all stunned. One by one, Su Bai's face changed even more when he saw this. He stepped over Wan Shulian, who was standing in front of him, and kicked the bald tattooed man on the ground to the side. He walked quickly forward, grabbed the small hand as white as jade, and started walking towards the kitchen. Su Bai used to come here often and helped out in his spare time, so he was very familiar with the situation in the kitchen. He took out a portable medical kit and took out the iodine to help disinfect and clean the wound. When he saw that the wound was not big, he breathed a sigh of relief. Su Bai tore off a band-aid and put it on the wound, saying, Next time you encounter this kind of situation, remember to call me, and don't try to be stubborn. Okay, I got it. Wan Yi raised her hand to wipe away the tears from her face and nodded obediently. But at this moment, an angry roar came from outside. Su Bai, I'm going to kill you! Brother Su Bai, please leave through the back door. There are too many of them, and that bald guy looks very fierce. Wan Yi suddenly became worried again. She even vaguely regretted her actions just now. It's okay, I can handle it. Su Bai smiled indifferently, turned around and walked out of the store. When he arrived outside the store, the bald tattooed man stared at him with a pair of resentful eyes, like a monster that was ready to devour anyone. Gradually, sticky saliva began to overflow from the corners of the bald tattooed man's mouth, and his black pupils quickly turned into light red vertical pupils. The next moment, the bald tattooed man's body began to swell, from 1.75 meters to 2.5 meters. Sharp fangs grew in his mouth, sharp claws grew on his hands, and his body was covered with black and yellow hair. He actually turned into a tiger man. His huge body directly burst his jeans, but fortunately the boxer shorts inside were elastic enough and did not break, otherwise it would have been inappropriate for children. Bestiality talent? Su Bai narrowed his eyes and looked at the bald tattooed man who had completed the transformation. Well, he is no longer bald. It was not until this moment that Su Bai knew why this guy was called Brother Tiger. It turned out that this guy's talent is beast transformation, and he tends to be in tiger form. Boy, kneel down and count out 10 times now, maybe I will spare your life. After completing the transformation, Brother Tiger's aura suddenly surged, and there was deep contempt in his eyes when he looked at Su Bai. Chapter 14, Brother Su, I was wrong. However, Su Bai did not answer him. He just skillfully drew out the long sword from his waist, and with a flick of his wrist, a raging flame immediately burned on the long sword. Feeling the temperature coming from the long sword, Brother Tiger narrowed his eyes and did not choose to attack. Instead, he looked at the dozen or so brothers behind him and shouted, "Go kill him for me!" Among these younger brothers, half are ordinary people who have not awakened, and their health values are even below 30 points, so when they found out that Su-bai is an awakened one, they immediately became cowardly. However, Wang Kai and the other three showed mocking expressions on their faces. After looking at each other, they rushed forward directly. As classmates, they knew Su-bai's strength very well. His basic swordsmanship was just entry level, and as for his talent, it was only at F level with weak fire. Although the flame on the sword was a bit strange, they didn't think too much about it and just thought that Su-bai had found how to use weak fire. In the past, Wang Kai could easily beat Su-bai, and now with the addition of the other three, he is definitely crushing him. But after just a confrontation, not even lasting 3 seconds, the 4 people led by Wang Kai were all knocked to the ground, howling in pain. Although Su-bai held back, the injuries of these 4 people would definitely not be able to recover in a few days. In other words, they would most likely not be able to take part in this year's college entrance examination with a complete victory. This alone was enough to make these 4 people despair. "Little cat, now if you kneel down, kowtow a few times and apologize, I may consider letting you go," Su-bai said coldly. Su-bai at this moment had become much stronger than when he was in the copy, because on the way back, he had transferred all the 22,000 yuan he had earned into the system, and then asked the system to help him open up the 5th and 6th meridians. After his meridians were successfully opened, he received an additional 4 points of qi and blood as a reward, plus the last 2,000 yuan to buy 2 points of qi and blood, so his qi and blood value at this time has reached 60 points. He is at the 6th level of Kaimai realm, has 60 points of qi and blood, and a master-level basic swordsmanship. With this kind of strength, it is too easy to deal with Brother Tiger in front of him. Because Su-bai could sense that Brother Tiger's strength was still at the Kaimai realm and he was not a true warrior, so he was at least 90% sure of defeating him. "Boy, you are so arrogant! Today I will teach you a lesson!" Brother Tiger bared his teeth and then pounced on Su-bai. With his huge size and absolute strength, he is almost invincible in the Kaimai realm, but the prerequisite for invincibility is to be able to hit the enemy. There was a hint of teasing in Su-bai's eyes. He took a slight step and passed by Brother Tiger. When the opponent's attack missed, he swung his sword and slashed at the opponent's arm. The thick fur has strong defensive power, but to Su-bai, everything is so ridiculous. The flaming sword easily breaks through the opponent's physical defense. "Ah, damn it!" Brother Tiger turned around and fought back, but he soon discovered in despair that no matter how he attacked, he could not touch Su-bai at all. That strange sword technique could attack from all kinds of tricky angles, making it hard for him to defend himself. As a result, in less than 3 minutes, Brother Tiger's body was covered with more than 30 sword wounds of varying sizes, and the severe pain made it impossible for him to maintain his beastly form. "Boy! No, Su! Brother Su, please don't bear grudges. Stop hitting me. I was just doing the job for money. I was wrong." Brother Tiger was scared. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath and begging for mercy. The invincible Brother Tiger fell, and naturally, all the younger brothers who followed him also scattered. These guys didn't know what loyalty was, and they all ran away without a trace. Su-bai did not try to stop them, and he could not stop so many people by himself. Besides Brother Tiger, there were also his 4 dear classmates lying on the ground. Unlike Brother Tiger, the look in their eyes when they looked at Su-bai, besides fear, was more of confusion and disbelief. Others did not understand Su-bai, but they had not been Su-bai's classmates for 3 years for nothing. It didn't seem like Su-bai had been hiding his strength in the past. Su-bai ignored Wang Kai and the others, but moved a stool and sat in front of Brother Tiger. With a smile on his face, he asked, "Brother Tiger, tell me, who asked you to come?" No, Brother Su, you should just call me Little Tiger. If you like, you can call me Little Cat." Brother Tiger looked like he was about to cry. He was just a small gangster who usually collected protection fees and bullied ordinary people. He never expected to run into a tough guy today. The corners of Su-bai's mouth twitched a few times, and then he kicked the guy with the dark face. "Answer my question." "Brother Su, don't hit him. It's the young master of the Chien family. Qian Xiaohao gave me 100,000 yuan and asked me to bring people to cause trouble for you. Brother Tiger betrayed his employer without any hesitation. It's indeed him. Su Bai understood, and it was not beyond his expectations. Qian Xiaohao, the young master of the Qian family in Jinqing, was closely related to this man for the death of his previous life. This was a fatal revenge, and he would definitely take revenge if he had the chance, not to mention that the other party had been causing trouble for him again and again. Su Bai suppressed his anger, glanced at the broken tables and chairs, then silently took out his phone, opened the WeChat payment code, and said, "Transfer." Brother Su. When Brother Tiger heard that he had to transfer the money himself, he wanted to die. "Don't make me say it a second time!" Su Bai's cold voice sounded again. Brother Tiger is desperate. Is it easy for him to make some money? But now the situation is not forgiving. He can only put on a gloomy face, take out his cell phone, and then WeChat received 10,000 yuan. Su Bai looked at the prompt on the phone, didn't say anything, just stood up again and drew the sword at his waist. "Ouch, Brother Su, look at my hand, I made a wrong move, really a wrong move, put your sword down first, and I'll take your place right away." WeChat received 90,000 yuan. Su Bai put away his sword, and for the first time a brilliant smile appeared on his face. He stepped forward, bent over, and helped Brother Tiger up from the ground. Then he said with a look of deep sorrow, "Look, look, what have you done to the child? Who is so cruel?" "Tiger. Little Tiger, I will be the one protecting you here from now on. I don't care if you want to collect protection fees, but you can't collect the money from here, understand?" The smile on Su Bai's face suddenly disappeared, and his tone became grim. I know. Brother Su, I wouldn't dare come to the place you protect even if I had 100 guts." Brother Tiger was almost scared to death when he saw Su Bai, who changed his attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. How could he dare to be presumptuous? "Okay, get out of here!" Brother Tiger ran away in embarrassment with dozens of sword wounds on his body. When Su Bai's gaze returned to Wang Kai and the other three, the anger in his heart had actually subsided for the most part. "You didn't participate in what happened that day, so you should feel lucky. It's not easy to be a gangster. Get out of here!" As soon as Su Bai finished speaking, the four people stood up and ran away as if they had been pardoned. After everything was settled, Ruan ran over excitedly, hugged Su Bai's arm, and said, "Brother Su Bai was so awesome just now." Su Bai smiled faintly, ruffled the little girl's hair, and then whispered, "Aunt Wan is still watching." As soon as these words were spoken, Ruan immediately let go of Su Bai's arm and stood aside, her little face slightly red, like a ripe apple. Seeing Ruan's embarrassment, Su Bai shook his head, then opened WeChat and transferred 20,000 yuan to Wan Shulian. "Aunt Wan, take this money, and consider it as compensation from that guy and the 2 months' rent I owe you." Looking at the 20,000 yuan in her mobile phone, Wan Shulian was shocked. "Xiao Su, this is too much. It's just a few tables and chairs. Even if you add the rent, it won't cost that much. And Wan, the extra money can be regarded as the mental loss caused to you by those people. Just take it with peace of mind." Finally, at Su Bai's strong request, Wan Shulian accepted the money, a full 20,000 yuan, which was not a small amount. Wan Shulian's small restaurant only made a profit of about 10,000 yuan a month. These 20,000 yuan were equivalent to their 2 months' revenue, which was not a small amount. "Xiao Su, you haven't eaten yet, Auntie will make it for you." "Thank you, Aunt Wan." Wan Shulian went to cook, while Su Bai and Wani started to clean up the mess in the store. It was only 7:30 in the evening, which was the right time for dinner. The sooner they cleaned up, the more space they could open for business earlier. After dinner, Su Bai helped out with the chores and didn't leave until closing time at 10 p.m. After leaving the restaurant, Su Bai returned to his rental house. After a simple wash, he turned on the electric fan, lay comfortably on the bed, and began to check the balance on his mobile phone. He robbed 100,000 yuan from Brother Tiger and gave 20,000 yuan to Ruan Shulian, leaving 80,000 yuan. There was nothing much to say, money should be spent wisely, and now apart from paying for the system, he couldn't think of a better way to spend money. Su Bai sat up from the bed and whispered, "System, recharge 80,000. Ding, congratulations on your successful Krypton Gold purchase and receiving 80,000 points. Ding, congratulations. Your total Krypton Gold amount has reached 100,000, and your membership level has been upgraded to LV2. Added product, blind box. When the system's voice sounded in his mind, Subai jumped up from the bed. At the same time, a light blue system light screen automatically appeared in front of him. The strongest Krypton Gold System. Host Subai. Member, LV2, 3.2/500,000. Tickets, 80,000. Product, open the pulse once/price 10,000. Product, health +1 within 100/price 1,000. Product, blind box/price 100. Ha ha ha! I actually forgot that membership level can be upgraded. Subai couldn't help but burst out laughing. Previously, his membership level was only LV1. If he wanted to upgrade, he would need to spend 100,000 yuan. Obviously, after his hard work over the past few days, he has already met this condition. After the membership level is upgraded to LV2, blind boxes are added to the system's products. Although it is not clear what is in the blind boxes, it seems unlikely to be too bad. A blind box costs 100 yuan. I have 80,000 yuan now. It's not a big problem to take out 10,000 or 20,000 yuan at random. Thinking of this, Subai's eyes revealed an impatient look. A blind box costs 100 yuan. If someone made it in the real world, Subai would definitely curse it as a profiteer. After all, the goods in any blind box are put in by the boss with wide eyes. But if it is changed to the system, Subai will not only not feel it is expensive, he will even feel it is incredibly cheap. It costs 10,000 yuan to open the pulse once, and 1 point of qi and blood costs 1,000 yuan. On the contrary, a blind box costs only 100 yuan. Subai began to communicate with the system and found that after purchasing the blind box, it does not mean that they can only be opened one by one, but are divided into single opening, 10 consecutive opening and 100 consecutive opening, but the price will not change. Buy 10 blind boxes. Blind box, props after opening, there is a chance to obtain SSS level talents, artifacts, god level martial arts, mythical beast pets and other precious items. Moreover, every blind box will not let you return empty-handed. Today's guaranteed product is heart-to-heart tissues. Note, the guaranteed products are updated every morning. The higher the host membership level, the more valuable the guaranteed products are. Hiss, a blind box that costs 100 yuan can actually produce these treasures? Bai Su's eyes lit up. As the saying goes, if you take a chance, a bicycle can become a motorcycle. If you gamble, an auto can be changed into a Land Rover. This system is indeed conscientious. Open them all! Give me a golden legend! Chapter 15, Golden Legend? As Bai Su's voice fell, the blind boxes began to open on their own, and the system's voice rang again. Thank you for your patronage, get a guaranteed product. Thank you for your patronage, get a guaranteed product. The 10 blind boxes were opened in a flash, but all of them were guaranteed products. After he checked the guaranteed products, he was completely dumbfounded, because these 10 packs of tissues were really the same as those sold for 1 yuan a pack outside. There was nothing special about them. You spent 1,000 yuan to buy a product worth 10 yuan? Do you dare to cheat me a little more? Subai's face suddenly turned dark. System, you have lost your conscience. Subai gritted his teeth. Opening a blind box is the same as drawing a lottery. As long as the probability of getting something good is not 0, it will eventually come out. If not, it means that you haven't opened it enough times. So Subai took a deep breath and said viciously, if there are another 100, I won't believe it. Give me a golden legend. There is no reason for a gambler to lose every day. This time, by increasing the quantity, he will definitely get a good treasure. Thank you for your patronage, get a guaranteed product. Thank you for your patronage, get a guaranteed product. There were a total of 100 opportunities, and most of them were quickly used up, but all of them were thank you for patronage. Subai's face was completely black. That was 10,000 yuan, enough for him to open up a meridian, or increase his qi and blood points by 10 points. But just when Subai was regretting his decision, suddenly, he seemed to hear the sound of himself winning the prize. Congratulations on winning, get 1 qi and blood fruit. The product catalog has been automatically unlocked. Congratulations on winning, get 1 qi and blood fruit. Congratulations on winning, get 1 chi and blood fruit. There were a total of 100 blind boxes, and Subai opened 3 chi and blood fruits. These fruits were not too big, similar to the cherries he had eaten in his previous life, and also had a dark red appearance. His eyes focused on the chi and blood fruit in his hand, and immediately a series of detailed information about the fruit appeared. Chi and blood fruit, item after taking it, you can increase chi and blood by 1 point. The introduction of the chi and blood fruit was not long, it could even be said to be concise and clear, but when Subai saw it, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he almost fainted. He spent 11,000 yuan in total, but in the end he only got 3 fruits that could increase his health by 1 point. Rounding it off, he lost a full 8,000 yuan. Wait a minute, I think I heard the system say something, unlock the product catalog or something? Thinking of this, Subai immediately opened the system page. Sure enough, in the product column, a new purchase option appeared. Product chi and blood fruit, within 100 chi and blood, / price 1,000. The effect is exactly the same as the price of directly increasing the chi and blood value, both are 1,000 yuan. Subai was a little confused for a moment. So what is the meaning of this chi and blood fruit? Looking at the 3 black and red fruits in his hand, Subai pondered for a moment, and put one of them in his mouth. He wanted to try the difference between the effect of the chi and blood fruit and the direct improvement of the system. The chi and blood fruit melted in the mouth, which was a little unexpected, but a warm current flowed down the throat and into the whole body. Subai suddenly felt hot all over and sweat began to appear on his forehead, but he did not feel uncomfortable. Instead, he felt refreshed. Subai even felt that his body had become much more transparent than before at this moment, as if some blockage had been cleared, and the blood in his body began to churn, giving him the illusion that it was eager to rush out of his body. After about 30 minutes, the strange and comfortable feeling in my body gradually disappeared, and then the system prompt appeared. Health value +1. That's it. A look of disappointment appeared on Subai's face. It was too troublesome to use this kind of chi and blood fruit to improve chi and blood. First, you had to buy it, then eat it, and finally you had to wait 30 minutes for it to take effect. It was definitely looking for trouble. He could obviously spend the same amount of money to buy chi and blood from the system. As long as the purchase was successful, the chi and blood value would be increased in 1 second. Compared with this, the chi and blood fruit was slower than a snail. Damn it, what a huge loss! Subai's face became increasingly gloomy. He unlocked the product catalog and thought he had made a profit, but this is the result? If Subai didn't have the system, and got the chi and blood fruit, and spent 30 minutes to increase his chi and blood by 1 point, he might think it was a good deal, but… Oh no, wait. Suddenly, Subai seemed to have thought of something. He jumped up from the bed again, his eyes shining brightly. The system is exclusive to him. Whether it is to open the meridians or increase the blood value, it can only be used by him. However, the chi and blood fruit does not seem to be subject to any restrictions. To be honest, it is a natural treasure that can increase the value of chi and blood. It often appears in the market. Although there are not many, there are definitely quite a few. And a natural treasure that can increase the value of chi and blood, even if it has the weakest effect and can only be used before the meridian opening stage, has a market price of around 5,000. If I buy the chi and blood fruit from the system for 1,000 yuan, and then sell it, it will be calculated as 5,000 yuan. In total, I can make 100 million yuan. Subai laughed, and his laugh was very hearty. Subai did not take the remaining 2 chi and blood fruits himself. He decided to find someone to try it tomorrow. As long as it works, he probably would never be short of money again. Immediately, Subai looked at his remaining 69,000 points, and without much thought, he purchased 6 meridian opening sessions to open up all the remaining meridians. The moment all the 12 meridians were opened, Subai felt that his whole body was clear, his ears and eyes became sharp, and even his chi and blood values increased by 12 points. Chapter 16, Kaimai Realm, 12th level. In this world, everyone can absorb and refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and then use the spiritual energy to open up the meridians in their body. But if one does not awaken his talent before the age of 18, then this person will never be able to raise his chi and blood value above 100. In other words, 100 points of chi and blood is the limit for ordinary people. Absorb and refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth several times, even dozens or even hundreds of times faster. By doing so, the 12 meridians in the body can be opened up, further increasing the speed of absorbing and refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and speeding up the cultivation of chi and blood values. Therefore, these 12 meridians are extremely important for spiritual practice, and are also a necessary condition for breaking through the 100-point limit of chi and blood value. And Su Bai has now reached the prerequisite of breaking through 100 points of chi and blood value. Next, he only needs to increase his chi and blood value to 100 points, and then seek an opportunity for a break through the Kai Mai realm in one fell swoop, and reach the next realm. The martial arts in this world are clearly divided into levels. Even though Su Bai is still just a student, he knows it very clearly. It can even be said that it has reached a point where everyone knows it. Because this is the foundation of everything. First of all, there is the Kai Mai realm. Even if you don't have talent, you can slowly open up your meridians and improve your chi and blood over time. The chi and blood values in the Kai Mai realm are 0-100. The next realm is called the body tempering realm. Only when one reaches the body tempering realm can one be called a true warrior. As the name suggests, the body tempering realm is to use spiritual energy to polish oneself and increase the strength of the physical body. The chi and blood values of this realm are between 101 and 500. After body training, one reaches the Qianjun realm. It is said that a warrior who has reached this realm can knock a car away with one punch. The chi and blood values are generally between 501 and 2000. After Qianjun, there is the Wanshi Dan realm. From this realm onwards, it is difficult to find a detailed introduction on the internet. There are only the name of the realm and the amount of chi and blood value. For example, the chi and blood value of the Wanshi realm is between 2001 and 5000. The following are the Sky Control realm, with HP values of 5000 and 10,000. Golden Body realm, chi and blood value is 10,001 50,000. In the Sun and Moon realm, the chi and blood value is 5,000,110,000. Starseed realm, chi and health value is 1,000,150,000. Eternal realm, HP value is 5,000,001 unknown. These are all public information that can be found on the internet. They are divided into 9 major realms in total. The gap between the realms will become larger as you go further. It's like the meridian opening realm and the body strengthening realm. Even the biggest difference between the two is only 500 points of chi and blood value. But looking at the realms after that, the difference in chi and blood value can easily be tens of thousands. So it is almost impossible to defeat the strong with the weak. A big gap in realm is enough to crush anyone in a lower realm. What's more, the improvement of realm can also optimize the utilization of one's chi and blood values, so that it can bring out greater advantages. For example, the strongest Kai Mai realm has 100 points of chi and blood values. He can hardly be the opponent of a warrior in the Jianti realm with 101 points. The use of chi and blood values by both parties is simply not at the same level. Of course, these are all later stories. Su Bai took a deep breath and spent the last 9,000 points on his health. Then, he said softly, "System, open the character panel." Host Su Bai. Realm, Kai Mai realm, 12th level. Chi and blood 82. Martial arts, basic swordsmanship, master. Talent, Netherworld blood phoenix flame, hidden SSS level. Netherworld blood phoenix flame, hidden SSS level. The lifeblood fire of the Netherworld blood phoenix, possessing terrifying power and the strange ability to recover from injuries. Effect 1. After killing a creature, you can refine its soul, which can speed up the recovery of injuries and increase the weak chi and blood value. I only need 18 points of chi and blood to reach the peak of Kai Mai realm. Su Bai's hands were shaking slightly with excitement. As expected of a man with a system, in just 3 short days, he had grown from a waste of a last-place practice to a super genius. If Su Bai were to announce the number of his meridians that were open, as well as his chi and blood values, it would probably cause an uproar immediately, because even at Wei Middle School, which is recognized as the best in Jincheng, the number of people who can reach this level will definitely not exceed 2 hands. In other words, among this class of students, Subai is qualified to be among the top 10 in Jincheng. What a terrible ranking! What's more, Subai's martial arts are at the master level. Even the lowest basic swordsmanship is not difficult, but how many people can do it? No matter what, I must raise my chi and blood value to the full value of 100 points tomorrow. Subai made up his mind. Then, Subai looked at the time. It was already late at night. He yawned, turned off the lights, and went to sleep to get enough rest for tomorrow's battle. A dreamless night. The next morning, Subai washed up and went out early, then bought some food from Uncle Wang's breakfast stall, and ate while rushing to school. Although Subai did not plan to attend class, he felt it was necessary for him to show up. He asked Niu Zhuangshi to help him ask for leave yesterday, so it would be better for him to go and ask in person today. Just when Subai was still a few hundred meters away from the school, a familiar figure ran out of a rice noodle shop on the roadside. Brother Su, what were you doing yesterday? Why didn't you answer the phone? The teacher was furious. The man who came was Niu Zhuangshi, he said with a bitter face while wiping the oil stains from the corners of his mouth. Hearing this, Subai was also stunned, and even forgot to eat the remaining half of the bun in his hand. Damn it, Niu, didn't I ask you to help me ask for leave? Why is the teacher still mad? Niu Zhuangshi rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, Do you really think we are in college? We can ask for leave whenever we want. We are in the 3rd year of high school, and the college entrance examination is just a few days away. What's more, you applied for the military department, and the teacher was so worried yesterday. Subai felt a toothache again. The old class teacher was Li Pingfan, their head teacher. Judging from the memory of his original body, he was a pushover, the type of person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. The reason why I was in a hurry to find him yesterday was probably because of the application for the military science exam. Subai, come find me in my office later. At this moment, a scolding voice came from behind the two of them. Subai and Niu Zhuangshi both shuddered suddenly. Even if they didn't look, they could tell who was talking. Class teacher, Teacher Li, good morning. Would you like a bun? Subai said with a wry smile and handed over the half-eaten bun. Li Pingfan. However, Li Pingfan did not respond. Obviously he was still angry. He just raised his glasses on the bridge of his nose and pedaled away quickly. After Li Pingfan walked away, Niu Zhuangshi looked at Subai with pity and said, Brother Su, you'll have to pray for the best. Be good and listen carefully in class for the next 2 days. Subai rubbed his temples, sighed, stuffed half of the bun in his hand into his mouth, and said incoherently, No, I need to take a leave today. Niu Zhuangshi. Chapter 17, Goodwill. Brother Su, you don't want to live anymore and you still dare to ask for leave? Niu Zhuangshi was completely dumbfounded. I'll treat you not only today, but tomorrow as well, Subai said without turning his head. Brother Su, isn't it good to be alive? Get lost. Soon, the two entered the school. The school gate and various teaching buildings were hung with bright red banners. The stars do not ask the travelers, time will not let down those who work hard, good luck in the college entrance examination. May you go through many hardships, get what you want, win the first battle, and get your name on the list of successful candidates. The world is still undecided, you and I are both dark horses. Looking at the banners cheering for the senior high school students, Subai felt a little enlightened in his heart. No matter in the past life or this life, the college entrance examination is the most important turning point in life. The only difference is that the importance of the college entrance examination in this world is several levels higher than in the previous life, because the college entrance examination here also includes the martial arts examination. Even if you do not choose the martial arts subject and choose the liberal arts subject, the martial arts examination will still account for 20% of the total score. This also leads to the fact that many people who do not have the talent for cultivation will not get good results in the end even if they choose liberal arts. Take Subai for example. His academic performance has always been good. If it were before he traveled through time, it would be easy for him to get into a 985 or 211 university. However, in this world, the difficulty would increase infinitely. Amiu, I won't go to the classroom. My teacher is looking for me, so I'll ask for leave and leave, Subai said to his good friend beside him. Hearing this, Niu Zhuangshi showed a hint of worry in his eyes. Brother Su, have you really decided to take the military exam? Yeah, of course. Su Bai nodded. Okay, Brother Su, you have been smart since you were a child, smarter than me. You must have your own plans. This is a primary qi and blood pill. Take it. If you are lucky, it can increase your qi and blood value by 1 point. Niu Zhuangshi took out a small box from his school bag and handed it over. Looking at the exquisitely crafted small wooden box, Su Bai felt warm in his heart. The primary qi and blood pill had a certain chance of increasing the qi and blood by 1 point for people whose qi and blood values were below 100. Even if it failed, the medicinal effect would strengthen the body, making the practice of qi and blood more effective. The price of a primary qi and blood pill in the market is around 5,000 yuan, which is undoubtedly a huge sum of money for a senior high school student. Even for an average family, this is a considerable sum of money. Of course, Su Bai knew Niu Zhuangshi's family conditions. They were not bad, but definitely not good either. His mother was a primary school teacher, and his father was a captain of the city guard. Their official salary income would not exceed 20,000 yuan in total. Therefore, a qi and blood pill that costs 5,000 yuan per pill is a luxury even for a family like theirs. You eat it, I don't need it. Su Bai pushed the small wooden box back. Seeing this, Niu Zhuangshi became anxious. Brother Su, the martial arts exam is very dangerous. Every year there are students who die from the exam. I don't want. Stop talking nonsense. Why are you acting like a woman? Am I, Brother Su, such a brainless person? Since I dare to apply for the military department, I must be sure of it. After Su Bai finished speaking, he left without giving Niu Zhuangshi the chance to stuff the qi and blood pill into his hand. Boom, boom, boom. Su Bai stood at the door of the office, raised his hand and knocked on the door a few times and said, Teacher Li. Li Pingfan, who was reading documents on the table, turned his head when he heard the voice. When he found it was Su Bai, his face suddenly fell and he said, Come in. Su Bai walked into the office and stood beside Li Pingfan obediently. Before he could speak, Li Pingfan slammed his palm on the table and shouted, Su Bai, since you applied for the military department, why did you skip class yesterday? Teacher Li, I'm going to practice. Su Bai answered honestly. Practice? What to practice? Since you have signed up for the martial arts exam, you should take it seriously. Li Pingfan looked disappointed. Your talent is only F level, and your qi and HP are only 33 points. You can't change these in the remaining time. What you can do is to keep practicing martial arts and strive to improve your martial arts from entry level to mastery level before the martial arts exam comes. After saying that, Li Pingfan opened a drawer under the table, took out a pack of cigarettes from it, handed it to Su Bai and said, I've already told Lao Lu about this. I'll give you some special treatment for the remaining few days. That guy can't live without cigarettes. If you bring some cigarettes with you, he'll be more attentive. Su Bai naturally knew the old Lu that Li Pingfan mentioned. That was their school's martial arts teacher Lu Xiao, who was proficient in dozens of martial arts, 3 of which he had mastered to the master level. The principal had spent a huge amount of money to recruit this talent. After all, even the principal of any middle school fantasizes about the day when a martial arts genius will appear in his school. By then, he will be able to hold his head high and walk with the wind. Looking at the huazi that Li Pingfan placed on the table, Su Bai was moved, but he also secretly cursed himself for being stupid. These days, he was only thinking about how to improve his blood and open his meridians, but forgot to practice 1 or 2 martial arts. Before, he had not opened many meridians and his qi and blood values were not high, so it was understandable that he did not delve into martial arts. But now that all 12 of his meridians are open and his qi and blood values are as high as 82 points, it is time for him to learn martial arts. Although the basic swordsmanship is already at the master level, the upper limit of this swordsmanship is so high that the master level may not be as good as the mastery level of other martial arts. With Su Bai's current strength, it is not a big problem for him to be admitted to a good martial arts university, but if he wants to be admitted to one of the few top martial arts universities, it would be a bit difficult. Thank you, Teacher Li. Su Bai thanked him sincerely. Although this world is cruel, there are always a few people who are like lighthouses in the deep sea and fires in the dark night, dispelling the darkness and warming people's hearts. Although Su Bai made a lot of money these days, he didn't keep a penny. His entire property was only 200 yuan, so he accepted Li Pingfan's kindness. Holding the cigarette in his hand, Subai bowed deeply to Li Pingfan, and a bright smile suddenly bloomed on his face. Teacher, I won't let you down. You choose your own path. The teacher only hopes that you can survive. Even if you become the lowest level, at least you are still alive. Go! Li Pingfan sighed deeply and waved his hand to indicate that he could leave. Seeing that Li Pingfan was working at his desk again, Subai stopped disturbing him and left the office. Subai did not ask for leave. He hid Huazi in his school uniform, then took out his cell phone and sent a message to Chu He, canceling today's copy trip. Faced with Chu He's reply of a series of question marks, Subai was too lazy to pay attention. He took a deep breath and quickly walked towards the direction of the martial arts hall. Today's goal is to learn a new martial art, even if it's just an entry-level one. Chapter 18, Invincible. The Martial Arts Hall of Winning Middle School is located in a relatively remote area and is not very large in scale. It cannot be compared with other schools that truly follow the martial arts route. After entering the Martial Arts Hall, perhaps because it was too early, Subai looked around and saw that it was empty, without even a student. However, there were quite a few weapons placed in the center of the venue, including swords, spears, swords and halberds, and even many weapons that he couldn't name, and various types of defensive equipment. After all, everyone has different preferences. Some people practice swords, some practice guns, and some practice defensive martial arts. In short, they are different, and yet there is 100 flowers blooming. Hello, is this Teacher Lu? Subai walked to a rest area and asked a middle-aged man who was watching Douyin on his mobile phone. Well, is this your first time here? Lu Xiao didn't even raise his head and continued to scroll through the long-legged beautiful girl on his phone. Subai twitched his lips, looked around, then took out the Huazi from his school uniform, stuffed it directly into Lu Xiao's arms, and said, Teacher Li Pingfan asked me to come to you. This is a gift for you. Seeing Huazi in his arms, Lu Xiao's eyes lit up, and he instantly felt that the long-legged beauties in his phone were no longer attractive. He skillfully opened the package, then took out a cigarette and lit it. Huh. After taking 2 deep puffs and exhaling long smoke, Lu Xiao's face was full of enjoyment. After finishing a cigarette, he couldn't help but sigh. Huazi is still the best, but it's too expensive. I heard that the price has increased again this year. It's 200 yuan a pack, and I can't bear to buy it. This one must be less than 2,000 yuan, right? Lu Xiao seemed to be complaining about the price of Huazi cigarettes, but he was actually asking where Subai got the money to buy such good cigarettes. Of course, if Subai didn't answer, he wouldn't ask any further questions. He just mentioned it casually. Besides, what if a student gave him a gift, so what if he, a half-baked external teacher, couldn't accept it? Oldly introduced it? Lu Xiao stood up, put his phone and the remaining Huazi on the counter beside him, and grinned. What martial arts do you want to learn? It's powerful, Subai said without hesitation. Oh. Lu Xiao froze. He really didn't expect this kid to speak so directly. What does powerful mean? Well, it is true that martial arts do have a certain degree of power, but that is what laymen say. However, Lu Xiao was too lazy to correct it because he was too lazy to explain. What martial arts do you know now? Lu Xiao asked again. Basic swordsmanship. Hearing this, Lu Xiao raised his eyebrows. If it were anyone else, he would have kicked him out. He was about to graduate from high school, but he only knew basic swordsmanship. A student with such talent did not need to be taught by him personally. Some ordinary martial arts teachers could do the job. Okay, for Lao Li's sake, I'll teach you for half a day. If you can't meet my requirements, you don't have to come in the afternoon. Lu Xiao was quite casual and said whatever he wanted. He then turned around and walked towards a small room not far away, saying, I'll get you some martial arts skills. Wait. About 3 minutes later, Lu Xiao returned to the rest area with a pile of books. He threw all the books on the table and said, These are 16 yellow-level offensive martial arts that meet your requirements. They are all very powerful. As long as you can get started, they will be comparable to the power of the mastery level of the basic swordsmanship you have learned. In this world, martial arts are also divided into 4 levels, from high to low, namely heaven, earth, black and yellow. Although the 16 martial arts here are only yellow level, they are also precious martial arts that ordinary people can hardly reach. That is to say, these martial arts can only be practiced for free in school. If they were released to the outside world, any yellow-level martial arts could be sold for a 6-digit price. Subai was also excited. Compared with the yellow-level martial arts, the basic swordsmanship he learned was no different from the radio gymnastics in his previous life. He thanked them and devoted himself to martial arts. Wind God Leg. Paiyan Palm. 3-point return to the original energy. Forehead. When Subai saw the names of the 3 martial arts books at the top, he was stunned. If he remembered correctly, these 3 martial arts were from a TV series called Fluorine, right? Is this funny? Of course, there is nothing extraordinary in this world, so it was all just a coincidence. Subai continued to search, hoping to find a martial arts book that suits him. Flame Sword Technique. Cloud Gun Technique. Blood Shadow Sword Technique. 12-Stick Techniques. Subai was dazzled by the various martial arts, but his favorite was the Blood Shadow Sword Technique. His basic swordsmanship was already at the master level. If he learned the same type of martial arts, it would definitely be much easier. What's more, he also had a unique preference for weapons like swords, so he was not planning to change. Just when Subai was about to confirm to learn the Blood Shadow Sword Technique, suddenly, he saw the name of the last martial arts book, Qiankun Invincible. Subai picked up the martial arts book with a dusty cover out of curiosity. It was obvious that it had not been read for a long time. When Subai opened the first page of martial arts, he was shocked by the words on it. Invincible. Level Yellow Level, Top Grade. Type Auxiliary. Recommended weapons Knife Sword. Introduction. It can absorb all the enemy's damage in a short period of time, and then use all the absorbed damage to counterattack the enemy. Just the short martial arts introduction on the first page was enough to make Subai fall in love with it. This was not just an auxiliary martial arts at all. It was an awesome martial arts that combined both attack and defense, okay? On the side, Lu Xiao saw that Subai seemed to be interested in the last martial arts book, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, which was not noticeable. That's right, he deliberately put this martial arts book at the end. Don't blame me for discouraging you. This martial art is very difficult to learn. Generally speaking, only when you have mastered a martial art to the point of being a master at least can you truly unleash the power of this martial art. Lu Xiao explained. But it would have been better if he didn't explain. After this explanation, Subai became even more excited, because he really did have master-level martial arts. Moreover, the recommended weapons for this martial arts book are knives and swords. Coincidentally, he uses a sword. So it seems that this book is tailor-made for him, okay? Of course, what attracted Subai the most was the level of this martial arts book. It had actually reached the yellow level, top grade, which was higher than any other martial arts book. Even the Blood Shadow Sword Technique that he had liked before was only the yellow level, middle grade. If he wanted to learn, he would naturally learn the best. Qiankun Wudi has its own defense and attack properties, which is simply perfect. Teacher Lu, I choose this one, Subai said firmly. It's up to you. Lu Xiao still showed an indifferent attitude. Immediately he walked into the martial arts training ground, then casually picked up a most common standard long sword from the weapon rack and said, I'll demonstrate it to you first, watch carefully. After that, Lu Xiao began to display the martial art of Qiankun Wudi. When the long sword began to dance, Subai finally understood why the recommended weapons were the knife and the sword. Chapter 19, You Are Useless. Perhaps it was because Subai had a good foundation in basic swordsmanship, so he could actually see some of the tricks even in the yellow level, top grade, martial arts. If combined with the martial arts book in his hand, he felt that he would be able to get started in less than a morning. It was also at this time that Subai deeply realized the importance of basic swordsmanship. The reason why this inferior swordsmanship was popular all over the country was because it was the foundation of all swordsmanship. As long as you learn the basic sword techniques well, then if you learn other sword techniques in the future, as long as you only talk about the entry level, it will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Of course, the role of basic swordsmanship can only help you get started quickly. If you want to improve the power of swordsmanship, you need your own talent and hard work to succeed. Although Qiankun Wudi is not a pure sword fighting martial art, it does contain some of the essence of sword fighting, so Subai found it exceptionally easy to learn. When Lu Xiao finished his drill, he casually inserted his sword into the weapon rack beside him and asked, "How much have you memorized?" Hearing this question, Subai fell into deep thought. Although he had the advantage of basic swordsmanship, it would be impossible for him to remember too much from just one demonstration. What's more, he hadn't even finished reading the martial arts book in his hand. "Just a little bit, about 20%. Subai was a little embarrassed and touched his nose. Being able to understand and being able to remember are two completely different things. It's like when you are doing a test. When you see an unfamiliar question for the first time, you can solve it. But how many people can memorize the question and the answer word for word? However, unlike Subai's expectation, Lu Xiao narrowed his eyes when he heard that he remembered about 20% of it. "Are you sure?" Sure. Okay, let's try it." After saying that, Lu Xiao pulled out the sword again and threw it to Subai. This sword is exactly the same as the one he is using now. Both are standard swords mass-produced in the factory, so it is easy to use. Subai took a deep breath and walked into the martial arts training ground. He closed his eyes to recall for a few seconds, then suddenly opened them, and the sword in his hand began to dance in a strange trajectory. A minute later, Subai put down his sword and said with a slightly embarrassed look, "I forgot the rest." In fact, Subai said just now that he remembered 20%, which was a modest statement. After practicing this set of invincible moves, he definitely remembered 40%, or even 50%. Lu Xiao became interested in Subai for the first time. Originally, he was just trying to give Lao Li a favor, but he never thought that Lao Li would actually give him a treasure. Of course, Lu Xiao still had a cold, an arrogant look on his face. With a frown on his face, he began to find fault and criticized Subai's previous exercise. Finally, Lu Xiao pretended to be disappointed and scolded. "I'll give you 1 hour to finish reading the book in your hand and remember the direction of the blood and qi, which meridians it passes through, and in which meridians it gathers and bursts. In 1 hour, I will show you again. If you are still at this level, you don't need to come in the afternoon." After saying that, Lu Xiao snorted coldly and walked out of the martial arts training ground. When passing by Subai, he did not forget to sneer. "Useless thing, with your talent, if only hadn't cried and begged me to teach you, why don't you try? Anyway, if you can't meet my requirements, get out of here." Lu Xiao's tone was very impolite, even with a hint of contempt, which made Subai unhappy and confused at the same time. The pride in his heart just now disappeared in an instant. Is he really that bad? However, although he was unhappy, he did not complain at all. As the other party said, this was an opportunity that Li Pingfan had finally asked for. He should cherish and seize this opportunity instead of complaining. Taking a deep breath, Subai sat cross-legged on the ground and opened the martial arts book in his hand. On the other side, Lu Xiao left the martial arts hall angrily, his face full of ridicule and anger. But the moment he walked out of the martial arts hall, the corners of his mouth began to rise uncontrollably, accompanied by bursts of suppressed laughter. At this moment, the cell phone in Lu Xiao's pocket rang. Looking at the name on the caller ID, he immediately frowned and answered the call. "Old Lu, how is my student?" "Not very good, just a waste." "Hey, Xiao Su's talent is only F level, his pulse opening is slow, and his qi and blood are only 33 points, but he is a good boy. No matter what, you should try your best to help him, even if it means giving him a few more points to survive during the martial arts exam. Humph, remember, this is for your sake. Otherwise, I would never teach such a useless student even if I were beaten to death." Okay, I'll treat you to hot pot tonight." "Got it, that's it, I'm hanging up now. By the way, don't come to the martial arts hall unless you have nothing to do. I don't want anyone to disturb me when I'm teaching my students." After saying that, Lu Xiao hung up the phone, then closed the door of the martial arts hall and locked it with a chain. "No one can come in today, not even the principal." Fuck, that's Qiankun Wudi. How much did I remember after my teacher showed me the first time? Damn, I didn't remember anything. Lu Xiao was shaking with excitement. He had just demonstrated to Subai just to boost his morale, so he didn't even have time to give him time to read. But even so, he had managed to remember 40% to 50% of the moves. Although they were still a little immature and there was no energy or blood flowing in the fixed meridians, it was just a show, but so what? He is truly a natural martial arts prodigy. Having a talent of F level is not a problem. As long as he can open up the meridians in his body, with this talent for martial arts, even if he spends more on elixirs or natural treasures, he can still improve his realm. While Lu Xiao was muttering to himself, Su Bai only spent less than half an hour to read through Qian Kun Wu Di in its entirety, and memorized all the meridians that needed to be used, as well as the direction of qi and blood. Su Bai stood up, turned around and looked around, but did not see Lu Xiao, so he had to give up. He picked up the sword and started practicing on his own. So, when Lu Xiao came back to the training ground an hour later, he saw Su Bai practicing alone there. When he saw this scene, he was stunned for a moment. Get started? Lu Xiao was completely dumbfounded. It only took an hour, but he had already mastered this difficult martial art. Even he found it incredible. Teacher Lu, you're here! Su Bai noticed Lu Xiao standing not far away, so he immediately stopped what he was doing and called out respectfully. Well, that's right. A rotten tree can be carved. It only took me 30 minutes to learn this martial art. The gap between you and me is not that big, but there are still many shortcomings in your moves. Come, I will teach you. Chapter 20. Selling Qi and Blood Fruits. Most of the day passed quickly, and in the afternoon, Su Bai left the martial arts hall. It was actually not too late now, as it was less than 3 o'clock. But after most of the day's high-intensity training, Su Bai also felt a little tired, and his martial arts, Qian Kun Wu Di, had already reached the mastery level. If he wanted to move up to the proficiency level, it would take more than a day or two. Even Lu Xiao just asked him to go back and master his martial arts well, and told him not to die in the martial arts exam. Oh, I am indeed a mediocre person. Teacher Lu took 30 minutes to get started and 2 hours to master it. It has taken me almost a day and I have only just reached the mastery level. As expected, the only thing I can rely on is the system. Su Bai sighed. There are not many students who practice martial arts in Wenyi Middle School. After all, 80% of the students in the entire school choose to study liberal arts. Therefore, they just need to make sure that they keep up with the progress in opening their meridians and strengthening their qi and blood. They don't have any extra time to practice martial arts. This also led to the fact that even Su Bai's predecessor was not very clear about the difficulty of learning and mastering martial arts. From memory, it can be learned that it only took his predecessor 2 days to learn the basic swordsmanship. And now that he had the help of the system and had master-level basic sword skills, it seemed a little slow for him to reach the mastery level in most of the day. Su Bai looked at the time. It was still early for school to end, but he had no plan to go back to the classroom for class, so he climbed over the wall and slipped out of the school when the security guard wasn't paying attention. It should still be in time to go to the next dungeon now, and it's a good opportunity to try out my new martial arts. Su Bai did not waste any time, and was even extravagant enough to take a taxi directly to the dungeon area. In this era, taxis generally do not leave the city. Although ferocious beasts are cleared regularly around the city, one has to be prepared for any unexpected events. So if you want a taxi to leave the city, you have to pay enough. For example, Su Bai, with tears in his eyes, gave all the 288.5 yuan he had on him to the driver, and only then did the driver reluctantly agree to give him a ride. And this is only during the day. If it were evening or even night, no one would pay attention to you even if you increased the price tenfold. The copy is not far from Jinsheng, only 10 kilometers in a straight line, and there is even a cement road so cars can run on it. The taxi took Su Bai from Jinsheng and arrived at the destination in just 15 minutes. Compared with traveling on foot, the speed was really amazing. The only drawback was that it was a bit expensive. After Su Bai got out of the car, he immediately sent a WeChat message to Zhang Taidan, asking him to meet him at the outermost part of the dungeon area. The other party was willing to invest in him before, even if it was only a few hundred or 1,000 yuan, but that was also a kind of affirmation of him. Su Bai was not sure whether this guy was a profiteer, but compared to other businessmen he didn't know, he was more willing to contact Zhang Taidan. A few minutes later, Su Bai saw a familiar figure jogging towards him with a very bright smile on his face. "Little brother Su, why did you come here only now? Is there something you need from me so urgently?" Looking at Zhang Taidan's rosy face, Su Bai also smiled. Without further ado, he took out a black-red fruit the size of a cherry from his cloth bag and said, I'm going to get this treasure today. Eh? What is this? Zhang Taidan expressed his confusion. With all his years of experience, he couldn't even tell what this thing was called for a while. Qi and blood fruit. Su Bai grinned and looked around mysteriously. After finding that no one was eavesdropping, he whispered, "It can increase the qi and blood value of the person who consumes it by 100%, but it is only effective for those in the Kaimai realm." What? What did you say? Zhang Taidan snatched the small black and red fruit from Su Bai's palm and turned it over and over to examine it. After a while, Zhang Taidan finally confirmed that he had never seen this thing before, so he asked with a little curiosity, "Where did you get it from?" "Brother Taidan, I treat you as a friend, but you want to know my secrets." Su Bai deliberately showed an unhappy look and pretended to take out the qi and blood fruit. As expected, Zhang Taidan immediately apologized with a smile and said, "Don't be offended, Brother Su. I am sorry for saying too much, but are you sure that this fruit really has the effect you said?" "Of course." Su Bai nodded. "Okay." Zhang Taidan asked without much thought, "How many pills do you have? I want them all. As for the price, there is no pill on the market that can 100% improve qi and blood, unless it is some rare treasure. But rare treasures can't only be effective for the Kaimai realm. So, 20,000 per pill, what do you think?" When Su Bai heard the other party offer 20,000 yuan per pill, his heart skipped a beat, because he expected the price to be only 10,000 yuan. After all, the qi and blood pill on the market only sold for 5,000 yuan. Even if the qi and blood fruit could improve qi and blood by 100%, it was only effective for the Kaimai realm after all. It was already very good to be able to sell it for 10,000 yuan per pill. Of course, happy cooperation. Since the other party was willing to pay a high price, Su Bai naturally had no reason to bargain back, so he took out the last qi and blood fruit from the bag. "Only 2 in total." "Okay, I'll transfer 40,000 yuan to you." After Zhang Taidan got the qi and blood fruit, he immediately transferred the money to Su Bai without even suspecting whether Su Bai was cheating him. Zhang Taidan put the 2 qi and blood fruits into his pocket, and then asked, "Brother Xiao Su, do you want to play the dungeon?" "Well, now that we're here, we must go in and take a look." "Then I'll wait for good news from Brother Su. If you want to sell the final clearance reward, be sure to contact me." "Ha ha ha, of course I'll look for you." After Su Bai separated from Zhang Taidan, he looked at the 40,000 yuan that had arrived in his phone. While he was delighted, he had a greater admiration for Zhang Taidan. Even though he had never done business before, he knew that the 2 qi and blood fruits were definitely not worth the price. And the herbs from the previous 2 days were also purchased at a premium. It was hard to say whether he would lose money or not, but he certainly would not make any money. It seems that what Chu He said yesterday was right. This businessman named Zhang Taidan really took a fancy to me and was trying to invest in me. In this world, investing in a genius is a common thing, especially those geniuses who come from poor families or are even orphans. Often, people from big families and powerful forces will invest a lot of resources in their training, and it is not uncommon. But it is very strange that Zhang Taidan is willing to invest in Su Bai. Even if he spends some time to check Su Bai's past, he will not have any idea of investing, because that is simply wasting money. Forget it, don't think too much about it. I'd better hurry up and finish the dungeon. As for the qi and blood fruits, I can't take out too many at one time, so as not to arouse other people's suspicion, Su Bai said to himself. Even though the qi and blood fruit is only effective for the Kaimai realm, its 100% effect is still very eye-catching. If he takes out too many, it will definitely cause unnecessary trouble. Chapter 21, Hidden Qi and Blood and Accidents. Su Bai took his cell phone and went to an empty corner. With the 40,000 yuan, he could buy his qi and blood valued to the highest value of 100 points. Without any hesitation, I invested 20,000 yuan, and then spent 18,000 yuan to buy 18 energy and blood boosts. The qi and blood values increased by the system not only have no side effects, but also are extremely fast. 18 points of qi and blood are all credited, in less than 5 seconds. Su Bai felt his own qi and blood. If he simply had 18 more points of qi and blood, it would not have much impact on the overall improvement in strength. But now these 18 points of qi and blood pushed Su Bai to the pinnacle of the Kaimai realm. He could even feel that there was an invisible barrier preventing him from entering a higher realm. But even so, the increase in his strength was terrifying. With only 18 points of health, his combat power was at least 50% higher than before. Speaking of which, there is no product in the system that can directly help me break through. Do I have to practice and break through on my own? Subai muttered. However, the moment he finished speaking, the system in his mind really sent him a prompt that interested him. Ding! Since the host has reached the pinnacle of Kaimai realm, 2 new items have been added to the product catalog. Please check them out. Could there really be a product that can help me achieve a breakthrough? Subai's heart began to beat wildly with excitement. So he called up the system page without hesitation and found the 2 new products at a glance. Product: Breakthrough the Body Tempering Realm 1x price, 200,000. Product: Hidden Chi and Blood plus 1 Kaimai Realm, within 500 price 2,000. Wait, I can understand breaking through the body tempering stage, but what is this hidden chi and blood below? Subai's eyes widened with a look of surprise. It costs 200,000 to break through the body tempering stage once, which is still a bit expensive for Subai. After all, he only has 20,000 yuan left on his body, which is a difference of 10 times. However, this is not the key point. The key point is another kind of commodity. Hiding chi and blood, could it be related to my talent? It's no wonder that Subai would think so. After all, his talent is a hidden SSS level talent. He actually doesn't know what that hidden SSS level is, but he always feels that it is more awesome than the normal SSS level talent. Apparently, his feeling a few days ago was correct. The hidden talent comes with hidden energy and blood. Subai vaguely guessed the function of the hidden energy and blood. Coincidentally, he had recharged 20,000 points and now had 2,000 points left, so he could buy it once to try. System: Purchase 1 hidden energy and blood, Subai said. Sure enough, the moment he finished speaking, he found that his energy and blood had actually increased a little bit. Although it was not much, it had definitely increased. But how is this possible? After the chi and blood value reaches 100 points, it can no longer increase. Unless you break through to the next realm, which is the body tempering realm, the highest it can reach is 100 points. System: Check the property panel. Subai was so excited that even his voice became much more rapid. Host: Subai. Realm: Kaimai Realm, 12th level. Health: 100 plus 1. Martial Arts: Basic Swordsmanship, Master. Qiankun Invincibility, Master. Talent: Netherworld Blood Phoenix Flame, Hidden SSS level. Netherworld Blood Phoenix Flame, Hidden SSS level. The lifeblood fire of the Netherworld Blood Phoenix, possessing terrifying power and the strange ability to recover from injuries. Effect 1. After killing a creature, you can refine its soul, which can speed up the recovery of injuries and increase the weak chi and blood value. Looking at the bright +1 number in the chi and blood column, Subai's hands were shaking slightly with excitement. Others at the Kaimai realm can only have a maximum of 100 points of chi and blood, but he can have an additional 500 points of hidden chi and blood, which adds up to 600 points. Hiss. Subai felt his scalp tingling just thinking about it. You know, even at the peak of the body tempering realm, the maximum chi and blood is only 500 points. But he can exceed the total chi and blood value of the body tempering realm at the meridian opening realm. It is simply unbelievable. The benefits brought by the amount of chi and blood are naturally self-evident. Physical fitness, the power of martial arts, and endurance are all closely related to the chi and blood values. However, it seems that hidden chi and blood can only be purchased and upgraded when one is in the Kaimai realm. In other words, Subai will most likely remain in the Kaimai realm for a short period of time. 500 points of hidden chi and blood, 1 point is 2,000 yuan, which adds up to 1 million. Subai roughly calculated the money he needed to prepare, and he was suddenly numb. That's 1 million. Maybe for some rich people, a mere 1 million is just the expense of a car or a birthday party, but for Subai, it is undoubtedly an astronomical figure. But so what? Be it 1 million or 2 million, the system gave Subai such an opportunity. He had no reason not to fight for it. When he knew that he could improve his hidden energy and blood, he made up his mind. He would never break through before reaching the full amount of 500 points of hidden energy and blood. It seems that I need to plan carefully about selling the chi and blood fruit, Subai thought secretly in his heart. The only way for him to make 1 million quickly now is to sell chi and blood fruits, but he cannot let too many of these things flow into the market at one time, otherwise it will easily attract the attention of certain people, even though chi and blood fruits are only effective for the Kaimai realm. Subai looked at the remaining 20,000 yuan in his WeChat wallet, pondered for a moment, and still did not recharge it all into points to buy hidden energy and blood. Keep some cash on you as you never know when you might need it. And even if you don't need it, you can always top it up so there's no rush. Subai took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, then with a calm expression, he walked back into the busy dungeon area. Of course, it won't be long before Subai realizes how naive his thoughts are, and that hiding the chi and blood values is not exclusive to him. While it was still early, Subai planned to go to the next dungeon. However, this time, his eyes wandered back and forth between the Goblin Cave and the Death Town. In the end, he did not choose them, but chose the Minotaur's lair that he had never entered before. Among the 3 dungeons, Death Town is the easiest, followed by Goblin Cave, and the most difficult one is Minotaur Lair. It is said that if you want to solo the Minotaur's lair, you need to open the 12 meridians, have a health value of more than 95 points, and have at least 1 mastery level martial art to have a chance. Otherwise, just form a team to clear the dungeon. Subai naturally had no problem. Not only did he meet the legendary conditions, he even surpassed them. He was confident that he could end the battle within 1 hour. Choose Minotaur Lair! The next moment, Subai was sucked into the whirlpool in front of him. After a dizzying spin, he landed on a grassland. But for some reason, the sky over the grassland was not azure blue, but instead blood red, which looked extremely strange. Attention, you have been teleported to the Minotaur Lair, Nightmare, mode. The chance of triggering this mode is 0.01%, good luck. Chapter 22 Square Minotaur. Attention, you have been teleported to the Minotaur Lair, Nightmare, mode. The chance of triggering this mode is 0.01%, good luck. When Subai came back to his senses from the dizzy feeling, he felt unwell when he heard the cold voice ringing in his ears. No one had ever told him that he could encounter the Nightmare mode when he went to a dungeon. Even with just a little thought, he could guess that the difficulty of the Nightmare mode was incredibly high. Subai's ambitions just now disappeared immediately, and he became cautious. His original plan was to speed through this dungeon, but now it seems that, let alone speed through it, he could only hope to survive first. Fortunately, the wit of the copy still exists. That is to say, if he is not sure about this copy, he can find a safe place to hide for 24 hours, and then when the time is up, he can be kicked out of the copy directly. However, facing this nightmare difficulty dungeon with a triggering probability of only 1 in 10,000, it would be nonsense for Subai to say that he was not curious at all. Besides, considering the many online games he played in his previous life, he dared to guarantee that if he could pass the nightmare mode, the reward he would get in the end would definitely not be bad, and he might even make a fortune. I still have a cash gap of at least 1.2 million. I can't use all of this money to resell the chi and blood fruits, otherwise it will definitely attract other people's attention. If I can pass the nightmare copy, maybe I will get some valuable treasures in the end. Thinking of this, Subai took a deep breath. After some thought, he decided to test the difficulty of this copy first. After all, he felt that it was just a nightmare mode evolved from the Minotaur's lair. No matter how difficult it was, there should be a limit. Otherwise, who could pass it if it restricted the participation of warriors above the Kaimai realm? Subai drew out the long sword behind him and clenched his fists. He looked around and found himself in an endless grassland. The blood-red sky made the green grass on the ground look a little weird. There seems to be an air wall over there, which means I can only move in this direction, Subai murmured in a low voice. After all, it is just a low-level copy. Even in nightmare mode, the size of the copy will not change much. According to preliminary estimates, the scale of this copy is probably equivalent to the combined area of the Death Town and the Goblin Cave. The grass on the grassland is very dense, and a lot of the grass is even more than 1 meter tall, so Subai can hide his figure very well and will not be discovered from a distance. After groping forward for about 10 minutes, Subai finally found the first monster. It was a huge bull that looked like a human standing upright. Its height was at least 3 meters and its body was extremely strong. However, the overall shape of the cow made Subai's mouth twitch slightly, because the cow was actually a square cow that was 3 meters tall and nearly 3 meters wide. "Oh my god, this thing looks so unique!" Subai couldn't help but sigh out loud as he lay in the grass. The bull that stood up had a weapon in his hand, which was an alloy axe. The size of the axe alone was bigger than Subai. If Subai was hit by it, it would definitely be a painful experience. Facing the monsters in nightmare mode, Subai was still very cautious. He did not launch an attack immediately. Instead, he searched the surroundings again. When he was sure that there were no other monsters within a radius of 2 kilometers, he made plans to take action. Subai held his breath and approached the cow little by little, 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. The next moment, Subai's right hand shook slightly, and in an instant, a layer of orange-red flame burned on the sword. The flame burned the surrounding grass. In just a blink of an eye, the green grass turned scorched yellow. Subai no longer waited, for he was afraid that the burning of the grass would attract the other party's attention, so he lightly stepped on the ground and suddenly rushed out from his hiding place. The long sword carried a ray of cold light and stabbed directly towards the Minotaur's heart. Just when Subai thought that his sneak attack was about to succeed, the Minotaur turned around and swept at him with an axe. Subai was surprised and immediately held his sword across his chest. The next moment, there was a loud bang and flames scattered. Subai was knocked back more than 10 meters by the axe. When he stepped on the ground, the powerful force even pushed him to plow 2, 3, or 4 meter long trenches on the ground. Shaking his troubled arm and feeling the slight pain in his palm, Subai was shocked beyond words. "So strong! It's even stronger than the final bosses in Death Town and Goblin Cave. Don't tell me this is just a small monster outside the dungeon." Obviously, no one could answer this question, and the Minotaur was charging towards him again. Subai suppressed the messy thoughts in his mind and began to fight wholeheartedly. After several rounds of fighting, Subai was actually slightly at a disadvantage. First of all, this Minotaur has a very strong physique. Its blood value is estimated to be at least over 80 points, and its strength is much higher than that of humans of the same level. So even if Subai's blood value is 100 points, he is still inferior in a pure strength competition. What's more, what shocked Subai the most was that this Minotaur knew a martial art, and his proficiency had reached an astonishing level. This was what made him most uncomfortable. You have to know that the boss encountered in the previous 2 copies had only entry-level martial arts proficiency. Comparing the two, you can imagine how terrifying this copy is. If he had encountered this Minotaur yesterday, even if he could kill it in the end, he would probably be seriously injured. But today's encounter only made Subai feel a little difficult. After the two sides fought for a few minutes, after fully understanding the Minotaur's attack mode and routine, he decided to try using his newly learned martial arts. "The universe is invincible!" Subai let out a light shout, and his aura suddenly changed. Even though his proficiency was only at the mastery level, the quality of this martial art was yellow level, superior quality, so in terms of power, it was not much worse than his master level martial arts. The sword technique was strange and unpredictable. A layer of hazy sword energy appeared outside Subai's body, and after every collision between him and the Minotaur, the sword energy outside his body would become stronger. After a minute, Subai had a vague feeling that he was about to lose control of the sword energy outside his body. His strength was still too weak, and his proficiency in martial arts was too low, so he could not store too much energy for attack. But this was enough. Subai immediately turned from defense to offense and swept out with his sword. At this moment, all the sword energy outside his body attached to the long sword, gathering with the scorching flames and surging out together. Phew! Moo! The unparalleled sword energy directly cut the Minotaur in two, and the bright red blood and internal organs flowed all over the ground. Chapter 23, Elite Monster. Looking at the miserable death of the Minotaur in front of him, Subai's heart was slightly shaken. The power of the sword just now was really beyond his expectations. This was the first time that Subai applied Xiankun Wudi in actual combat. With his current strength, he could probably withstand an attack like that of the Minotaur for more than 10 minutes, and could accumulate sword energy of about twice his own strength at most. The sword that just now killed the Minotaur was almost 3 times more powerful than Su Bai's normal strength. That's why he was able to kill with one strike. Immediately, Su Bai refined and absorbed the Minotaur's soul, which surprised him even more. The Minotaur, which was comparable to the boss in other copies, had an extremely strong soul power. After he absorbed it, he clearly felt that some missing organs in his body were slowly recovering. That's great. Maybe I can fully recover from my injuries in this copy today, Su Bai said excitedly. When going to other dungeons, one has to deal with a large group of monsters in front. However, for Su Bai now, the effect of recovering from the monsters is very unobvious. It may take thousands or even hundreds of thousands of monsters to fully recover from his injuries. Only the boss at the end of the dungeon is better, but there is only one boss in a dungeon. How many times can he clear the dungeon in a day? But now it's different. If the ordinary monsters in the Nightmare Minotaur's lair are comparable to the bosses in other dungeons, then it means that Su Bai can kill the bosses continuously. This efficiency is more than 10 times faster. Su Bai did not rest and continued to go deeper into the dungeon. However, even though he had some confidence in the strength of the monsters in the dungeon, he was still very careful and kept moving through the grass to hide his whereabouts. Not long after, Su Bai discovered another Minotaur, which looked exactly like the one he had killed before, and it seemed that its strength was similar. Sure enough, after a fight he found that it was indeed the case. However, this time, Su Bai did not use the invincible means of Qianquan, but only relied on his basic swordsmanship and experience to successfully kill him. Although he was also breathing heavily, he did not use his ultimate move to kill the opponent instantly, which was really not easy. Many people, after learning powerful martial arts, will use them to crush the weak, but other than feeling great, what else can they gain from doing so? But Su Bai is different. During the period when Qianquan Wudi temporarily hit a bottleneck, he used ordinary martial arts to hone his fighting skills and enrich his practical experience. In this way, even if he encounters an enemy of equal level, or even stronger than him in the future, he will not be defeated miserably after his ultimate move loses its effect. After refining and absorbing the Minotaur's soul again, Su Bai meditated and rested for about 10 minutes before continuing on his journey. After that, he encountered the Minotaur 3 more times in a row. Especially the last time, there were 2 of them together. Su Bai fought 1 against 2 and used all his means. It took him about a quarter of an hour to kill them. But even though he was fighting 1 against 2, Su Bai was still not injured. He just had a serious depletion of energy and blood, and was physically exhausted. In the end, he had to rest for an hour before he fully recovered. Forget it. Don't even think about keeping any cash on you. The Nightmare Mode dungeon is more dangerous than you think. Su Bai opened his eyes from meditation, and it was obvious that he had recovered to full health. But after he fought with 2 Minotaur, he realized that it was not as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2, because it could also be equals 3, or equals 4. If he had faced 3 Minotaur, he might have been injured. Once you are injured, you can't recover by just resting for a while. How can you go deeper into the dungeon then? System, recharge 20,000 points, and then buy all the hidden blood and energy. Ding, recharge successful. Ding, 10 points of hidden chi and blood were purchased successfully, and 20,000 coupons were consumed. The system's amplification was very reliable. After just a few seconds, Su Bai felt that the total amount of chi and blood in his body had increased by 1/10. Although it was not much and the improvement in strength was limited, it could at least make him last longer. Continuing forward, we fought several more battles and encountered the 2 Minotaurs again. However, with the previous experience of dealing with them, this time it was obviously much easier. Practical experience is much more useful than simply practicing facing a target in a martial arts field. Look, it took me a quarter of an hour to defeat the same opponent for the first time, and my energy and blood were almost completely depleted, and my physical strength was seriously reduced. But this time, it only took him 10 minutes to kill the same opponent, and his health was consumed by half, and his physical strength was not consumed much either. Even if there was another lone Minotaur, he could kill it on the spot. Time passed quickly, and 3 hours passed in a blink of an eye. However, Su Bai was shocked to find that he didn't even know where the end of the dungeon was, let alone the final boss of the dungeon. Moreover, let alone the final boss, he felt that he had not even achieved half of the progress of the dungeon. You may ask why he was so sure? It was because he had found a stronger minotaur, and this minotaur was 4 meters tall, much bigger than the ones he had encountered before. In addition, on the top of the huge and burly minotaur's head, a line of small words was clearly displayed. Elite Lieutenant Onzaka. Obviously, this is just an elite monster. As for where the boss is, based on previous experience of playing games, even if he solves the elite monster in front of him, he still has to walk a distance similar to the previous one, or even longer. That's fine, let me test the strength of the elite monsters. If I can't even defeat the elite monsters, then I'll be dead if I meet the boss, right? Subai took a deep breath, then holding a long sword, he quickly rushed out from the bushes. However, the moment his position was exposed, he was discovered by the other party. What a quick reaction speed! Subai was slightly surprised, but the force in his hands did not decrease, and he even increased his strength by 3 points. Moo! The elite monster Zaka roared, swung the giant axe in his hand and advanced instead of retreating. However, the moment the weapons of both sides collided, the difference in strength was instantly revealed. Subai was knocked back by one blow, and almost couldn't hold the sword in his hand firmly. Compared with the ordinary minotaur he encountered before, Zaka's power was even more exaggerated. However, after the collision just now, Subai also roughly judged its true strength. Its health value is definitely above 95 points. As for martial arts, it is estimated that it will not be weaker than an ordinary minotaur. Basic swordsmanship. Subai let out a light shout and took the initiative to rush forward again. He did not engage in a head-on collision with the opponent. As he was not as strong as the opponent, he could only rely on more flexible movements to consume the opponent's energy bit by bit. But Subai soon discovered that it would be extremely difficult to wear down the opponent, because the opponent's martial arts proficiency had reached the mastery level, and the grade should have reached the yellow level, low quality. Chapter 24, Chi and Blood Surge. There is no doubt that this is definitely the strongest enemy Subai has ever encountered since he traveled to this world, because whether in terms of chi and blood or martial arts, his lead is very limited. What's more, in a pure strength competition, he is at an absolute disadvantage. This will definitely be a difficult battle, but it is also a battle that Subai is looking forward to. Before he becomes truly invincible, any battle to crush his opponent is unnecessary. Only a fight between equals, a fight between life and death, can allow him to go further. With a flick of his wrist, the flame on the sword burned more fiercely. He used basic sword techniques and Qianquan invincibility alternately. The former was for attack, the latter for defense, and the latter could also absorb the opponent's energy and finally counterattack. Although his application was still a little unfamiliar, it was already not bad. The adjutant, Zaka, roared continuously and swung the huge axe in his hand with great force. The battle between the man and the bull actually plowed the ground within a radius of dozens of meters. Your physical defense is really weak. If I didn't have the blessing of the Netherworld Blood Phoenix Flame, it would be difficult to break your defense, Subai said with emotion. Generally speaking, the stronger a person is, the stronger his physical defense will be. Otherwise, after a punch, it is hard to say whether the enemy will be hurt or not, but your hand will definitely be crippled. Subai's talent, Netherworld Blood Phoenix Flame, is not a pure killing talent, but a functional talent, such as recovering from injuries, increasing chi and blood, and enchanting weapons. Although it would give people the illusion that it was messy but not refined, the problem was that the Netherworld Blood Phoenix Flame was an SSS level hidden talent, and its upper limit was probably unique. The stronger the talent, the greater the impact on one's own combat power in the later stage. On the contrary, the advantage in the early stage is not very obvious. The reason for this is naturally because Subai's strength is too weak. The sword enchanted by fire could easily break through Zaka's skin, but it would be stuck by the muscles under the skin and could not deal a fatal blow. Mu Bullhead Slash! At this moment, Zaka suddenly roared, and there was a subtle change on the giant axe in his hand. Subai was shocked when he saw this and dodged quickly. But he was still a step too slow. Just as he was about to dodge, the giant axe had already chopped down, and a terrifying bull covered with muscles and on all fours lowered its head and charged towards Subai. Qianquan Invincible Defense! For the first time, a solemn look appeared on Subai's face. Since he couldn't dodge, he could only choose to fight it off. The blow contained huge energy, and even though Subai used the invincibility of the universe, he was still blasted far away. After falling to the ground, he even broke a large piece of green grass. Subai suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat and almost vomited blood. He suppressed the surging blood in his body, and his face became paler than before. Qian-kun invincible attack! Subai ignored his injuries and poured the huge amount of energy he had just absorbed into his sword. Swish! The next moment, a sword energy more than 10 meters long and burning with blazing flames was slashed out. Facing Subai's counterattack, the adjutant Ong Zaka immediately defended himself. He crossed the giant axe in his hand across his chest, trying to use it to resist the damage of the attack. But what Ong Zaka never expected was that the terrifying sword energy cut off his axe with ease, and its power remained undiminished, and it was like a hot knife cutting through butter, easily cutting him in half. Phew! It was not until this moment that Subai spat out a mouthful of blood and began to gasp violently. Forcibly swinging the sword just now really made his injuries worse, but it must be said that the power of the sword just now was too terrifying. Not to mention that Ong Zaka was only a monster in the Kaimai realm. Even Subai felt that even if he had just entered the body-tempering realm, he might not be able to take it. This is just a master-level Qian-kun invincibility. If there is another master-level martial arts card. Thinking of this, Subai shook his head and smiled bitterly. It is not so easy to get a master-level martial arts card. It is better not to think too much and just clear the current copy first. After resting for a few minutes, Subai stepped forward and came to Ong Zaka's body. The scattered internal organs were a bit disgusting, but it still couldn't stop him from using the special ability of the Netherworld Blood Phoenix Flame. The soul strength of Adjutant Ong Zaka was obviously much stronger. Even though Subai had reached the peak of the Kaimai realm, it still took him a full minute to refine it. But at the moment of successful refining, Subai clearly felt that his total blood value was rising: 112 points, 115 points, 121 points. The health value increased by 10 points in a row, soaring from the original 111 directly to 121. This was something Subai had never expected. After all, his health value had exceeded 100, and it would be more difficult to increase it further, just like he had killed so many ordinary minotaurs before but did not increase it by even 1 point. But after killing an elite monster and refining its soul, my health value suddenly increased by 10 points, which is equivalent to 20,000 yuan. And increasing the health value is just one of the points. Perhaps the soul of the elite monster Ong Zaka is really strong enough, and the damage Subai suffered just now has almost completely recovered. Even some missing parts of my body are recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Subai was overjoyed when he saw this. In fact, his strength can be even stronger, but due to physical reasons, he has not been able to exert his 100% strength until now. The reason why he is so eager to go to dungeons and kill monsters, in addition to honing his martial arts and combat skills, is to rely on the ability to refine his soul to repair his physical injuries. It's worthy of being a hidden SSS level talent. Not only can it increase chi and blood, but it can also heal injuries. Even the chi and blood that were just exhausted have been restored to a large extent. Although Subai's face was still pale, his fighting power had actually almost recovered, so he did not waste time and continued to go deeper into the copy. There were still some scattered minotaurs along the way, and the most at one time were 3 minotaurs gathered together. If it were Subai, who had just entered the dungeon, he would definitely not be their opponent. But during these several hours of training, he not only improved his energy and blood, but also his practical skills became much more refined, so after a fierce battle, he successfully killed it. As Subai refined his soul more and more times, the missing parts in his body had already taken a preliminary shape, but they were not yet solid. Although he couldn't see it, Subai could clearly feel that the missing parts were made of illusory flames. As he refined his soul more, the illusory flames became more solid. In the end, he would surely be reborn from the fire. Thinking of this, Subai advanced through the dungeon faster and faster. Finally, after more than 2 hours, he encountered the second elite monster after entering the dungeon. Elite Adjutant *OM Chapter 25, Boss Crimson General. The second time he saw the elite monster, Subai was less afraid but more expectant. Although the names and appearances of the elite monsters this time are slightly different, their combat power may be almost the same in the same copy. If Subai can kill the opponent once, he can kill him a second time, and it will even be easier than before. Thinking of the huge gains after killing the elite monster, Subai could no longer hold back and rushed directly towards the opponent. After the first battle experience, Subai was obviously more at ease, and his health value was 10 points higher than before. Although it was not much, it was still better than his previous self. After a fight, Subai successfully killed his adjutant, Manhwa, in 15 minutes at the cost of minor injuries himself. Raising his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, Subai was not worried about his physical injuries at all. Instead, he couldn't wait to stand beside Manhwa's body and began to refine his soul. The soul refining process went exceptionally smoothly, and the results were as expected. He once again gained a large amount of qi and blood. Although not as much as before, it was still a full 8 points. In addition to the increase in qi and blood values, the shadows of the organs in the body that were transformed from flames have become more solid. I'm afraid it won't take long before he can recover. Today's dungeon trip is really profitable. Can you please give me a bunch more of these elite monsters? Subai muttered. After a short rest, Subai continued to go deeper into the dungeon. It seemed that with every level of elite monsters he passed, more and more Minotaur monsters would gather behind him. Before the first elite monster, there were only 2 Minotaur monsters at most, and the second elite monster had 3. At this time, Subai looked at the 4 Minotaur monsters gathered together about a kilometer away, and felt a little tired. If he was facing a monster that was much weaker than himself, such as the goblins in the Goblin Cave, or the zombies in the Death Town, then Subai could confidently say, I will fight 10 of them, no, 20 of them. However, the Minotaur is not those weak goblins and zombies. It is extremely powerful. With each additional Minotaur, the threat he faces will increase several times more. Moreover, the degree of danger increases exponentially. It does not mean that the difficulty of dealing with 1 Minotaur is 1, 2 is 2, and 4 is 4. That's not how it works. Facing 4 Minotaurs at the same time, the difficulty level has skyrocketed to over 10, right? It's not even any worse than facing an elite monster alone. Of course, Subai will not back down. In addition to duels with equally matched opponents, combat experience in group fights is also an indispensable part. If you want to become a truly strong man, you must be involved in all types of battles. No one can become a strong man by just practicing at home. Subai raised his sword and fought against 4 Minotaurs. This battle was just as he expected. It was as difficult as fighting elite monsters, and there was even a tendency to surpass them. The Minotaurs did not fight alone, but cooperated with each other to carry out various encirclement and interception operations against Subai. Subai was almost seriously injured several times. If it were when he had just entered the dungeon, he would probably have been seriously injured and had to escape. If he couldn't escape, it wouldn't be long before grass would have grown on his grave. However, Subai now felt that the battle against it was difficult, but his life was not in danger. After 18 minutes of fierce battle, the last Minotaur fell in a pool of blood. I'm so tired. Subai let out a long sigh. 90% of the energy and blood in his body were gone, and his physical strength was also severely depleted. He needed to rest. Of course, before taking a break, you still have to count the spoils first, such as refining the soul. Ding, health value +1. At the moment when Subai succeeded in refining his soul, the system prompt rang. He had never expected that an ordinary Minotaur could actually increase his blood and energy by 1 point. It turns out that ordinary Minotaurs are not unable to increase their blood and energy, but their souls are not strong enough. They need to accumulate in quantity. This way, it's great. The smile on Subai's face became even more intense. 1 point of health value was not much, but it was an unexpected surprise, and unexpected surprises could often make people happier. After dealing with the 4 Minotaurs that were comparable to a gathering of elite monsters, Subai recovered his strength and blood, then picked up his sword and left again. We encountered quite a few Minotaur along the way, but most of them were alone. Only once did we encounter a group of 2 Minotaur together. However, Subai could kill just 2 Minotaurs in minutes. Finally, after an hour and a half of exploration, Subai saw a lake in the distance. The size of the lake is about equivalent to 3 football fields. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that there is a huge monster lying on the edge of the lake, seemingly sleeping, snoring loudly. Of course, it was also a minotaur, but unlike the previous ones encountered, this minotaur was larger, with a height of almost an astonishing 5 meters and a width of about 4.5 meters. In addition to the difference in body shape, this minotaur is also covered with a layer of red soft armor, which almost covers the entire body, providing ultimate defense. Subai half crouched in the grass, not daring to show his head or make any noise, for fear of waking up the sleeping minotaur. It should be the final boss of the dungeon. It doesn't look easy to deal with. There was no way. The red soft armor from head to toe was too eye-catching. Subai's current lethality was already weak. Not to mention how high the opponent's defense was, that layer of red soft armor could not be easily destroyed. However, judging from all the minotaur monsters I encountered before, this guy shouldn't be too fast. As long as he can't kill me instantly, I can run away even if I can't beat him. Thinking of this, Subai no longer hesitated and began to approach the lake carefully. In order to reduce the noise made during his movements, he moved extremely slowly. It was only a few hundred meters away, but Subai spent more than 10 minutes. At this time, he was only 50 meters away from the other party, and he could finally see the words above his head clearly. Boss Crimson General Wang Mamba. Sure enough, this guy is the final boss of the copy. His full name is Crimson General Ong Mamba. Just looking at the name, he is more powerful than the previous 2 elite monsters. Hey, is that its weapon? Subai half crouched in the grass, and through the dense weeds, he saw the huge axe placed aside. Compared to the axes used by ordinary minotaur and elite minotaur, the quality of this one is obviously several levels higher. There are even many patterns carved on it. It is estimated that it is not an ordinary weapon. If I take away its weapon first, won't I be sure to win? Subai's heartbeat quickened slightly. This was definitely a great opportunity that he couldn't miss. Chapter 26: Fierce Battle with Ong Mamba. Under the blood-red sky, a thin figure carrying an axe on his shoulder that was larger than his entire body was walking cautiously, step by step, towards the lake not far away. And this thin figure was none other than Subai. He was carrying the weapon of the boss Ong Mamba on his shoulder, ready to quietly throw it into the lake while the other party was sleeping. Without weapons, the boss's combat effectiveness will certainly be greatly reduced, and his chances of defeating the opponent will also be greatly increased. Finally, Subai walked to the side of the lake, then he took a deep breath, and all the energy and blood in his body suddenly burst out, and he threw the axe out with his greatest strength at the moment. After all, Subai was a half-step warrior at the peak of the Kaimai realm. Even though he looked a little weak due to the lack of several important organs in his body, his burst of energy at that moment was enough to throw the axe into the center of the lake. Looking at the axe that drew a graceful arc in the air and then smashed heavily in the middle of the lake, creating a large splash of water, Subai nodded with satisfaction. This way it's done. Moo! Just as the axe hit the lake, the boss Ong Mamba in the distance also woke up. When it discovered Subai, it immediately let out a deafening roar. However, just when Ong Mamba subconsciously wanted to grab the weapon beside him, he found that there was no trace of his weapon around. However, Ong Mamba, who was not very intelligent, didn't care about so many things. Since he had no weapons, he would just beat up the humans who broke into his territory with his bare hands. When Ong Mamba started running, the ground was shaking slightly. Subai looked at him as if he was looking at an 8-wheeled truck crashing towards him. The Minotaur's power is already abnormal, and this boss's power is even more terrifying. Subai's current strength is only equal to that of an ordinary Minotaur. He can't even compare with an elite monster, let alone Ong Mamba. Subai shook the sword in his hand, and flames rose up. He took a deep breath, and instead of retreating, he rushed towards Wang Mamba. He had already thrown the opponent's weapon into the lake. If he continued to fight timidly, it would not be his style. Basic swordsmanship. Subai immediately displayed his best basic swordsmanship. Although the swordsmanship was simple and weak, it was at the master level. Qianquan Invincible was definitely stronger than the basic swordsmanship in defense and attack, but when it came to actual combat application and adaptability, the basic swordsmanship was much more reliable. As soon as the two sides came into contact, Ong Mamba punched Subai in the face, but Subai moved his feet lightly, and his whole body passed by the fist wind, and then stabbed out with the sword, straight to the opponent's heart. Phew! Boom! Two different voices sounded almost at the same time. Su Bai's sword pierced through the red soft armor on Wing Mamba's chest, but the remaining force could only break his flesh to a depth of only 2 or 3 centimeters. Not to mention causing fatal injuries, even serious injuries were impossible. On the contrary, although Ong Mamba's punch missed, it broke a tree the size of a bowl in half. If this punch had hit hard, the person's head would have been chopped off. Being able to break a tree as thick as a bowl with bare hands, this can definitely be done by those in the body tempering realm. Su Bai's pupils shrank slightly and he cursed in his heart. Even though he had been mentally prepared, when he actually found out that Wing Mamba was at the body tempering realm, he couldn't help but curse. Of course, judging from the force of the punch just now, Ong Mamba should have just entered the bodybuilding realm, and his chi and blood value would not exceed 120 points, so it is estimated that he is evenly matched with him. However, that is a 50-50 split in terms of chi and blood value, not a 50-50 split in terms of strength. Under normal circumstances, a chi and blood value of 101 points can be enough to break through to the body tempering realm. And the strength gap between a person in the opening meridian's realm with a chi and blood value of 100 points and a person in the body tempering realm with a chi and blood value of 101 points can even reach several times. The chi and blood values are certainly the standard for judging a person's strength, but the realm is more like an amplifier. The chi and blood values are increased by 1 times in the Kaimai realm, and the chi and blood values are increased by 2 or 3 times in the body strengthening realm. So even though the health values of Su Bai and Wing Mamba are almost the same, the gap in hard power is actually very large. Luckily I threw away this guy's weapon in advance, otherwise I would definitely turn around and run away. Su Bai was very grateful. Without the axe, Ong Mamba would not be able to use the corresponding martial arts. Even if he used it forcibly, it would be absolutely inappropriate, and the power would be greatly reduced. It's just like Su Bai has no sword, but insists on using basic swordsmanship. Even if he does use it, the effect will certainly not be as good as before. Moo moo. When Mamba waved his fists wildly, and the wind from his fists whistled in Su Bai's ears. Such a terrifying attack would hurt anyone who touched it, and kill anyone who was touched. Su Bai could only find opportunities to attack while dodging attacks, but because Ong Mamba was wearing leather armor and his own defense was extremely high, the damage of his attacks was very limited. In this way, the two sides were in a stalemate for more than 10 minutes. Although Su Bai did not suffer any damage, his blood and physical strength were greatly consumed. On the other hand, Wing Mamba had more than a dozen wounds of varying sizes on his body. However, these wounds were completely insignificant considering Wing Mamba's body size. I can't go on like this. In the end, I'm afraid I'll be exhausted before I can kill it, Su Bai murmured helplessly. Ong Mamba is simply a model of thick skin and strong muscles. In the same realm, even if there are people stronger than him, he may not be able to withstand it. If we use a game analogy, this guy is a pure big meat shield. Qian-kun invincible you! Su Bai's eyes flashed, and he prepared to take the opponent's attack head-on. He wanted to see who would give up first. After using the invincibility of Qian-kun, Su Bai no longer dodged the attacks, but instead faced them head-on. Punch after punch continued to hit Su Bai. After only 3 punches, Su Bai spat out a mouthful of blood. Even though Qian-kun Woody blocked most of the damage, the remaining force still caused damage to his internal organs, and he bled out. Qian-kun is invincible attack! Switching from offense to defense, Su Bai attached the stored energy to the next attack. In an instant, a sword energy carrying a raging flame slashed towards Wing Mamba. Snap! The fierce sword energy swept out in an instant, cutting all the weeds and trees on the path in half. Then, the sword energy hit Ong Mamba, and the red leather armor he was wearing shattered, leaving a huge gap. The sword energy remained as powerful as ever and began to cut and tear apart Ong Mamba's body. The previous elite monster was cut into 2 pieces by this sword energy. However, the same sword energy could not achieve the same results. The sword energy only cut a 10-centimeter long gap in Ong Mamba's stomach, through which one could faintly see the wriggling internal organs, but it failed to kill him with one blow. Oh no! Su Bai was shocked. Chapter 27, Ong Mamba Statue. For Su Bai now, Qian-kun invincibility was a tactic that would hurt himself 800 times and hurt the enemy 1,000 times. He had no idea of its true power, but he estimated that it would be at least not less than a full-strength attack from the body-tempering realm. Being able to display the combat power of the body-building realm while in the Meridian's opening realm puts a huge burden on Subai himself. First, it consumes his chi and blood. Then, he needs to receive the opponent's attack and then convert the attack into energy that he can use. But these energies did not come out of thin air. Even though Qianquan invincibility weakened the damage by nearly 70%, the remaining 30% of the damage was still too much for Subai to bear. He originally thought that this sword could kill the opponent instantly, but he never expected that it would only seriously injure the opponent. As a result, most of his energy and blood were consumed, and his internal organs were severely damaged. His current combat power is probably less than 50% of his peak period. Moo! Ong Mamba let out a shrill roar mixed with anger and pain, and blood began to gush out from the wound like a burst dam. Although this sword severely injured Wing Mamba, it also angered him. The next moment, Wing Mamba rushed towards Subai again, and his momentum was 3 times stronger than before he was injured. However, when Subai, who had already fallen into despair, saw the blood gushing out from the wound in Wing Mamba's stomach, his eyes lit up, and even his pale face seemed to have a hint of redness. Its injuries are more serious than mine, and blood is still gushing out of the wound. I can completely avoid the next fight and instead drag him to death. When Subai thought of this, he was overjoyed. Without saying a word, he turned around and started running back the way he came. Even though his strength has been severely reduced, he can still be on par with Ong Mamba in terms of pure speed. Although he cannot pull away from him, the opponent can never catch up with him. Come on, chase me, and see if you can survive! Subai ran for his life, and the boss Ong Mamba behind him continued to chase him desperately. The monsters in the copy had basically no intelligence, so they naturally could not see Subai's intention. Finally, about 10 minutes later, just when Subai felt he was about to run out of strength, Ong Mamba, who was chasing him from behind, finally fell down with a long wail. Seeing Ong Mamba fall down, Subai could no longer hold on. His legs went limp and he fell directly on the grass, gasping for breath. Ha 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 ha! I actually cleared the nightmare mode of the Minotaur's lair solo. Subai laughed loudly. Even though his body was extremely weak, his laughter was full of power. Fortunately, Subai's SSS level hidden talent has the effect of healing wounds. Even if it is still very weak now, at least he will not die directly from serious injuries. After he rested for half an hour, Subai finally climbed up from the ground. His legs were sore and weak, but they could barely support him to move. Not long after, Subai came to Wing Mamba's body. Looking at Wing Mamba, whose blood was almost drained out, Subai was really glad that this guy had no brains, otherwise there would be no way to kill him in one go. Subai slowly stretched out his right hand, and a ball of orange-red flame emerged from his palm. A blurry shadow could be seen faintly in the flame, like a phoenix emerging from the fire. The soul refining began. Perhaps because Wing Mamba was much stronger than Subai and his soul strength was also terrifying, the soul refining lasted for 10 minutes before it ended. It was truly incredible. After all, it only takes 5 seconds to kill an ordinary Minotaur, and even an elite monster only takes 1 minute. It is really not easy to cross a major realm to refine the soul, but precisely because the gap between the realm and strength of the two sides is too big, the benefits Subai obtained this time are also quite incredible. The chi and blood in the body began to boil, and Subai could clearly feel that his chi and blood were rising at an astonishing speed. 123. 124. 130. 140. 153. When Subai's blood and chi value soared to 153 points, it finally stopped. Feeling the strong blood and chi power in his body, he didn't expect that the soul of Soul Refiner Wing Mamba could actually increase his blood and chi value by 30 points. That's a full 30 points. If he were to spend real money on it in the system store, it would probably cost 60,000 yuan. All in all, this dungeon trip is a huge profit. The smile on Subai's face became more and more intense. Soon, he slapped his head and said, I almost forgot, there's also a clearance treasure chest. The treasure chest for completing the game will only refresh at the location where the boss first appears, which means that Subai now has to drag his half-crippled body back to the lake area. Fortunately, after refining his soul, His injuries were slightly healed, which was enough for him to rush back. About a quarter of an hour later, Subai returned to the lake area. Sure enough, he saw from a distance an exquisitely crafted treasure chest appearing where Ong Mamba had slept before. "Oh my god, there must be a treasure in this box!" Subai's eyes widened and he looked around the treasure chest several times. Compared to the wooden treasure chest at the end of the ordinary copy, the treasure chest in front of him is pure black and is made of some unknown material. It looks a bit like crystal, but the feeling it gives people is far from comparable to crystal. What's more, on the front of the treasure chest, there is a huge skull engraved on it, which looks a bit eerie and weird. However, a mere skull could not scare Subai. He slowly opened the treasure chest in front of him with anticipation, and then 3 items appeared in his sight. A medicinal herb, a fist-sized black ore, and a palm-sized minotaur statue, which seemed to be a statue of Ong Mamba. After seeing the 3 items in the box, Subai's excited heart instantly cooled down. For such a nightmare dungeon, this is the final reward? Even in a normal copy, there are 3 to 4 herbs as rewards at the end. Hey wait, the color and shape of this herb seem to be a little different from the previous ones. After looking at it carefully, Subai finally confirmed that this was a herb he had never seen before. As for what its function was, he had no idea. Forget it, let's keep it for now and ask Zhang Taidan later. As he said that, Subai put the herbs into the cloth bag he carried with him, then looked at the black ore twice and threw it in as well. Finally, Subai held the statue of Ong Mamba in his palm and fell into deep thought. From the touch point of view, it is just an ordinary stone statue. Apart from its exquisite carving, it is useless. Well, just consider it as proof that I have passed the Nightmare Minotaur's lair. It's also good to keep it as a souvenir. Subai sighed deeply and put the statue of Ong Mamba into the cloth bag, preparing to take it out and put it in his home as a decoration. After completing the dungeon and obtaining the loot, Subai had no plans to stay any longer and immediately left the dungeon through the teleportation vortex. Chapter 28, What a Pitfall. Congratulations on clearing the Minotaur lair, Nightmare mode, alone, and receiving the dungeon reward of HP plus 100. All damage sustained in the dungeon has been healed. Hiss. What the hell? It heals all injuries and directly increases the health value by 100 points. Subai was stunned, and he couldn't suppress the excitement on his lips. Ordinary dungeons will not restore your injuries at all, and the health value of the single-player clearance reward is only increased by 1 point. Originally, Subai thought that even if it was a nightmare dungeon, it would be good if the final reward was increased tenfold, but now it seems that his vision was too narrow. System, open the character attribute panel, Subai said excitedly. Host Subai. Realm, Kaimai Realm, 12th level. Health, 100, plus 153. Martial Arts, Basic Swordsmanship, Master, Qianquan Invincibility, Master. Talent, Netherworld Blood Phoenix Flame, Hidden SSS level. Netherworld Blood Phoenix Flame, Hidden SSS level. The lifeblood fire of the Netherworld Blood Phoenix, possessing terrifying power and the strange ability to recover from injuries. Effect 1. After killing a creature, you can refine its soul, which can speed up the recovery of injuries and increase the weak chi and blood value. Ha ha ha! A total chi and blood value of 253 points is already more than that of many warriors in the body tempering realm. Subai laughed again. Although Subai's current realm is only the Kaimai realm, no matter how much chi and blood he has, he cannot get a qualitative change. The utilization rate is still at the Kaimai realm, far less than that of a warrior in the tempering body realm. But after Subai breaks through to the body tempering realm, the chi and blood in his body will also undergo a qualitative change and become the chi and blood values of the body tempering realm. At that time, he will be invincible in the body tempering realm, right? How keep a low profile? You still have to keep a low profile. Subai took a few deep breaths of air before he calmed down the heat in his heart. Then, Subai looked around. It was already deserted here. A half moon was hanging high in the sky, casting a faint moonlight that barely illuminated the road beneath his feet. There is no nightlife outside the high walls of the city, because many brutal beasts choose to roam at night. It is easy to encounter danger if you stay outside at night. This, of course, also includes the dungeon area. Now there is no one else here except Subai. It's already 2 a.m. Subai glanced at the time on his phone and was a little surprised. He didn't notice it while he was in the dungeon, but once he came out of the dungeon, he realized that so much time had passed. Subai did not delay any longer and started his return journey under the moonlight. Along the way, he was fully focused and did not dare to relax at all. Whether it was his previous incarnation or his current self, it was the first time for him to stay in the wild late at night. Both teachers and classmates have mentioned more than once the dangers of the wild, especially late at night. Too many tragedies have happened there. Even the factory where the original body's parents worked was suddenly attacked and destroyed by a group of ferocious beasts late one night. More than 90% of the thousands of employees on the scene were killed or injured. Fortunately, the copy is not too far from Jincheng, only more than 10 kilometers. Even though Subai's physique is a little poor, his blood value is enough, so he can run faster than ordinary people. Time passed by minute. Subai would take a break after running for 10 minutes. In about half an hour, he had almost run half the distance. This is Subai's way of saving energy. Otherwise, if he runs at full speed, it would not be a problem for him to run 10 kilometers in half an hour. But this is in the wild after all, and no one knows if there will be any unexpected situations. If something really happens, conserving your energy will increase your tolerance rate whether you are fighting or fleeing. But sometimes what you fear will really come to pass. Just when Subai thought that he was lucky today and would be able to return to Jincheng safely, suddenly, a figure jumped out from the grove in front. Because the light was not very good and the distance was quite far, Subai could not see the other person's face clearly, but he could tell that the other person was a woman from her slender figure and flowing twin ponytails. Before Subai could see the figure clearly, he heard the other person shouting, "Run!" The voice sounded nice, but it was mixed with anxiety, panic, helplessness, and a hint of excitement. "Run? Why are you running?" Subai stopped where he was, drew his sword from his back, and instantly entered combat mode. He didn't care whether the other party was a woman or not, or whether her voice was nice or not. As long as the other party dared to show a hint of hostility towards him, he would definitely chop off the other party's head with one sword. 50 m, 40 m, 30 m. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer, and Subai finally saw the person clearly. She was a girl of about 16 or 17 years old, wearing a black tight suit that highlighted her figure to the fullest. But Subai didn't have time to take a closer look, because he soon discovered that two terrifying figures jumped out from the grove. They were two big black bears. One was at least 5 meters long, and the other was an astonishing 7 meters long. The two black bears stared at the girl with bloodshot eyes and their roars were deafening. "A vicious beast? Damn, this is cheating!" Subai couldn't help but blurt out. The fighting spirit just now disappeared without a trace in an instant. He turned around and ran at his maximum speed. "I'm sorry, buddy. I didn't expect to meet someone so late at night." The girl who was 30 meters behind him had caught up with him and was on the same level as Subai. Seeing this, Subai's pupils shrank slightly. The speed was so fast that the two big black bears behind him seemed unable to catch up with each other. Moreover, as time went by, the distance between the two sides would only get bigger and bigger. But what does this have to do with Subai? His running speed is obviously the slowest among the three. The two big black bears behind him will probably catch up with him in less than a minute. "Don't say sorry, take me with you!" Subai gritted his teeth. The girl with twin ponytails looked back at the two big black bears that were slowly approaching, and a hint of struggle flashed in her eyes. "If I take you with me, no one will be able to escape." "Then what do you mean?" Subai's heart skipped a beat. But just when Subai thought that the girl with the twin ponytails was going to abandon him and run away, unexpectedly, the girl stopped directly, and then took out a finely crafted pistol from the bag on her waist, and said, "You run first, I will hold them back." Subai was extremely shocked when he saw the girl with twin ponytails taking the initiative to block two brutal beasts for him. Although it was the other party who attracted the beasts, isn't it the way of the world that you would rather die than let your friends die? And she actually has a gun? Subai was surprised, but did not stop. He just took a quick glance and ran away quickly. Although the gun control in this world is not as good as that in China in the previous life, it is still difficult for ordinary people to get guns, because the power of guns is enough to threaten ordinary warriors. Chapter 29, spirit-level ferocious beast. Bang! Bang! 3 crisp gunshots rang out in the quiet night, and a large number of strange birds suddenly took off from the woods not far away. Roar! The force of the bullet broke the black bear's fur, splattering brilliant blood. The piercing pain made the black bear roar in anger and pain. But how could 3 small bullets kill a black bear 5 meters away? Unless they hit a weak spot, such as the eyes. It's just a pity that even though the mysterious girl's shooting skills were really good, and she aimed at the big black bear's eyes, the bear was able to turn its head to dodge while running, so that all 3 bullets hit its thick skin and flesh. Damn it, it's all that kid's fault. It looks like the treasures I got with great difficulty won't be kept tonight. The mysterious girl gritted her teeth and cursed Subai in her heart, but she couldn't abandon him and run away. After all, she was the one who lured these 2 big black bears out. Her speed was faster than the big black bears, but if she ran away, that guy would probably become fertilizer tomorrow. Take this high-explosive grenade from me! The mysterious girl put the pistol into her bag and took out a black grenade. After pulling out the safety, the mysterious girl did not throw it out immediately. Instead, she waited for 2 seconds and then threw it out suddenly. When the 2 big black bears saw the grenade, they instinctively wanted to hide. Although they didn't know what a grenade was, the strong sense of crisis was enough to make them obey their instincts. However, just as they were about to dodge, suddenly, the grenade still in midair exploded violently, and a ball of fire accompanied by a deafening roar sounded. The mysterious girl lay on the ground, covering her ears. After everything was settled, she got up again covered in dust. Not far away, 2 big black bears were lying on the ground groaning in pain. Although they were not killed directly by the explosion, they were seriously injured. One of them had a leg blown off. Hee hee, you guys deserve it for chasing me. The mysterious girl dusted off her hands, then took out a dagger from the bag on her waist and walked towards the black bear step by step. You made me use up 3 bullets and 1 high-explosive grenade, so your crystal core belongs to me. Just as the mysterious girl was about to kill the black bear whose leg was blown off, suddenly, another black bear behind her stood up slowly and silently. This black bear was pretending to be seriously injured just now. In fact, its injuries were not as serious as they seemed, and most of the blood on its body came from another black bear. The big black bear had a ferocious face, with traces of blood dripping slowly onto the ground from its fangs. It slowly opened its bloody mouth, and if it bit down, the mysterious girl would definitely be bitten in 2. Watch your back! At this moment, a sharp sword flew from a distance at an extremely fast speed, making a harsh roar in the night wind. Phew! The sharp sword hit the big black bear almost in the blink of an eye, pierced its fur and penetrated into the flesh, but compared to the thick fur and fat, this depth of sword wound could only be considered a superficial injury. Roar! The black bear was enraged and roared. Coupled with Subai's reminder, and the sound of the sword piercing the flesh, the mysterious girl's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly rolled forward. Less than 0.5 seconds after he left, a terrifying bloody mouth suddenly bit down. Because the mysterious girl dodged, the black bear actually bit the other black bear directly on the neck, and blood spurted out immediately. This bite actually bit off the entire neck of the other black bear, killing it instantly. This sudden scene stunned both Subai and the mysterious girl. They never expected that the one who killed the black bear in the end would be another black bear. You turned your back on the ferocious beast before confirming its death. Do you want to die? Subai yelled. His reason told him not to meddle in other people's business. These 2 big black bears were originally brought here by the other party, so they deserved to die. But his conscience controlled his body, and he performed the action just now and saved the other person. Humph, what's it to you? The mysterious girl had a sullen look on her face and seemed very annoyed. Subai looked at the long sword stuck in the black bear and felt a little distressed. Although the sword was distributed for free by the school, if it was lost or damaged, he would have to buy it again. The price of a standard long sword was as high as 5,000 yuan. It would be hard for him to give up the long sword and run away. Stop joking. Should we fight or run away? Subai asked. The mysterious girl also knew the situation was urgent, so she stopped throwing a tantrum and analyzed. We're lucky. This is a female bear. The one that was killed just now was a male bear, so it's relatively weaker. Plus, it was injured by the grenade. I should be able to deal with it, but the chances are only about 60%. It's already like this. And it's still only 60%? Hey, this is a soldier-level beast. I have a 60% chance of winning. Before the mysterious girl could finish her words, the seriously injured black bear pounced towards the two of them. Subai didn't have a sword in his hand, and didn't dare to step forward, so he could only turn around and run away. As for the mysterious girl, she dodged the attack by turning sideways, and then took the opportunity to stab out with the dagger in her hand. The sharp dagger easily tore open the black bear's flesh, leaving a wound several centimeters deep on its back. In an instant, a man and a bear started fighting in the open space. At this time, the strength of both sides seemed to be not much different, but Subai was dazzled. She is actually a warrior at the body tempering stage, and she must have tempered the muscles and bones in her legs. No wonder she can run so fast. Besides, her HP value is probably over 300 points. So amazing! Although he didn't want to admit it, this mysterious girl who looked about the same age as him was indeed far ahead of him in the way of martial arts. If they fought, Subai felt that he might not last more than 30 seconds, even if he had master-level basic swordsmanship, as the gap between their realms was too great. That black bear should be at the mid-level soldier level, but it was seriously injured, and the strength it can exert is only equivalent to the initial level of a soldier. Subai murmured. Ferocious beasts are strong and weak, and humans have divided the beasts of different strength levels into corresponding levels, a total of 9 levels, which just correspond to the 9 stages of human cultivation. From low to high, they are spirit level, soldier level, general level, commander level, king level, emperor level, saint level, and heaven level. The soldier level beasts correspond to human warriors in the body tempering realm. However, since the two have different training methods, the only comparison is the amount of chi and blood value. Chapter 30. My name is Shinjie. Facing a seriously injured soldier-level ferocious beast, Black Bear, if Subai had a sword in his hand, he would not be afraid. Even if he was no match for it in a one-on-one fight, he could help to contain it, and it would not be a big problem. Besides, Subai just killed Wing Mamba, who was in the body forging realm, in the dungeon. Although he dropped the opponent's weapon first, the body forging realm is still the body forging realm. He could kill Wing Mamba alone, so he would definitely not be much worse than the black bear. So Subai shouted, "Help me pull the sword down, I can help you." However, the mysterious girl ignored Subai and devoted herself to the battle, not daring to be distracted in the slightest. This is a life-and-death battle. A slight mistake may result in death. Besides, why are you, a little brother at the Kaimai realm, interfering in this? To put it bluntly, even if you are at the peak of the Kaimai realm, you can't survive more than 3 moves at the hands of this black bear. Seeing that the other party ignored him, Subai was speechless. It was undeniable that the other party was a good person, or at least had a good heart. Even if he had to face the terrifying black bear alone, he was unwilling to let a little scum in the Kaimai realm get involved. But God has mercy on him. Subai felt that if he had a sword in his hand, he would definitely be able to help. So he shouted again unwillingly, "I'm not kidding, I know a master-level martial art. Don't worry, I cherish my life very much and will not go to die." Finally, this sentence sparked a hint of interest in the other party. After all, not everyone can master master-level martial arts. This thing is related to talent. It's just like cultivation, some super geniuses can reach the bodybuilding stage at the age of 12 or 13, but more people only awaken their talents at the age of 17 or 18, there is no comparison at all. The same goes for martial arts. Some people can get the hang of it right away, but others need constant polish and frequent practice to barely get to the point where they can master it. This is what is called talent. Of course, under normal circumstances, these two kinds of talents coexist. If one has a strong talent for cultivation, he or she will generally also have a strong talent for martial arts. If one has a poor talent for cultivation, his or her martial arts will also be poor. There are only a few individuals who are only proficient in one of them, but even so, they are rare talents. "Okay, I'll find a chance, but don't blame me if you die." The girl finally agreed, and then she looked for an opportunity to draw her sword while fighting with the black bear. Finally, after 5 minutes of struggle, the girl found a perfect opportunity, reached out and drew out the sword, and then quickly retreated. "Here you go!" The girl threw the blood-stained sword to Su-bai, who was not far away, and said, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. Even though this black bear is seriously injured, it still has the strength of an entry-level soldier-level beast." Holding the sword again, Su-bai regained his confidence. With a smile on his face, he asked instead, "If you kill this black bear, can you give me one of the crystal cores?" The girl was stunned when she heard this, then she curled her lips and said, "No problem, but you have to survive first." After saying that, the girl rushed towards the black bear first. Seeing this, Su-bai shook the sword in his hand, and an orange-red flame instantly burned up. Basic swordsmanship. With the addition of Su-bai, the girl's pressure was instantly reduced, which forced her to rethink this little brother who was only in the Kaimai realm. Although it is only basic swordsmanship, it must be said that with the support of a master, it has surpassed most of the yellow-level martial arts. The universe is invincible. 10 minutes later, the black bear finally fell down. There were no less than 100 wounds on its body. The blood dyed the ground red and gathered into a stream. The black bear was also exhausted to death by the two men. Su-bai and the girl both gasped for breath, looked at each other, and laughed at the same time. "Yes, there is some strength, but not much," said the girl proudly. "You're not bad, but you have to keep your word." Su-bai didn't argue with her, but went straight to the point, fearing that the other party would selectively forget what she had just promised him. The girl's eyelids jumped when she heard that. "Here you go. Anyway, I didn't expect to get crystal cores at the beginning. By the way, my name is Shinji. What's yours?" "Su-bai." "That's awful." Shinji curled her lips, showing her disdain for Su-bai's name. Then, she skillfully took out 2 translucent crystals about the size of ping-pong balls from the brains of the 2 black bears. They were the crystal cores. The crystal core is the source of power for the ferocious beast. The energy contained in it has many uses. As far as Su-bai knows, it can be made into chi and blood pills, or integrated into weapons. Of course, Su-bai would definitely not use it, but he knew that this thing could be sold for money, and if he sold it for money, wouldn't he be able to use it? "How much is this thing worth?" Su-bai asked. "The market price of a mid-level soldier-level beast crystal core is about 30,000, Shinji said, and put another one into his bag, and then added, "You'd better leave here quickly. The smell of blood may attract more and stronger beasts. If you don't leave now, you may not be able to leave." "Aren't you leaving?" Su-bai asked doubtfully. "I have something to do. Don't even think about trying to curry my favor with me. I'm leaving." Shinji raised her chin proudly, turned around and went into the woods not far away, and soon disappeared into the night. Seeing this, Su-bai's mouth twitched, but he didn't follow. If the other person didn't want to take him with him, there was no need for him to follow him just to please him. Let's go back first. However, it is a bit unexpected that the crystal core of this ferocious beast is so valuable. Su-bai played with the crystal core in his hand, his eyes flickering, and he seemed to be thinking about the ferocious beast. Putting the crystal core into his pocket, Su-bai waited for another minute, looked around, and found that no one was yelling. Then he stretched out his hand and began to stimulate his innate ability. Soul refining! After all, the black bear is a mid-level soldier-level ferocious beast, and its realm is much stronger than Su-bai, so this time the soul refining was particularly long, lasting for a full 13 minutes, which was even longer than the soul refining of all manga. The energy and blood in Su-bai's body began to boil again, and was rising at an exaggerated speed. 256. 266. 276. 286. 290. My chi and blood points soared from 255 points to 290 points. In other words, this soul refining increased my chi and blood points by 35 points. Su-bai's heartbeat quickened. The pleasure of his blood and energy surging made it difficult for him to suppress his inner joy. When he looked at the other black bear, he felt a little regretful, because the soul refining could only be used on those he had participated in, otherwise it would be ineffective. If I had known earlier, I should have stayed far away, even if it was just to provide an assist. It's such a waste. For some reason, Su-bai felt a little distressed. Su-bai let out a long sigh and didn't dare to stay any longer. He had already been delayed for a long time. If a ferocious beast really came here following the smell of blood, he would be in big trouble. Chapter 31 Dumplings. The rest of the journey was smooth sailing for Su Bai. He didn't encounter any other problems and soon returned to the outskirts of Jincheng. Looking at the tightly closed city gates and the guards on duty on the city walls, Su Bai felt inexplicably ridiculous. This was clearly a modern city, but at the outermost edge, there was a circle of super city walls that was 100 meters high. People standing below could not clearly see the faces of the guards on the city wall at night. Moreover, the huge city wall gave people an inexplicable sense of oppression. Of course, it is a modern metropolis after all. Even though it has retro city walls and gates, it is also mixed with a lot of high technology. For example, there is a facial scanning system at the city gate. Su Bai only needs to walk closer and scan his identity information, and he will be immediately known by the guards on the city wall. As long as he gets their consent, he can open the subgate on one side of the city gate and pass through. And this is just the entry process at night. If it is during the day, Su Bai only needs to scan and the city gate will open automatically. Forehead. This doesn't seem to be right, because under normal circumstances, the city gates are open during the day, so there is no need for scanning at all. There will just be guards on duty on both sides of the city gates to check the people and goods passing by. Su Bai, a senior student at Weni Middle School, why are you still out so late? Suddenly, a voice came from the display on the side of the city gate, but there was only Su Bai's projection on the display, and the person who was speaking could not be seen. I went to do a dungeon, so I was delayed. Su Bai explained simply without elaborating. For a student with a clean identity like Su Bai, there is really no need to interrogate him. Soon the subgate of the city gate in front of them opened, and the sound of heavy metal followed. Looking at this latest alloy gate with a thickness of about 5 meters, Su Bai felt his vision was shocked. It is said that this city gate is enough to withstand the bombardment of a strong man in the sky control realm for at least 10 minutes. Of course, those who are strong enough to control the sky would have learned to fly long ago. If they really wanted to attack the city, they would definitely not go through the city gate. So, from another perspective, this city gate is invincible. A strong man who can fly! Su Bai had already entered the city. He turned around and cast his gaze back on the giant city wall that was 100 meters high. He vaguely remembered that there seemed to be a lot of high-tech weapons deployed on these walls, so even a strong man in the sky control realm would probably not dare to force his way in. However, these have nothing to do with Su Bai now. The sky control realm is still too far away for him. His first goal now is to think about how to increase his chi and blood values and strive to break through to the body tempering realm as soon as possible. Su Bai returned to his rented place. He just took out the key and was about to go in when he found a pink insulated box at the door. Yi? Su Bai looked around, but did not see Wan Yi, and a smile appeared on his face. He recognized this insulated box. It belonged to his landlord's daughter, Wan Yi. As for why he recognized it, it was because this was not the first time Wan Yi had done this. When I picked up the thermal box, I saw a pink sticky note on it. Brother Su Bai, why didn't you go home? I can't get through on the phone. These are the dumplings I made myself. Try them. Smiley face. Su Bai entered the house carrying the thermal box, the smile on his face never disappearing. He put the thermal box on the table, and then took out a small box from the cabinet beside him. Opening the small box, it was filled with sticky notes of various colors and styles. Su Bai gently put today's note in, then closed the lid and put it back in the drawer of the cabinet. Sitting back at the table, Su Bai unscrewed the thermal box, and what came into view were more than 20 dumplings with thin skin and thick fillings. A faint trace of heat could be seen on the dumplings. Apart from anything else, this thermal box was quite useful. Looking at the full box of dumplings, Su Bai's appetite grew. He didn't feel it at first, but as soon as he relaxed, he felt tired all over and his stomach was growling with hunger. So delicious! Su Bai ate one dumpling at a time. When he had finished 1/3 of it, he suddenly slapped his head and said, "Oh, how could I forget about Lao Gan Ma?" So he hurriedly got up and ran to the kitchen to take out the half-empty bottle of Lao Gan Ma, and also brought out the last bottle of Coke. Eat dumplings with Lao Gan Ma and then take a gulp of cola. It's so delicious that it's no exaggeration to say it's the most delicious thing on earth. After eating the dumplings, Su Bai covered the thermal box again. It was already 4 a.m., and after sighing for a while, he quickly washed up and went straight back to his room to rest. Subai slept soundly and dreamlessly that night. If the cell phone ringing had not woken him up, he thought he could have slept a little longer. Picking up the phone and glancing at the caller ID, Subai instantly came to his senses. It was none other than his head teacher, Li Pingfan. "Xiao Su, where are you? Why didn't you come to the classroom for class, or go to the martial arts hall to practice martial arts?" Li Pingfan's stern voice came from the phone, and there seemed to be a hint of disappointment. Su Bai had great respect for his head teacher. He could naturally hear the disappointment in the other's words, so he felt a little uncomfortable for some reason. Su Bai took a deep breath, thought for 2 seconds, and said, "Teacher Li, I learned a martial art yesterday and improved my proficiency to the mastery level. I have other things to do today. Don't worry, I know what I am doing." "What? You have already learned a martial art and have improved your proficiency to the mastery level? When did it happen?" There were ding-dong sounds coming from Li Pingfan's side, as if something had fallen to the ground. "It was around 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Didn't Teacher Lu tell you?" Su Bai was confused. "He told me you were a loser. I treated him to a barbecue last night, and he agreed to take care of you for another day today. But you didn't come to school." Su Bai. "Okay, that's it. I'll just hang up for now. You can make your own plans, but remember to go to school for the exam tomorrow." "Okay, I understand, teacher." Beep beep beep. The call was hung up, but before it was hung up, Su Bai seemed to hear Li Pingfan cursing. Su Bai sat on the bed, looking at the black screen of his phone, confused. What was going on? Teacher Lu Xiao, is he so naughty? Teacher Lu you? Su Bai shook his head. He was no longer sleepy at this moment. He looked at the time again, and it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. He got up quickly. He did have a lot of things to do today, so he would not feel sleepy after sleeping for 6 or 7 hours. So Su Bai started to wash his face and brush his teeth, then changed into a clean and tidy set of clothes and went out. Chapter 32, Earth Spirit Grass. After leaving the rental house, Su Bai bought some dry food at a nearby supermarket and headed straight out of the city. The college entrance examination is tomorrow. Although it is a liberal arts exam, he still needs to take it seriously. After all, 20% of the total score in the military subject comes from the liberal arts. So today is the last day for Su Bai to increase his strength before the college entrance examination. His minimum expectation is to increase his qi and blood value to 400 points. By then, even if he cannot break through to the body tempering realm, he can still achieve a good result in the subsequent assessments. The road ahead is long and arduous. Su Bai sighed, but there was always a smile on his face. Under the sunlight, he looked particularly confident. Although 400 points of health value is difficult, he feels that it is possible if he tries hard. As the saying goes, nothing is difficult in the world if one sets his mind to it. This is the truth. Su Bai walked along the main road and soon arrived at the North City Gate. Today, he deliberately stopped and looked up at the 100-meter-high city wall. The magnificent city wall still gave him a heart-shaking sense of oppression. It was precisely with the protection of this magnificent city wall that millions of people in Jincheng could survive. I'm leaving. What I want is never just to survive. There was determination in Su Bai's eyes. It is not difficult to survive, but it is very difficult to live well and not be treated as disposable cannon fodder at a critical moment. Su Bai's figure gradually went away and soon disappeared. Just after Su Bai left, a guy with shifty eyes walked out of the crowd and took out his mobile phone. Hey, Mr. Qian, that guy is out of town again. If nothing unexpected happens, he must have gone to the dungeon location. Okay, got it. Mr. Qian, are we going to take action today? You can decide the time yourself. I only care about the result. By the way, that kid has been acting a little abnormal recently. Bring more people with you this time to deal with him for me. Yes, don't worry, young Master Qian. The ferocious beasts have been unusually active recently. That kid is unlucky. He must have encountered a ferocious beast. The phone was hung up. The guy with shifty eyes looked again in the direction Su Bai left. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then turned around and returned to the city. However, in front of a nearby snack stand, a burly bald man with tattoos slowly turned his head. His ferocious face, which could have stopped a child from crying, revealed a hint of hesitation. "Forget it, let's not meddle in other people's business. The Qian family is not someone a small gangster like me can afford to offend." The bald tattooed man turned back and continued to eat a bowl of spicy tofu pudding on the table. Su Bai walked forward and soon arrived at the place where he and the mysterious girl Xinjiai had killed the black bear last night. At first he was a little nervous, but when he saw only a few bloodstains left on the ground, he breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems that there really were other ferocious beasts that came looking for me in the middle of the night after smelling the blood. Fortunately, I ran fast." Even if the black bear's body was still here and was discovered by someone, most people would not suspect him. What's more, killing the ferocious beast was purely to eliminate harm to the people, and no one would say anything. It was just that Su Bai himself did not want to be exposed. With his heart at ease, Su Bai quickened his pace and arrived at the dungeon area in less than half an hour. He looked around and soon spotted the familiar figure. "Zhang Taidan, are you free?" Su Bai shouted. Hearing someone calling his name, Zhang Taidan, who was drinking happy water, turned around. When he found out it was Su Bai, he immediately trotted over. Of course, he also brought a bottle of iced happy water. "Here." Zhang Taidan handed over the coke in his hand with a smile and asked, "Brother Xiao Su, when did you leave yesterday? You didn't sell the herbs for clearing the dungeon to other people, did you? I can tell you, those people are profiteers, you will be fooled like this." Hearing this, Su Bai's mouth twitched slightly. He first took the coke, unscrewed the bottle cap and took a big gulp. Suddenly, the fatigue and heat that had come along the way disappeared completely. "No, you offered the highest price. I'm not stupid, why should I look for someone else?" Su Bai rolled his eyes. But this answer made Zhang Taidan even more confused, so he asked again in confusion. "Is there something wrong? Did you go back before you could sell it to me?" "Not really." Su Bai continued to shake his head, but he had no intention of keeping the secret. Instead, he took out a herb that was completely different from the usual ones from the cloth bag around his waist. "Look, what kind of herb is this?" As he said this, he handed the herb in his hand to someone else. After taking the herb, Zhang Taidan frowned at first, because he couldn't remember what kind of herb it was. But less than half a minute later, Su Bai heard someone gasping. "Hiss." Zhang Taidan's face was full of disbelief. His eyes almost fell on the herb in his hand. He looked it over and muttered to himself, "Earth Spirit Herb, this is actually Earth Spirit Herb." After a while, Zhang Taidan seemed to come back to his senses. He moved his eyes away from the herbs in his hand and asked, "Brother Xiao Su, where did you get them from?" Hearing the question, Su Bai did not hide anything this time. After all, he had concealed the origin of the qi and blood fruit yesterday. If he concealed it again, it would be more or less unacceptable. "Didn't you ask me where I went yesterday? When I was playing the dungeon yesterday, I encountered nightmare mode and was trapped in it for nearly 10 hours. I finally got out of the dungeon in the middle of the night, and this herb is the final reward of the dungeon." Hiss. The same sound of gasping for air was heard again. Zhang Taidan looked at the earth spirit grass in his hand, then looked at Su Bai, who looked indifferent. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. That's nightmare mode. The chance of entering it is only 0.01%. Even if someone really encounters it, most of them would just dare to stay at the entrance of the dungeon, wait for 24 hours, and then be kicked out by the dungeon. After all, not everyone has the courage to get through nightmare mode. Makes sense, very reasonable. Zhang Taidan once again moved his gaze to the earth spirit grass in his hand and said calmly, "Brother Xiao Su, do you know the function of this herb?" "Nonsense, I don't even know what it's called, and you expect me to know its effect," Su Bai retorted unhappily. He didn't keep this guy in suspense just now, but this guy kept him in suspense instead. Zhang Taidan was not annoyed at being criticized. Instead, he smiled and explained, "The effect of earth spirit grass is actually very simple. You only need to use it as the main ingredient and combine it with some different kinds of auxiliary ingredients to refine an earth spirit pill." "Earth spirit pill? What is that? Can you tell me all at once?" Su Bai glared at Zhang Taidan, as if to say, "If you keep procrastinating, I'm going to chop you up." Chapter 33, Who Can't Last? However, even though Su Bai was like this, Zhang Taidan still had a smile on his face. He was not annoyed at all, and he felt very happy. The Earth Spirit Pill has only one function, which is to increase the level of Earth attribute talent. What? Increase your talent level? When Subai heard this answer, he immediately lost his composure, because a person's talent has been fixed from the moment of awakening. If you are F level, you will be F level for the rest of your life and can never be promoted to E level. He originally thought that he might be the only one in the world who had successfully upgraded his F level talent to the hidden SSS level with the help of the system, but he did not expect that there was also a way to upgrade the level of talent in this world. Although, this method doesn't seem to be easy. Are there no restrictions? Subai asked. Of course there is. Zhang Taidan pointed at the Earth Spirit Grass in his hand and explained. The quality of this Earth Spirit Grass is not that high. It is estimated that the Earth Spirit Pill that can be refined in the end will only be effective for F level and E level talents, especially for E level talents, and the chance of improvement is only about 50%. Although Zhang Taidan began to belittle this Earth Spirit herb, the appearance of the treasure clearly gave it away. Is this guy trying to lower the price? His unscrupulous nature is fully exposed. Subai narrowed his eyes, looked at Zhang Taidan, and asked calmly. Let's get straight to the point. Tell me, how much can you give? Whether it is the Earth Spirit Grass or the refined Earth Spirit Pill, they are completely useless to Subai, so it is better to sell them for money. 50,000, Zhang Taidan said, raising a finger. Ha ha! Subai snatched the Earth Spirit herb and turned away without saying a word. What a joke! No matter how new he is, he must know the value of this thing. It is a treasure that has the potential to change a person's life. How could it be worth only 50,000? Hey, brother Su, don't go! Zhang Taidan quickly grabbed Subai and said with a smile on his face. I'm just kidding you. I'll give you 100,000 yuan. I can't give you more. If I give you more, I'll lose money. Although Earth Spirit Grass can improve talent levels, it is only one of many herbs. Even if it is the main ingredient, its value is only so high, unless it is a higher quality Earth Spirit Grass. To be honest, Subai really didn't understand Zhang Taidan's explanation. He was still a high school student. Unless he went to college and majored in medicinal materials, he wouldn't be able to recognize even 1% of the medicinal materials. 100,000 is actually not a small amount. If you buy health points, you can buy 50 points. And looking at Zhang Taidan's distressed look at this moment, it seems that he is not pretending. What's more, if Subai continues to spend money now, and if he finds out in the future that Zhang Taidan is indeed a profiteer who has cheated him, the worst that can happen is that he will just stop cooperating with him in the future. Okay, 100,000 is 100,000, but don't lie to me, otherwise we won't need to cooperate in the future, Subai said clearly. That's impossible. Zhang Taidan took the Earth Spirit Grass back from Subai with a chuckle. To be honest, the value of this Earth Spirit Grass is only between 80,000 and 100,000. Unless a rich family has a useless cultivator, and it has to be of Earth attribute, it can be sold for a good price. Zhang Taidan put the Earth Spirit Grass into his bag, then took out his phone and prepared to transfer the money. But at this moment, Subai stopped him and said, Wait, in the nightmare copy, I also got a stone. It seems to be some kind of ore. Can you take a look? Zhang Taidan also became interested when he heard that there were other things produced in the nightmare copy. However, after he looked at the fist-sized black ore over and over again, he still frowned and said, I can't tell what this is. If you believe me, I will go back to the city tonight and find someone to ask you. Hearing this proposal, Subai hesitated. After all, the ore was opened from the treasure chest together with the Earth Spirit Grass, so it shouldn't be waste. But he didn't hesitate for too long, and nodded and said, Okay, I believe you. Next, Zhang Taidan happily transferred 100,000 yuan to Subai. Then Subai prepared to go to the next dungeon, and Zhang Taidan returned to his temporary stall and began to solicit other business. I looked at the time. It was exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It was not too late. If I worked hard, I should be able to gain a lot today. Subai directly chose the Death Town and started the solo mode. However, after entering the dungeon, he first called up the system, and then spent all the 100,000 yuan he had just obtained on his health. In this way, his current health value has reached an astonishing 340 points. Now, When Subai was clearing this kind of ordinary dungeon, especially the simplest one among the 3 dungeons, the Death Town, he could just push through it without worrying about consuming too much health points. After all, the total amount of 340 points gave him enough confidence. In the end, when Subai beheaded the final boss with one sword, less than half an hour had passed. This speed was absolutely amazing. Even those who entered in a team might not be able to surpass him. The health value increased by soul refining now is too little. It only increases by 1 point after completing the entire dungeon. Subai looked at the zombie boss with its head and body separated on the ground, feeling a little speechless. He now has a general understanding of the rules of increasing chi and blood through soul refining. First of all, for creatures that have never had soul refining before, the effect of the first soul refining will be very good. Then, the stronger the object of soul refining, the greater the increase. However, it is not known whether there is an upper limit. For example, if the object of soul refining is too strong, will it lead to failure of soul refining? After opening the wooden treasure chest that allowed him to pass the level, Subai took out 4 common medicinal herbs and left the dungeon directly. Congratulations on clearing the Death Town, alone, and receiving the dungeon reward of +1 HP. Not bad. After this trip, my health increased by 2 points. Increasing 2 points of health value in half an hour is actually not slow, it is even very fast. If other people who are doing the dungeon knew about it, they would probably get jealous. So, in the next hour, Subai cleared the Death Town twice in succession, harvested 7 herbs again, and gained 3 points of chi and health. That's right, the last time, apart from the 1 point of health value as a reward for clearing the level, he didn't even gain a single point after refining the souls of monsters in an entire dungeon. After going through 3 dungeons in a row, even the weakest Death Town, Subai was a little tired, and most of his energy and blood were consumed. He simply planned to go to Zhang Tiadan's temporary stall to rest for a while and sell the 11 herbs in his hand. Brother Su, it's only been an hour and a half, and you can't do it anymore? This is not long-lasting. Subai. Not lasting? Who doesn't last? Seeing Subai's darkening face, Zhang Tidan said jokingly, "It's just a joke, don't mind it, little brother Su. I don't want to argue with you. 11 herbs, give me money." Zhang Tidan. Chapter 34, Hulk Brand Pants. 500 yuan received via WeChat. Putting down his phone, Zhang Tidan looked at the 11 herbs on the table and fell into deep thought. Finally, he looked at Subai with disbelief and said calmly, "Brother Su, I wronged you. You are not short-lived at all. You are a fast boy." Subai. Subai had no good way to deal with Zhang Tidan, who always talked nonsense, but as long as the money was in hand, everything would be fine. "Brother Su, which school are you from? Nanshan Wuzhong? Shichen Wuzhong? Or Wei Middle School?" Zhang Tidan finally couldn't help but ask the doubts in his heart. "Why are you asking so many questions?" Subai frowned slightly and became alert. Seeing this, Zhang Tidan immediately showed a bright smile. "Ha ha ha, Xiao Su brother, don't be nervous, I'm just asking casually, I'm just curious, because I know all the geniuses in the 3 martial arts schools in Jicheng." The meaning of Zhang Tiadan's words is very clear. It roughly means, where did you come from? However, Subai just smiled and said nothing. After a long while, he replied, "Guess. Do you want to guess? Guess, do you want me to guess?" Zhang Tidan. After resting for about an hour, all the energy and blood that had been consumed previously were restored, so Subai said goodbye and left, preparing to continue to the next level. Each dungeon can be completed 3 times a day, so Subai naturally cannot waste it. In the past few days, it took him too long to complete a dungeon, so he could only complete a dungeon 3 times a day. But now it's different. With 1 copy every half an hour, he is fully capable of running 9 copies a day to maximize his profits. This time, Subai chose the Goblin Cave. After entering the copy, he still recharged all the money that Zhang Tidan had just transferred to him into the system. The total amount was 16,500 yuan. After a little thought, he used 10,000 yuan to buy 5 points of health value, and the remaining 6,500 yuan was used to buy 65 blind boxes. Blind box, props. After opening, there is a chance to obtain SSS level talents, artifacts, god level martial arts, mythical beast pets, and other precious items. Moreover, every blind box will not let you return empty-handed. Today's guaranteed product is 1 yuan lighter. What a guaranteed product! It can't be priced more than $1, right? Subai complained with gritted teeth. Although blind boxes are a bit of a rip-off, if you are lucky and get some top-notch items, you will really make a fortune. For example, the chi and blood fruit that I got last time was very good. After a while of praying, Subai shouted, "How can a gambler lose every day? How can a child cry every night? System, open it for me. Thank you for your patronage, get a guaranteed product. Thank you for your patronage, get a guaranteed product. Thank you for your patronage, get a guaranteed product." 65 blind boxes are not a lot, so they were opened quickly. However, Subai's expression gradually became ugly as the number of blind boxes decreased. Damn, today's blind boxes are all lighters? Subayern was so upset. Thank you for your patronage, get a guaranteed product. Thank you for your patronage, get a guaranteed product. Damn it, I will never open a blind box again. Looking at the number of blind boxes that was about to run out, Subai gritted his teeth and swore a poisonous oath. However, just as he finished speaking, the system light screen appeared automatically. Congratulations on winning 1 pair of Hulk brand shorts. The product catalog has been automatically unlocked. Subai. As the system voice sounded, a pair of black shorts appeared in front of Subai. It would be a bit one-sided to call them shorts because they seem to be a pair of shorts. The fabric of these pants feels very silky, and I don't know what material they are made of, but the Hulk brand pants. Oh my god, it can't be! Subai's whole body shuddered, his eyes focused on the pair of shorts in his hand, and then immediately a series of detailed information about the shorts appeared. Hulk brand underpants, props underpants made of special materials, not easily damaged, and can change according to the user's body shape. The introduction was simple, but clear, and there was nothing wrong with it. This was the pair of pants in Subai's memory. Bullets couldn't penetrate it, flames couldn't ignite it, and even the huge body of Hulk after his transformation couldn't break it. Many people used to joke that the most valuable thing to study in the Avengers is the pair of shorts worn by Hulk. No matter what method you use, you can't damage the pair of shorts at all. But I'm not Hulk, what's the use of this thing for me? Subai's face turned black. There were 65 blind boxes, and this shit came out. It would give anyone a headache. After opening the system store, Subai took a look and was immediately shocked, because the price of the pair of shorts really surprised him. Product, Hulk brand shorts / price 10,000. That's it. It was sold for 10,000? So I made a fucking profit of 3,500, right? Subai's mouth twitched suddenly. He didn't feel any pleasure of making money, but instead felt like he had lost a lot. Although this thing looks invulnerable, it does not increase any defense. It seems that all the defense is focused on itself, and it doesn't care about the life or death of its owner at all. Oh, forget it, let's just consider the 6,500 yuan this time as a waste. Subai looked at the pile of lighters on the ground. He just symbolically put one in his trouser pocket, and had no plan to take the rest with him. As for the Hulk brand shorts, he thought about it and threw them on the ground. He would not turn into the Hulk like the Hulk, so there was no use for this thing. If there is a Hulk in this world, I might consider selling my pants to him. Wait a minute! Suddenly, Subai paused in his steps. He turned around to look at the underpants thrown on the ground behind him, and recalled the scene when Brother Tiger transformed that night. It seemed that after Brother Tiger transformed, his clothes and pants were directly shattered, leaving only a pair of underwear still on his body, but it had been torn into several pieces. Moreover, what kind of underwear should be able to withstand Tiger's transformation? 4 prongs, 5 prongs, or even 6 prongs? Wouldn't such big underwear fall off when worn on a daily basis? Wouldn't it be uncomfortable? But if I don't wear it, if I transform, won't it directly attract the river crab beast? Thinking of this, Subai took a breath of cold air. He had a vague illusion that he might really get rich. It seems like I have discovered something incredible. Maybe soon the whole world will go crazy for this pair of pants. Subai picked up the shorts again, feeling excited. If the chi and blood fruit could not be sold at will, then the Hulk brand shorts. This thing was not related to cultivation and was just a consumable. As long as he controlled it well and was proficient in it, could he sell it at will? Chapter 35, Cooperation. In this world, there are quite a few warriors with the talent of beast transformation, and almost 90% of them can increase their body size through beast transformation. In other words, any warrior who has awakened the talent of beast transformation is basically Su-Bai's potential customer. If I buy it from the system, it's 10,000 yuan per piece, and I can sell it for 30,000 or 50,000 yuan. That's not too much, right? Su-Bai thought about it, and his eyes narrowed with joy. Putting the shorts into the cloth bag, Su-Bai suppressed the excitement in his heart, then drew out his sword and began to slaughter the goblins inhumanely. After a round of killing, Su-Bai's health value didn't even increase by 1 point, which was speechless. It seems that this kind of ordinary monster can no longer increase my health value, not even the boss can do it. Su-Bai sighed. However, although soul refining cannot increase the value of qi and blood, it can still maintain the recovery of injuries. Su-Bai feels that the organs he lost have solidified to a very high degree, and he estimates that he will be healed soon. Congratulations on clearing the Goblin Cave alone and receiving a copy reward of +1 HP. Congratulations on clearing the Goblin Cave alone. Congratulations. Another hour and a half later, Su-Bai opened up 3 Goblin Caves in succession, and his health value increased by another 3 points due to the forced increase in the settlement. Not bad, 10 herbs, 3 points of health, not bad at all. Su-Bai brought herbs and went to Zhang Tiedan's stall for the second time. When he saw Su-Bai coming, the smile on Zhang Tiedan's face was like a blooming chrysanthemum. Brother Su, what did you get? Zhang Tiedan raised the mobile phone in his hand, and the meaning was clear. Give! Su-Bai was also straightforward and handed over the 10 herbs. Soon he received another transfer of 15,000 yuan on WeChat. Zhang Tiedan happily accepted the herbs, then took out a bottle of iced cola from the mobile refrigerator beside him and said, Brother Xiao Su, give me a bottle of Coke, it's my treat. Su-Bai didn't refuse. In this horrible weather, having a bottle of iced cola would definitely be a great experience. Brother Su, we have found a buyer for the Earth Spirit Grass. Zhang Tiedan sat down on a chair nearby and spoke lightly. So fast? Su-Bai was a little surprised. It had only been less than 3.5 hours since he sold the Earth Spirit Grass to Zhang Tiedan, and he had already found a buyer. So he asked with a little curiosity, What's the price? 110,000. After Zhang Tiedan said this, he seemed worried that Su-Bai would not believe it, so he opened the chat history on his mobile phone. Sure enough, the final price agreed upon was 110,000. To be honest, when Su-Bai saw the price, he found it unbelievable. After all this operation, Zhang Tiedan could only make 10,000 yuan. It turned out that the 80,000 to 100,000 yuan he mentioned before was not a lie, but the truth. For no reason, Su-Bai trusted Zhang Tiedan even more, so he was now very conflicted about whether or not he should sell the Hulk brand shorts to him. After all, he has no time to look for clients. Not to mention that he has an exam tomorrow. Even if he doesn't have an exam, he still has to play dungeons or learn more martial arts. He simply doesn't have enough time. After careful consideration, Su-Bai decided to take out the Hulk brand shorts. As he said, this thing is not a cultivation item. Even if there are a lot of them, it will not affect anything. It is even possible that some strong people with beastly talents will thank him for the appearance of the Hulk brand shorts. Of course, Su-Bai didn't expect any thanks. He just needed money now, the more the better. Su-Bai took out the Hulk brand shorts from the cloth bag, and then threw them casually on the table, smiling and said, I have another treasure, what price can you sell it for? Hearing this, Zhang Tiedan put down the Coke in his hand, and then took the Hulk brand shorts on the table with surprise and examined them in his hand, but no matter how he looked at it, it was just an ordinary pair of shorts. Brother Xiao Su, are you planning to do clothing wholesale? This material is quite good and feels smooth. If I ask for a price, 200 yuan should be enough to sell it. Su-Bai. Fuck your 200 yuan, it costs me 10,000 yuan to buy the goods, okay? Try to tear it hard. If you break it, it's my fault. Su-Bai's face twitched twice and he said helplessly. Hearing Su-Bai say this, Zhang Tiedan did not hesitate. It was just a pair of trousers. Even if Su-Bai asked him to compensate for it, how much would it be worth? So without saying a word, he grabbed one side of the pants with each hand and pulled them towards both sides. Suddenly, the originally ordinary pants were pulled by Zhang Taidan to more than 1 meter wide in an instant. Note that it was not more than 1 meter long, but more than 1 meter wide. And this is just the limit of Zhang Tiedan's arm width, not the limit of his pants. Hey, what is this? It's so elastic? Zhang Taidan let go, and the pants that had just been pulled to more than 1 meter wide instantly returned to their original shape without any deformation. Zhang Taidan didn't believe it. He stood up, tied the corner of his trousers to the table leg, and said, "Brother Xiao Su, help me hold the table down." "Okay." Su Bai nodded happily. In fact, he was also very curious about the limit of this pair of pants. So next, Zhang Taidan pulled the other corner of his pants, and started to move away little by little. 1 meter, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. "I'm just sloppy. Zhang Taidan looked around and found that no one was paying attention to him, so he immediately ran back, as if he was afraid that others would discover the abnormal situation here. "Brother Xiao Su, this pair of pants is amazing. The width has expanded to 10 meters without any damage, and it takes almost no effort. In other words, even if a person with a waist width of 10 meters wears it, it will not be uncomfortable. This is simply..." Even with Zhang Tiedan's knowledge and character, he was a little incoherent for a moment. As a businessman, he knew too well the value of this pair of pants. Just listening to Zhang Tiedan's words about a person with a 10-meter wide waist wearing it, Su Bai felt a headache, but he didn't care about it. Instead, he smiled and asked, "How much do you think this pair of pants is worth now?" 20,000, no. 50,000, no. 100,000. Zhang Taidan frowned for a moment. He hesitated for a few seconds, then stared at Su Bai with a sharp gaze and asked very seriously, "Brother Su, I don't want to ask how you made this pair of pants. I just want to know how many you can make every day, 1 pair? Or 2 pairs? This was a very good question, and Su Bai was at a loss for an answer. The system was priced at 10,000 yuan per unit, and as long as he had the money, quantity was not a problem. However, even though Su Bai had never done business before, he knew that too much is as bad as too little. If there were too many at one time, they would definitely depreciate. And the most important thing was that he was just one person and he didn't have any factory. If he took out his pants without limit, that would not be justified. Chapter 36, 50 to 50. 2. I can produce 2 at most per day, Su Bai replied with certainty. Okay. Zhang Taidan slammed his hand on the table, and 2 bottles of Coke flew into the air. Fortunately, Su Bai was quick to catch them, otherwise they would have spilled all over his body. However, Zhang Taidan didn't care about these details. He had an unusually bright smile on his face. "Brother Su, I can only say that this kind of pants is in great demand, and I can't tell you the exact price right now. So I'll give you a deposit of 10,000 yuan first, and you wait for me to sell this pair of pants, and then we'll split the profits 50 to 50, how about that?" Hearing this, Su Bai narrowed his eyes, thinking that you just want to be beautiful, so he said lightly, 91 points. His brother Xiao Su, your knife is really cruel. No, 40:60. 28. 30/70ths. Make a deal. Zhang Taidan. Wait, why do I have the illusion that I'm working for you? Zhang Tiedan's face was full of melancholy. Don't worry, Taidan. No, brother Taidan, you see, I'm giving you the underpants, and you can sell them exclusively. Although I have to give you 70% of the final profit, you don't have to pay a penny. It's such a good deal. The smile on Su Bai's face became even brighter. In fact, now they are a bit like shippers and channel dealers. Although channel dealers do not spend a penny, their manpower, time, and resources are all invisible expenses. Su Bai believed that even if he only took 70% of the profits, he would definitely make more than if he personally found customers and negotiated prices. After all, everyone has their own expertise, and compared with these profiteers, he was still too inexperienced. As for whether Zhang Taidan would give him a random quote, such as selling it for 100,000 but only offering 50,000, Su Bai felt that this kind of thing would unlikely happen. First of all, from the contact in the past few days, even if Zhang Taidan wants to make money from you, he will cheat you openly, and will not do these tricks behind your back. In addition, Zhang Taidan had always intended to invest in him, such as purchasing medicinal herbs at high prices. Although he did not give him money directly, he made him earn tens of thousands more in disguise. Finally, he has the exclusive channel for Hulk brand shorts, and no one except him can produce the same product, so as long as Zhang Taidan is not stupid, he will never do such a stupid thing. Okay, then I'll go back and organize a marketing campaign. I won't sell this first one for less than 200,000. Zhang Taidan showed a cunning expression on his face, and then asked, By the way, what about the other one? It's gone today. Send the address to my phone later and I'll ask someone to deliver it to you tomorrow morning, Su Bai said. Of course, he couldn't conjure one out of thin air in front of Zhang Taidan. That would be too shocking, so this was the only way. Okay, Brother Su, just wait for the money this time. Zhang Taidan's shoulders twitched and he smiled in a very obscene way. Su Bai felt uncomfortable all over, and quickly stood up and said, It's getting late, I have to go to the next book. Well, okay, but I'm going back now. I need to plan carefully for the ore you gave me and the pants. If I operate well, the money I earn in one day may be enough for me for half a month. By the way, does this pair of pants have a name? Su Bai thought for 2 seconds after hearing this, and then said, Let's call it Hulk brand pants. Su Bai left Zhang Taidan's stall and chose the last copy, which was the Minotaur's lair. This time, he did not encounter any nightmare mode. Instead, the Minotaur's lair in normal mode was sunny, with blue sky and white clouds, and even many flying birds and small animals. This was completely different from the depressing blood-red world. Of course, the monsters here are only slightly stronger than those in the previous 2 copies. For Su Bai now, it is still an easy task. Moreover, Su Bai soon discovered that there was only one boss in the Minotaur's lair in normal mode, and it was not even any of the ones in nightmare mode, but an ordinary Minotaur with a larger body and no unique name. Wang Zaka, Wang Har, and Wang Mamba, these 3 guys are actually just unique monsters in nightmare mode. Su Bai was a little surprised. But on second thought, this seems very normal. After all, in the previous 2 copies, the final boss guarding the level did not have a name. I suddenly want to enter the nightmare mode of the other 2 copies and take a look, Su Bai muttered to himself. Since he could clear the nightmare mode of the Minotaur's lair, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to clear the nightmare modes of the other 2 dungeons. In fact, it might even be easier as his strength improves. But he couldn't enter nightmare mode whenever he wanted. The chance of it being triggered was 0.01%. It was unclear whether he would encounter it again in his lifetime. The difficulty of the Minotaur's lair is relatively higher, and the dungeon map is about twice as large, so it takes Su Bai about 50 minutes to complete a single dungeon, which is 20 minutes slower than the previous 2 dungeons. However, it must be said that as the difficulty of the dungeon increased, the rewards in the final treasure chest also increased. The first time I harvested 6 herbs, but the second time I directly harvested 7 herbs. Just 2 times was more than what I gained from playing the other 2 dungeons 3 times. It's already 7 o'clock in the afternoon. If I get off the bus for the last time, it might be dark when I come out. Su Bai looked up at the sky. The sun was only left with its afterglow. The people around him became sparse, and even the businessmen were almost gone. Everyone knows that wandering around outside the city at night is irresponsible for your own life. I have an exam tomorrow, and I probably won't have time to do another dungeon later. I'll try my best. I'll run faster this last time. Su Bai gritted his teeth and decided to use up his last chance. The rewards in the Minotaur's lair were too rich and he really didn't want to waste it. So, Su Bai resolutely teleported into the dungeon. Because he was familiar with the route and monster distribution, it only took 45 minutes for Su Bai to kill the dungeon boss. He opened the treasure chest and harvested 7 more herbs. After 3 trips, he harvested a total of 20 herbs. Converted into money, that would be 30,000 yuan, which was enough for him to increase his health value 15 times. Su Bai put the herbs into the cloth bag. He did not leave the copy immediately, but sat cross-legged on the spot and began to recover his strength and blood. Just like this, another half an hour passed. He finally opened his eyes and walked into the teleportation vortex. Congratulations on clearing the Minotaur's lair alone, and receiving a dungeon reward of +1 HP. After leaving the copy, Su Bai looked around and found that there was indeed no one there. The sky had already turned completely dark, but the crescent moon hanging in the sky could still barely illuminate the earth, so that it was not so dark that one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. Chapter 37, Mysterious Envelope. Hey, what is this? A letter? Just when Subai was about to leave, he found a letter on the ground, and on the envelope, the words Subai received were clearly written. Left by Zhang Taidan? Subai looked around and didn't see anyone. After thinking about it carefully, it was unlikely that it was left by Zhang Taidan, because the last time he entered the copy, Zhang Taidan had already packed up and went back. And this letter must have been dropped here not long ago, otherwise with so many people coming and going around, it would be impossible for not even a footprint to be left here. With curiosity and vigilance, Subai bent down to pick up the envelope and opened it. There was actually only a small note inside. But when he saw the words on the note clearly, his face changed drastically. Boy, someone wants to kill you tonight, be careful. The handwriting is very illegible and there are typos. Was written as? I guess the cultural level is not high. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that the mysterious person who gave him the information actually said that someone was going to kill him tonight. A prank? Subai shook his head again. He felt that no one would be so boring. Moreover, no one he knew could write like this, not to mention there were typos. Someone wants to kill me. Is it Brother Tiger who I beat up that day? That can't be possible. Subai didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so he naturally held back. Even though Brother Tiger was covered in blood at the time, those were just superficial injuries and not fatal at all. It was just a minor punishment at most. Thinking of this, Subai's tone became low. When you eliminate the wrong answers one by one, the remaining one must be the correct answer. Wui middle school bully, Qian Xiaohao, are you going to kill me? Logically speaking, one of them was in Wenyi Middle School and the other in Wui Middle School, and they were from completely two different worlds. However, a girl named Zhou Xiaoxi forcibly brought together two people who might never have any intersection in their entire lives. Women! Subai felt a headache. He had no doubt that Qian Xiaohao would kill him. If the other party was not a cruel and ruthless person, his previous incarnation would not have been beaten to death, and he would not have traveled through time. From what I remember, although Qian Xiaohao is a domineering person, his talent and strength are indeed not weak. It is said that he had already broken through to the body-tempering realm in the first semester of his senior year. After 6 months of training, I'm afraid he will only become stronger. However, even if that guy wants to kill me, he probably won't do it himself. I beat Tigerback last time. This time, I estimate that his strength will be at least at the peak of Kaimai realm, or even at the Jinti realm. Subai took a deep breath. There was only one way back to Jincheng. If he wanted to avoid a possible ambush, he had to take a detour. But if you take a detour in the wilderness, you might run into some ferocious beasts, and you might die a more miserable death. We can only go back along the road, otherwise it will be even more dangerous. Subai made the decision without much thought. First of all, the other party certainly doesn't know that his current strength has actually become several times stronger than it was a few days ago. This is an information gap. Now he has obtained key intelligence, and will not be caught off guard. In this way, there is nothing to be afraid of. Subai stuffed the note back into the envelope, and then put the envelope into the cloth bag. If someone really wanted to attack him tonight, he would not be stingy in repaying the person who wrote to him in the future. So, Subai started to return along the road under the moonlight. His speed was not very fast because he had to maintain sufficient physical strength at all times. As for his eyes, he was always looking around to prevent any danger that might come at any time. 10 kilometers. 8 kilometers. 6 kilometers. 4 kilometers. Along the way, Subai did not encounter any danger, not even the slightest sign of trouble. Just when he began to suspect whether someone was really playing a prank, suddenly, something strange happened. Whoosh! An arrow streaked across the night sky, sounding particularly crisp in the silent night. Subai dodged the moment he heard the sound, but the arrow was so fast that it brushed past his cheek and left a trail of blood. It was a close call. If I hadn't been alert all the time, this arrow would have taken my life. Subai felt the stinging pain on his left cheek. While he was feeling relieved, a surge of anger also broke out. Oh, your reaction is not slow, but it's a pity that it's useless. At this moment, a group of people came out from the weeds and big trees on both sides of the road. They all had fierce looks on their faces and mocking eyes. They looked at Subai as if he was a lamb to be slaughtered. The leader was a man with a wretched appearance and a thin body. He held an alloy longbow in his hand. The arrow just now came from his hand. There were a total of 15 people lying in ambush here. They formed a circle, blocking every possible escape route for Subai. "Who are you? I'm just a student and I don't have any money. Even if you want to rob me, you should change your target," Subai said, pretending to be ignorant. The wretched man in the lead let out a sinister chuckle. He stared at Subai with his tiny eyes and said, "No, we are waiting for you, a student in class 3 of Winnie Middle School, Subai, right? I haven't offended you, have I?" Subai asked loudly. The wretched man slowly approached, his shoulders shaking, the smile on his face becoming more perverted. "But you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended. Your life is worth 1 million now. Look how valuable you are." Even Subai himself was shocked when he heard the number of 1 million. An ordinary person might not be able to earn so much money in decades. Although warriors are better off, their consumption is also extremely high, so 1 million is really a huge sum of money. "Wui Middle School's Qian Xiaohao asked you to come, right? Oh? You are not stupid, but unfortunately you will die tonight." The wretched man raised the longbow again and put an arrow on the bowstring. But seeing this scene, Subai just silently pulled out the long sword behind him, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "You are weaker than I expected." The wretched man was a little puzzled when he heard that. There were 15 of them, including him. 3 of them were at the peak of Kaimai realm. With this configuration, they could surround and kill even a person who had just broken through to body tempering realm. But for some reason, he suddenly felt a little uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. Chapter 38: Killing 4 people with 1 sword. Subai held the sword tightly in his hand and shook his wrist lightly. The next moment, blazing flames rose from the edge of the sword. He never expected that the people who came to attack and kill him this time would be so low level. Only the wretched man who was the leader might be slightly stronger than Brother Tiger that night. The rest were all what kind of people? Although there are 2 others who are also at the peak of Kaimai realm, I feel that they are not as good as Brother Tiger. I estimate that their talents are also F level, comparable to Subai's previous weak fire talent. "What are you laughing at?" The wretched man felt more and more that something was wrong. There were so many of them, but the boy was still laughing. If he was not crazy, then he was really confident. However, the wretched man was also a ruthless man who had killed several people on his hands. He gritted his teeth and in an instant, an arrow flew out with a speed comparable to a pistol bullet. Subai was well prepared. The moment the arrow was shot, he raised his sword and slashed in front of him. His master-level basic swordsmanship allowed him to accurately pinpoint a certain moment in time. There was only a crisp sound of "dang," and the long sword actually hit the arrow with a speed comparable to that of a bullet. This sudden scene shocked everyone present. With their eyesight, they could not even see clearly the trajectory of the arrow, let alone hitting it with a sword. "Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" A hint of ferocity flashed through the wretched man's eyes again. He quickly opened the long bow in his hand and shot out another arrow. But there was still no change in the final result. As if Subai could really see the arrow clearly, he cut off the incoming arrow for the second time. The wretched man was completely furious. He shouted, "Everyone, come together and distract him. I'll kill him!" The others did not hesitate at all when they heard the order. This was not the first time they had done something like this, and they cooperated very well. Their strength is indeed not strong, but they have the powerful weapon of the wretched man. Any warriors in the Kaimai realm, and even most of the bodybuilding realm warriors, cannot resist the penetration of the arrows. A few months ago, they used this method to surround and kill a strong man in the bodybuilding realm. The dozen or so people each took out their weapons and rushed forward with grim smiles on their faces. They planned to use the same old trick again, using numbers to suppress Subai, and then give the wretched man a chance to kill him with 1 blow. "Ha ha ha, kid, die!" A sturdy man holding a machete rushed the fastest. He jumped 3 meters high. Both his strength and speed were very powerful. "He is comparable to the gatekeeper boss of Death Town." A hint of sarcasm and disdain flashed across Subai's lips. This burly man was one of the 3 people at the peak of Kaimai realm, and his strength was quite good. But if it were just this level, Subai would choose to push through the dungeon. The reason why the next dungeon takes so long is entirely because the dungeon is too large and 90% of the time is wasted on the journey. Basic swordsmanship. Subai thrust out his sword and hit the opponent's blade very accurately. It was obvious that Subai was just standing still, but the opponent was rushing towards him at the fastest speed. However, after the two collided, he did not retreat a single step, while the opponent flew backwards instead. It's much weaker than that, cow. Subai shook his head, looking very disappointed. This move immediately frightened the rest of the people, but these people were all ruthless people who would never hesitate to take risks. After a brief moment of fear, they rushed up again. The higher the realm, the harder it is to defeat the enemy. On the contrary, the lower the realm, the easier it is to defeat the enemy above your level. Even though these people knew they were no match for Subai in a one-on-one fight, they still dared to fight to the death relying on their numbers. But they soon discovered that even though Subai was besieged by more than a dozen of them, he still seemed to be at ease. At this time, even the wretched man changed his expression. Fuck, what's wrong with this kid? He's obviously only at the Kaimai realm, but how can his combat power be so terrifying? The wretched man had been aiming his longbow at Subai, waiting for an opportunity. He was indeed shocked by the fighting power displayed by Subai, but he was still confident that he could kill the opponent. As long as the arrow could hit the opponent, let alone a small Kaimai realm, even the physical defense of the body tempering realm would not be able to withstand it. Right now, a hint of joy appeared in the wretched man's eyes, and his white fingers loosened slightly. In an instant, an arrow flew into the air. The two sides were no more than 100 meters apart, but the speed of the arrow exceeded the speed of sound. Without being able to concentrate on staring at the wretched man, even Subai would not be able to dodge the arrow. However, how could Subai not be prepared at all? He was surrounded by more than a dozen people. One of the important reasons why he had not killed anyone until now was that he was on guard against the wretched man in the distance. Qian-kun invincible you! As his moves changed, a circle of translucent sword energy appeared outside Subai's body. These sword energies could greatly reduce the incoming damage, store the damage, and finally counterattack. Phew! The sound of an arrow hitting flesh was heard, but the fatal blow that everyone expected did not appear. The arrow did hit Subai's abdomen, but it only penetrated 3/4 of the flesh. To say that it was a minor injury would be an exaggeration. Defensive martial arts! The wretched man's pupils shrank suddenly, and he felt something was wrong. He just saw clearly that when the arrow was about to hit the target, it passed through a layer of translucent sword energy film, and then the power of the arrow was directly weakened by more than 70%. In other words, the physical strength of a warrior in the Kaimai realm is actually no different from that of an ordinary person. If it were a warrior in the tempering body realm, this arrow might not even be able to hit the target. Qian-kun is invincible attack! The pain from his abdomen stimulated Subai's nerves. He didn't wait until he reached his limit and switched between offense and defense, sweeping out with the sword tip carrying flames. Puff, puff, puff. Several screams were heard immediately. Subai did not hold back at all with this sword. He directly cut 4 of them in half. They were not dead yet. They rolled back and forth on the ground, letting out heart-wrenching screams. The screams of their companions made the others stunned for a moment, and then they all looked at Subai with horror. Among these 4 people, there were actually 3 other warriors at the peak of the Kaimai realm. In other words, with this sword, Subai basically killed all of the opponent's high-end combat power. Don't be afraid, everyone. He just used a defensive martial art, so he definitely can't use it again. You guys hold him back. Once this is over, we'll split the commission equally. Seeing that people's hearts were in turmoil, the wretched man immediately started shouting, especially the last sentence. The square commission really made these people excited. You know, in the past, the bulk of the commissions were taken by the wretched man and the other 3 people at the peak of the Kaimai realm, and they, as his younger brothers, could only get a small share. But this time it's different. With a commission of 1 million, there are only 11 people left, which means each person can get about 100,000 yuan, which is definitely not a small amount. Chapter 39, Getting Rich. Under the temptation of money, these people suppressed their inner fear. Their eyes were red, and they looked at Subai with lingering hatred, as if Subai's life was delaying their making money. Kill him! Brothers, come on, after we finish this job, We can live comfortably for half a year. Ha ha ha, brothers, kill him, and each of you find a big butt woman tonight. These people are crazy. They laugh wildly and wave their weapons. They have become slaves to money and are desperate. However, the gap in hard power did not have any effect on their madness. They even neglected their defense, causing Subai to succeed repeatedly. 1, 2, 3. Just when Subai killed the third person, suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air was heard again, and Subai's heart was immediately alarmed. Qian-kun, invincible you! Phew! Another arrow flew through the crowd and hit Subai's chest accurately, but fortunately, this arrow did not pierce the heart. Qian-kun is invincible attack! Ah! Ah! Several screams were rang out again. It had only been less than a minute since the battle began, but as many as 10 people had been killed. The remaining 4 people looked at each other, the fanaticism in their eyes had disappeared, and only endless fear remained. Run! Dead, all dead! Ah! The remaining 4 also fell in a pool of blood. They opened their eyes wide, and even until their death they could not understand why, with so many people, they could not even beat a guy in the Kaimai realm, and were instead all killed. You are not in Kaimai realm, you are a warrior in Jienti realm! The wretched man's face was covered with cold sweat. He roared loudly, then drew his bow and shot an arrow. At this time, he did not need to avoid accidentally hurting his own people, and his archery speed also increased dramatically. But it was useless. With Subai's agile running, these arrows could not hit him at all. Even if the wretched man judged Subai's moving path in advance, Subai could use his master-level swordsmanship to knock the arrows away. A few seconds later, Subai rushed to the front of the wretched man. A man who was good at long-range attacks was approached by someone who was good at close combat, which almost doomed him to defeat. Subai raised his sword and swung it down, and the flaming sword tip directly cut off the wretched man's hands, leaving him with no power to resist. Looking at the wretched man screaming on the ground, Subai did not feel any guilt at all. Instead, he felt inexplicably refreshed. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I have money! I have money! The wretched man rolled on the ground in pain, begging for mercy. Oh! Give me all, and I may consider sparing your life, Subai said with a grin, a kind smile on his face. The wretched man grimaced in pain, but still managed to say, My phone is in my bag. Subai squatted down and quickly found a mobile phone in the other person's backpack. The phone was a new model, apparently a new model launched this year, and seemed to be quite expensive. Password 123456. Wow, your secret is really unique. After entering the password, the phone was indeed opened. Before Subai could ask, the wretched man took the initiative to speak. There are still 30,000 yuan in WeChat and 210,000 yuan in the bank card. The passwords are both 0000000. When Subai heard that the other party still had more than 200,000 yuan in savings, his breathing became a little faster. He opened WeChat and bank card to check, and sure enough, it was correct. Without saying a word, Subai transferred the money in WeChat to his own WeChat, and also transferred all the money in the bank card to his own card. 30121 yuan received via WeChat. Huaxia Bank's account with the last number 4343 received 211,341 yuan. Brother, big brother, I've given you all the money, and you said you wouldn't kill me, the wretched man said excitedly. However, Subai did not reply immediately. Instead, he pointed to a dozen corpses not far away and asked, Where are theirs? Brother, I really don't know. Besides, they don't have much money. They just spend whatever they have. Brother, please let me go, begged the wretched man. Subai looked at the corpses and felt a little sorry, but since they were all dead, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't just take each of their cell phones back to the city to flash them, right? Now that these people died here, it can be said that they died in the mouths of ferocious beasts, but if he dared to take those mobile phones away, he would not be far from being investigated. Although the world is in chaos, if a powerless person like Subai kills someone, the final result can be imagined, so no one can be spared. Subai swung the sword in his hand and beheaded the wretched man. Yes, he broke his promise, but was it necessary to keep his promise to such a person? I'm rich, 240,000, this guy is really a timely help. Subai looked at the WeChat and bank card balance on his phone, and couldn't stop smiling. With this money, his chi and blood value can increase a lot, and he is one step closer to the full chi and blood value of 600. Next, Subai began to try to refine the souls of these people. What he didn't expect was that soul refining could actually be used on humans, and the effect seemed to be even better. For monsters of the same strength, the effect is probably only 1/3 of these people. What's the reason for this? Subai was slightly surprised. As the number of people he refined increased, the 2 places on his body that had just been shot had actually grown new flesh and recovered completely, and his chi and blood value had increased by 1 point. I can think about killing people to refine their souls in the future. However, the targets can only be bad people, such as these guys today. Although Subai is not a good person, he will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. What's more, he has a system. Even if the effect of killing people to refine souls is very good, can it be as fast as the system to improve strength? Awa. Awa. At this time, the sound of wolf howling was heard from afar. The smile on Subai's face froze. He ran away without saying anything. There are no ordinary wolves in this world. Once they appear, they are definitely ferocious beasts. It is probably the smell of blood here that attracted the wolves. If he doesn't run away, he will become a meal for the wolves. After running all the way, Subai returned to Jincheng not long after. When the guards found people outside the city, they were slightly surprised, but they did not ask too many questions. They just let them go after a routine check. Just as Subai entered the city gate and hurried back to his residence along the main street, a burly figure walked out of the darkness. The burly figure appeared at noon. The bald tattooed man who was eating tofu pudding here was also the gang leader who was taught a lesson by Subai 2 nights ago, Brother Tiger. Brother Tiger stared at Subai's back as he left, with complex emotions in his eyes. The letter at the door of the copy was left by him. It's just that I originally thought that even with the reminder in the letter, Subai would most likely not come back, but the fact is that Subai came back. Those who went to cause trouble will probably disappear from Jincheng forever after today. Chapter 40, Invincible in the Universe Master Level. System, recharge me, top it up, ha 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 ha. After Subai returned to the rental house and finished washing up, he sat on the bed and shouted excitedly. Ding, congratulations on your successful Krypton gold purchase and obtaining 240,000 points. Looking at the points in the system panel breaking through to 6 digits for the second time, Subai felt a surge of emotion in his heart. Thinking back to when he first activated the system, he had gritted his teeth and walked into an organ trafficking point on the black market, losing half his life for a mere 500,000. But now, as long as he has time, he can earn at least tens of thousands of dollars every day, and today he made an extra 240,000 yuan. It turns out that the ability of warriors to make money is unimaginable for ordinary people. Besides, Subai is only a martial artist at the Kaimai realm now. When he reaches a higher realm and becomes stronger in the future, the ways to make money will increase and even become easier. Of course, those are all later stories. What Subai has to do now is to spend the 240,000 yuan. 240,000 points are enough for me to buy 120 HP points, but I'm itching to do it now. What should I do? Subai pondered for a few seconds and decided to spend only 100 points of health, which is 200,000. He planned to use the remaining 40,000 points to buy blind boxes. There is still more than an hour until 12 o'clock, and Subai has no plan to wait for the blind box to refresh the guaranteed product. According to his estimation, that thing will be just like that after it is refreshed, either a lighter or a tissue, which is of no use. 40,000 points can buy 400 blind boxes. Although it is not a lot, it is definitely not a small amount. It is even the most he has ever bought so far. System, turn on everything. Thank you for your patronage, get a guaranteed product. Thank you for your patronage, get a guaranteed product. This is not the first time Subai has opened a blind box, so he has a strong resistance to opening the "Thank you for your patronage" box. Besides, this time there are 400 blind boxes, so he is not panicked at all. Thank you for your patronage, get a guaranteed product. After opening 100 blind boxes, Subai fell into deep thought as he looked at the lighters piled up like a mountain in the room. Thank you for your patronage, get a guaranteed product. 200 blind boxes had been opened, but there was still only a lighter. Subai became anxious. Oh my god, come on! I bought 65 blind boxes during the day and got Hulk brand pants, but now I got 200 and still say thank you for your patronage. What are you doing? However, just as Subai was complaining and anxious, suddenly, the system's translucent light screen popped up automatically in front of him. Congratulations on winning, getting a Master Level Martial Arts card *1. The product catalog has been automatically unlocked. Wait, a Master Level Martial Arts card? Subai's whole body trembled and his heartbeat began to accelerate. He knew very well how difficult it was to improve martial arts. He was able to improve his basic swordsmanship to the master level only thanks to the Master Martial Arts card given in the first charge gift package. Otherwise, he might not be able to do it even after another year or even 10 years. Thank you for your patronage, get a guaranteed product. The blind box was still opening, but Subai was no longer paying much attention to it. His entire attention was attracted by an exquisite card in his hand. However, when you are not paying attention to the blind box keeps popping up winning information. Congratulations on winning, get 1 chi and blood fruit. Congratulations on winning, get 1 chi and blood fruit. Congratulations on winning, 1 pair of Hulk brand shorts. In the remaining blind boxes, Subai opened 7 more chi and blood fruits, and a pair of Hulk brand shorts. Especially the shorts, which are rare items priced at 10,000 yuan a pair. In short, this time's 400 blind boxes were a huge profit. Check out the system store! Subai's tone was excited. He never expected that he could actually open a master-level martial arts card and unlock the permission to sell it directly. That means that in the future he can directly upgrade any martial arts to the master level. How terrifying is that? Product: Master Level Martial Arts Card / price 1 million. Subai. When Subai, who was filled with enthusiasm, saw the selling price of the Master Level Martial Arts card, he felt as if a basin of ice water was poured over his head, chilling him from head to toe. He originally thought that he could master martial arts freely, but he never expected that the pricing of this dog system would be so crazy. 1 million per card, he couldn't afford it even if he sold himself. Subai closed the product catalog angrily and sighed. It was obviously impossible to buy master-level martial arts cards in the short term. Even if he really earned 1 million, he would definitely use it to buy blood points and break through to the bodybuilding realm first. It would be too extravagant to just buy 1 martial arts card. What's more, he already has 1 in his hand, which is enough for the time being. Subai took a deep breath and without hesitation, he directly called up his character panel, then clicked the master-level martial arts in his hand on Qianquan Invincibility. Ding! Congratulations on upgrading Qianquan Invincible, Mastery, to Qianquan Invincible, Master. As the system's voice rang in his ears, an extremely complex method of using martial arts began to fill his mind. All kinds of advanced techniques seemed to be forced into his brain, but it did not feel abrupt. He even felt as if this was what he had gained from years of practice. It was extremely magical. About 5 minutes passed, and Subai's understanding of Qianquan Invincibility increased more than tenfold. Before, he could weaken the enemy's attack damage by about 10% to 70%, which depended entirely on the strength of the enemy. But now he fully felt that he could reduce the enemy's damage by 30% to 90%. If the wretched man from before were to come back to life and shoot him with another arrow, he might not even be able to cause him minor injuries in the end. As for attack, the previous Qianquan Invincible could only store twice of his own blood value, but now, he can store up to 5 times of his blood value energy. Think about it, who in the same level can take a blow containing 5 times the blood value? Even a higher level body forging realm warrior would have to kneel. So whether in terms of attack or defense, Qianquan Woody is too strong. Compared with it, the basic swordsmanship is simply rubbish. Of course, it doesn't mean that basic swordsmanship will no longer be used in the future. After all, Qianquan Invincibility is just a move, not a swordsmanship. Before he learns higher-level swordsmanship, basic swordsmanship will always be his first-order martial arts to fight against the enemy. System, open the Properties panel. Host Subai. Realm, Kaimai Realm, 12th level. Health, 100, plus 357. Martial Arts, Basic Swordsmanship, Master Level, Qianquan Invincible, Master Level. Talent, Netherworld Blood Phoenix Flame, Hidden SSS Level. Netherworld Blood Phoenix Flame, Hidden SSS Level. The lifeblood fire of the Netherworld Blood Phoenix, possessing terrifying power and the strange ability to recover from injuries. Effect 1. After killing a creature, you can refine its soul, which can speed up the recovery of injuries and increase the weak chi and blood value. Chapter 41, College Entrance Examination Day. Goose 457 total health points. Even those legendary super geniuses will definitely not have a higher value than mine. Subai laughed happily like a goose. Why is a genius called a genius? Fast cultivation speed is only one of the points. The most important point is being invincible at the same level. As for the so-called geniuses, when they have cultivated the chi and blood value of a realm to the highest peak, they are not in a hurry to break through, but continue to hone their chi and blood. This is all the hidden energy and blood Subai has now. The higher the hidden chi and blood, not only will you have stronger combat power at the same level, but you will also get greater benefits after the breakthrough. However, it is not so easy to cultivate hidden chi and blood, otherwise everyone can cultivate their hidden chi and blood to an infinite level like water grinding kung fu. But the truth is that it is extremely difficult to practice hidden chi and blood. Many people may not be able to increase their chi and blood value by 1 point even after practicing for a year or even several years. But this is only one of the reasons. The second reason is that when the hidden chi and blood value is cultivated to a certain level, it will be unable to suppress the breakthrough. It may happen naturally by eating, drinking water, or even farting. Wanting to cultivate to infinity is simply a foolish dream. Of course, even though it was so difficult, those geniuses still devoted themselves to hard training, trying their best to cultivate more chi and blood before they could no longer suppress it. After all, this is like a building rising from the ground. The more solid the foundation is, the higher the floors that can be stacked in the future. It's the same principle. Next, Subai checked his current savings and the remaining items that had not been sold. First of all, he had 17,000 yuan in cash left. Of the total, 15,000 was earned from selling medicinal herbs, and the remaining 2,000, of which more than 1,000 was left over from the transfer by the wretched man. As for the few $100, of course, they were his previous assets. A few days ago, in order to help him improve his strength, teacher Li Pingfen bought him a pack of huazi with his own money. Subai was very grateful to him. In addition, Li Pingfen usually liked to drink, so he planned to bring some good wine to him. As for Lu Xiao, the martial arts teacher who bought him one huazi, Subai also planned to buy 2 more huazi to take with him. After all, not every student can learn the top yellow-level martial arts like Qianquan Invincible. Even if some of them taught him this martial art out of Li Pingfen's consideration, the final result was that his strength did increase greatly because of this martial art. In fact, if he had not learned this martial art, he might not have been able to pass the Minotaur's lair in nightmare mode, and would have been more likely to die in the ambush tonight. And the mysterious man who sent me the letter and provided me with information, I must repay him if I have the chance. Subai is a man who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. If it is an enemy, he will kill him without hesitation to prevent future troubles, but if it is a friend, he will never be stingy, even if it is from his heart. It can be said that Subai is a person with an extreme personality. He will either become an enemy and fight to the death, or become a friend and share wealth. In addition to the remaining 10,000 yuan, Subai also had 20 medicinal herbs in his pocket that he had not had time to sell, and a crystal core of a ferocious beast. This thing is worth tens of thousands. I originally planned to sell it to Zhang Taidan, but he forgot about it. It seems I can only pack it up and send it to him early tomorrow morning. Looking at the time, it was already very late. Subai suppressed his excitement and prepared to have a good night's rest. After all, tomorrow was the formal college entrance examination. Even if it was only in liberal arts, it would always be good to get a few more points. A dreamless night. The next morning, Subai got up from the bed early and called a local delivery on his mobile phone. He sent out 20 herbs, a crystal core, a pair of Hulk brand shorts, and 7 chi and blood fruits. Although the chi and blood fruit can increase chi and blood by 100%, it is obviously ineffective for hiding chi and blood, otherwise Subai would have discovered another bug in the system. Once the money for these things arrives, I will probably be able to upgrade my system membership level to LV3. I wonder what new products will be added. Subai had some small expectations. After all, when the membership level was upgraded to LV2, a blind box was added, and the benefits brought by the blind box were unquestionable. Subai went out with his admission ticket, pencil case, and an insulated box. He first delivered the insulated box to Aunt Ruan's restaurant, and happened to meet Wani. Today is the day of the college entrance examination. As a sophomore, Wani is naturally on vacation. Brother Subai, come on! Do well in the exam. Wani clenched his fists and said cheeringly. Yeah! Subai rubbed Wani's hair and deliberately made it a mess, causing the other party to shout and seek revenge on him. After saying goodbye to Wani, Subai started heading towards the school. Along the way, he met many students, but everyone had a nervous look on their face. No matter what era it is, the college entrance examination is an important turning point that determines a person's destiny, especially for those who cannot become warriors. They can only put everything on the liberal arts. If they can't even do well in the liberal arts, then the road ahead will be extremely difficult, and even living a stable life may be a luxury. Uncle Wang, give me 3 buns, a cup of soy milk, and a tea egg and a fried dough stick today. Subai walked to a breakfast stall and casually found a seat to sit down. Oh, it's Xiao Su. I haven't seen him for several days. Uncle Wang's face immediately showed joy when he saw the person coming. Subai laughed and said, It's the college entrance examination now. Time is tight and the task is heavy. I still want to get into a good university. Well, that's good. Do your best in the exam today and get good grades. Try to go to school in a big city outside. Uncle Wang encouraged Subai while preparing breakfast for him. When Uncle Wang brought the food over, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Subai's face and instantly frowned again. Xiao Su, it's been so many days, why do you still look so bad? Are you okay? After you finish the exam, do you want Uncle Wang to accompany you to the hospital? It's okay, Uncle Wang, don't worry. I'm just too tired recently. After the college entrance examination is over, I will have a good rest for a few days and I will recover. Subai picked up a bun and took a big bite. While eating, he said, Uncle Wang, your cooking skills have improved again. It's delicious. If it's delicious, just eat more. Don't worry about the money. It's no problem for Uncle Wang to provide you with breakfast. Uncle Wang said as he took the payment QR code on the small table. Hey, don't. I have money. Subai immediately stood up, took out his mobile phone and was ready to pay, but before he could open his phone, Uncle Wang pushed him back. Eat your meal, and when you're full, go to school for the exam. Uncle Wang glared and put the QR code in his hand into the front pocket of his apron. Chapter 42, Special Delivery. After Uncle Wang finished speaking, a bright smile appeared on his face, like the rising sun in the morning or the flowers blooming in winter. Feeling the kindness, Subai also smiled. A rare, sincere smile appeared on his pale face. Thank you, Uncle Wang. After breakfast, before leaving, Uncle Wang patted Subai on the shoulder encouragingly and said, Xiao Su, come on, get into a good school. Even if you can't become a warrior, you can't give up hope in life. Come on. Well, don't worry, I will definitely work hard. Subai left Uncle Wang's breakfast stall. This middle-aged man, who was already in his 40s, looked at Subai's back and began to pray for him in his heart. Goddess in heaven, Xiao Su is a very good child. Please bless him and help him get good grades in the college entrance examination. Subai naturally could not hear Uncle Wang's prayers. Not long after, he arrived at the school gate. Hundreds of students had gathered there, and more than 100 people were coming in an endless stream. Fuck, is that you, Brother Su? Where have you been these days? Hearing someone calling him, Subai turned around and saw Niu Zhuangshi jogging towards him with joy on his face. I learned a martial art, and then downloaded a few dungeons. Subai did not hide anything and told the truth. Subai still trusted his childhood friend very much. What's more, what he said was not a secret, and he could find out by asking around. Awesome, Brother Su. Don't I have to say, in your current state, is there really anyone who will team up with you to do a dungeon? Niu Zhuangshi raised a thumbs up, and couldn't help but glance at Subai's pale face, feeling very upset. Brother Su, are you going to do something bad again? Take me with you, I want to go too. Niu Zhuangshi made a pitiful look. Get lost! Subai laughed and scolded angrily. What are you doing? I'm suffering from cultivation, understand? Cultivation, okay? In response to Niu Zhuangshu's two questions, Su Bai selectively answered only the latter one. It was not that he wanted to hide something from his brother, but if he said that he had always been solo in the dungeon, he was afraid that this guy would be scared to death. Just when Su Bai and Niu Zhuangshu were chatting, suddenly, someone came over. They turned around and saw that it was their class teacher Li Pingfan and martial arts hall teacher Lu Xiao. Teacher Li, Teacher Lu, good morning. Good morning, teachers. Su Bai and Niu Zhuangshu greeted each other immediately. What are you talking about, Su Bai? Why didn't you come to the martial arts hall to practice martial arts with me yesterday? Lu Xiao ignored Niu Zhuangshu at all. He stared at Su Bai and asked sternly. Teacher Lu, I think I don't need to study anymore, Su Bai said with a wry smile, feeling a little embarrassed. On the side, Niu Zhuangshu had no idea what the two were talking about. Martial arts? What martial arts? Brother Su didn't seize the last bit of time to cultivate his qi and blood these days, but actually went to practice martial arts. Was he kidding? Besides, just practice martial arts. Why is Lu Xiao so excited? He doesn't usually care so much about other students. Lu Xiao is not an ordinary teacher. His status in this school is very high. Even the principal will treat him with courtesy when he meets him. Moreover, the school did not arrange a class schedule for Lu Xiao, which means that he would only teach if he wanted to. If he didn't want to teach you, no one could help. 90% of the students in the school had third-rate martial arts teachers, and only less than 10% of the geniuses could barely catch Lu Xiao's eye. What do you mean you don't need to learn anymore? Are you satisfied with the mastery level? Don't you want to fight for the proficiency level? Lu Xiao seemed very angry. He pointed at Su Bai's nose and scolded him. I have seen your information from your teacher Li. You are at the first level of Kaimai realm, and your qi and blood value is only 43 points. You still want to take the martial arts exam. If you don't work hard on your martial arts, how can you take the exam? You are going to die, you know? Lu Xiao looked at Su Bai with a look of disappointment. These 2 days are the literary exams. After the exams, come to the martial arts hall to find me. Try to practice Qianku and Wu Di to the mastery level within 2 days. Then I will apply for special admission for you. Don't take part in the martial arts exams later. With your strength of the first level of Kaimai realm, it is still too dangerous. Hiss. Niu Zhuangshu, who was eating melon at the side, was stunned. He looked at Su Bai as if he was meeting his good brother for the first time. Special escort? Is this even possible? And from what Lu Xiao said, it seemed that Su Bai had reached a level in martial arts practice that was unattainable for ordinary people. It was the first time that Niu Zhuangshu saw Lu Xiao so excited for a student. Really, there's no need. Su Bai raised his hand and scratched the back of his head. After some thought, he decided to tell the truth. After all, martial arts cannot be hidden, unless he does not use it in the upcoming martial arts exams. But is that possible? Su Bai took a deep breath, looked around, and found that there was no one else within 3 meters around him. Then he whispered, Ain't you two teachers, you must promise me that you will protect me. At least, keep it a secret from me before the martial arts exam begins. Seeing Su Bai so serious, the 3 of them looked at each other, a little confused, but they all nodded and promised to keep the secret. In fact, the top-grade yellow-level martial art I learned that morning, Qiankun Wu Di, I have already practiced it to the master level. Grass. Grass. Grass? Su Bai. Lu Xiao was so excited this time that his hands were shaking. He first glanced at Li Pingfan, then at Niu Zhuangshu, and said in an unquestionable tone, Old Li, and you kid, remember to keep it a secret, otherwise the consequences will be serious. No need for you to remind me. Li Pingfan rolled his eyes, but soon he felt something was wrong, so he immediately cursed. This guy is my student, it seems like I should be the one saying this. What do you mean your student? I was the one who taught him martial arts, so it's obvious that he is my student. Lu Xiao started to bar his teeth at Li Pingfan. Su Bai and Niu Zhuangshu watched the 2 of them greet each other for several minutes before they stopped at the same time and reached a consensus that they were both Su Bai's teachers. Qiankun Wu Di is a very difficult martial art to practice. Although it is only a top-grade Huan level, The difficulty of practicing it is comparable to that of a top-grade Xian level. Naturally, if you can practice it to a high level, the power will be extremely powerful. Now, I am not worried. If you want to take the martial arts exam, you can go, but I still hope you give up. Lao Li and I can help you apply for a special recommendation quota. What do you think? Su Bai didn't think much about Lu Zhao's second proposal, but shook his head and refused. I want to go to the best martial arts schools in China, but recommendation doesn't seem to be what I want, so I must take the martial arts exam. Chapter 43, Entry-Level Martial Arts Card. Dear candidates, please queue up in an orderly manner and enter the examination room after your identity is verified. It is strictly forbidden to bring mobile phones and other communication devices into the examination room. Please note, candidates, the Ferocious Beast Calls listening test is about to begin. Please ask the invigilator to close the front and back doors, windows, and shielding devices of this examination room and restart them after the listening test is over. Su Bai, or rather his predecessor, had very good academic performance, and was almost always in the top 10 in the grade for 3 years. So at this time, Su Bai could be said to be writing with godly ease, and all kinds of tricky test questions were not a big problem for him. The first day of the exam was declared over after the bell rang. As soon as I walked out of the examination room, I saw Niu Zhuangshi rushing out from another classroom. Brother Su, today's test was very difficult. How did you do on the test? Looking at Niu Zhuangshi's sad face, Su Bai couldn't bear to tell the truth, so he just said lightly, Not bad. Ah? Brother Su, do you also find it difficult? Then we're really doomed. Our academic performance will surely tank. Niu Zhuangshi looked hopeless. It's okay. There's still the martial arts exam. The score of the martial arts exam is the big part. Su Bai comforted. Alas, this is the only way. I hope this year's martial arts exam won't be too difficult. Niu Zhuangshi sighed again, then put his hand around Su Bai's left shoulder, then put it on his right shoulder, and said, Let's go home. Well, let's go back. At about 6:30 in the evening, Su Bai returned to his rental house. He first cooked himself a bowl of noodles and turned on his mobile phone while eating. As soon as the phone was turned on, WeChat notification sounds kept ringing. Su Bai opened WeChat and found that it was a message sent to him by Zhang Taidan. Zhang Taidan, Brother Xiao Su, I received the stuff, 20 herbs, 30,000 yuan, a crystal core of a soldier-level beast, 40,000 yuan, 7 blood fruits, 140,000 yuan, a total of 210,000 yuan is transferred to you. 210,000 yuan received via WeChat account. Zhang Taidan, including today's pair of Hulk brand shorts, there are 2 pairs in total. I have already found a buyer, and the other party will come to the store to check out the goods this afternoon. Zhang Taidan, damn it, Brother Xiao Su, the ore you gave me turned out to be the earthly evil stone. I have consulted more than a dozen friends in this field and have confirmed that the earthly evil stone can be integrated into weapons to increase their strength and characteristics. It has already been sold for 200,000. According to our agreement, you get 70% and I get 30%. I will give you 140,000. 140,000 yuan received via WeChat. Zhang Taidan, Brother Xiao Su, all the Hulk brand shorts have been sold, 100,000 yuan a pair. The customer likes them very much and asked me if I have any more. Several of his friends who have the talent of animal transformation also want them. 140,000 yuan received via WeChat. Zhang Taidan, Brother Xiao Su, good luck on the college entrance examination. Looking at the 3 WeChat transfers on his phone, Su Bai forgot to eat the noodles he had just picked up. 490,000, that's a full 490,000, and there was no point in eating a ball of noodles. Although Zhang Taidan took away a lot of money, the other party also contributed a lot. Apart from other things, the same product might be worth only 100 yuan if he sold it, but the other party might be able to sell it at a high price of 200 yuan. What's more, the other party has his own channels and connections, which saves him a lot of time. The money is worth it. Su Bai clicked to receive all 3 transfers, replied with a thank you, and began to think about how to spend his huge sum of 490,000 yuan. First, my HP value is now 457 points, and my hidden HP value is only 357 points. I still need 143 points to reach the maximum value. Subai opened the calculator on his phone and figured out that the amount needed to increase the hidden chi and health value to the maximum value of 500 points would be 286,000. This was undoubtedly a huge sum of money, but that was before. Now this amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for Subai. System, recharge me 490,000. Subai waved his hand and put all the money he had just earned into it. The military examination is approaching, and this is not the time to feel sorry for money. Moreover, every penny is spent wisely, so there is no reason to hesitate. Ding, congratulations on your successful Krypton Gold purchase and obtaining 490,000 points. Ding, congratulations. Your total Krypton Gold amount has reached 500,000, and your membership level has been upgraded to LV3. Added item, entry-level martial arts card. Subai looked at the system light screen that suddenly appeared in front of him, and he was completely stunned. Entry-level martial arts card? That's it. Compared with the blind box, the gap is too big. He already has the option of selling master-level martial arts cards. What's the use of this thing? Hey, wait. I think I understand something. Suddenly, Subai was shocked again. What is the prerequisite for using the master-level martial arts card? It means that you must practice martial arts to the entry level, that is, you must first learn martial arts before you can go further. And can the entry-level martial arts card allow him to directly upgrade a martial art to the entry level? Thinking of this, Subai's heartbeat began to accelerate. If this was true, then the preciousness of this entry-level martial arts card would not be any less valuable than a master-level martial arts card, or even more precious. Open the system panel, Subai said. The strongest Krypton Gold System. Host Subai. Member, LV3, 230,000/50 million. Points, 490,000. Product, open the pulse once/price 10,000. Product, health +1 within 100/price 1,000. Product, chi and blood fruit, within 100 chi and blood/price 1,000. Product, blind box/price 100. Product, breakthrough the body tempering realm 1 times/price 200,000. Product, hidden chi and blood +1 kai my realm, within 500/price 2,000. Product, Hulk brand shorts/price 10,000. Product, master level martial arts cards/price 1 million. Product, entry level martial arts cards/price 10 million. Damn, it's just as I guessed. The entry-level martial arts card is the most valuable. When Subai saw the terrifying price of the entry-level martial arts card, he immediately understood. Although the entry-level martial arts card can only allow you to practice a martial art to the entry level, it seems useless. But what if the martial arts you want to learn are heaven-level skills? Or some martial arts that are extremely difficult to learn? An entry-level martial arts card can allow Subai to skip all the training process and directly reach the entry-level stage. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a god card. Of course, Subai can't afford it now, and he doesn't have any martial arts worth using for the time being, so there is no need to rush. Ding reminder, the host can choose to hide certain outdated products. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Subai was slightly startled, but then he understood. He looked at the light screen in front of him. After the system's reminder, he realized that the product catalog was indeed a bit too long. System, hide the first and second products. Ding successfully hidden for the host. Chapter 44, Breakthrough in the Body Forging Realm. After hiding 2 useless products, the system page looks a lot simpler indeed. Subai grinned. But before he could be happy for too long, the next second, the text on the light screen in front of him changed, and the system prompt sounded again. Ding, the host already has LV3 membership privileges and can view the purchase limit of the product. Limited purchase times? What the hell is this? Subai vaguely felt that something bad was going to happen. Sure enough, when he looked at the purchasable items on the system page again, the number of purchases appeared behind each item. For example, the daily purchase limit for chi and blood fruits is 10 pieces. The daily purchase limit for Hulk brand shorts is 1 pair, and the master-level martial arts card can be purchased 1 every 7 days. As for the entry-level martial arts card, It is even more exaggerated, with only one available every 30 days. Of course, in addition to these products, there is no limit on the number of times you can buy things like improving chi and blood, opening meridians, or blind boxes. As long as you have money, you can buy as many as you want. This system is not powerful. Subai couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect that those products would have limited purchase times. Currently, the purchase restrictions are only for some physical items. If in the future even the items that increase chi and blood values are subject to purchase restrictions, he will really curse. In that case, just buy everything you can every day. Even if you don't need it for the time being, you can stockpile it first. Thinking of this, Subai turned his eyes to the chi and blood fruit and Hulk brand shorts. These two items were still affordable, so without hesitation, he increased the purchase limit to the maximum. Purchase chi and blood fruit, within 100 chi and blood, *10, and deduct 10,000 points. Purchase one pair of Hulk brand shorts, deduct 10,000 points. Sure enough, when the purchase times were used up, a string of gray text, not available for purchase, appeared behind the two products. Subai felt contempt for the system in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Then, he continued to communicate with the system, preparing to max out his own chi and blood value. System, purchase 143 hidden HP points. Purchase successful, deduct 286,000 points. As the system prompt sounded, Subai immediately felt the blood and energy levels in his body skyrocketing. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction made him fall into a daze. After feeling the changes in his body for a few minutes, Subai couldn't help but shout again. System, purchase a breakthrough to the body tempering realm once. Purchase successful, 200,000 points will be deducted. At this moment, Subai clearly felt that the 12 meridians in his body became more transparent. A steady stream of energy flowed through his body through the 12 meridians and began to transform every part of his body. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the body forging realm, first level, unlocked item, health within 500 plus 1, unlocked item, breakthrough in the body forging realm once, unlocked item, backpack. Before Subai could feel the change in his own strength, he was dizzy from the continuous prompts from the system. Especially when he saw the prices of the goods, he was speechless. Product breakthrough of the minor realm of the body tempering realm /price, 500,000. Product, health plus 1 within 500 /price 10,000. Product, backpack 1 slot /price 100,000. 500,000 to break through a small realm. Why the hell don't you just go and grab it? The body tempering realm is divided into 9 levels. Every time you break through a level, your body will change and become tougher. After reaching the 9th level, you can become invulnerable to swords and guns to a certain extent. Therefore, if he relies entirely on the system to help him break through, he will need to prepare another 4 million. Where can he find this huge sum of 4 million? In addition to the breakthrough in the small realm, the blood value is also extremely expensive, 10,000 points. To reach the full value of 500 points, he also needs to prepare 3.99 million. The total amount is almost over 10 million. Forget it. I'd better just practice on my own. I really can't afford it. Subai wanted to cry but had no tears. However, in addition to the disappointing health value and realm breakthrough, the backpack function also made Subai have endless complaints. It was the first time he had seen a system where even the backpack needed to be purchased by him as the host. It was truly a rip-off. Oh, I'm so poor! Subai sighed. He had spent all the 490,000 yuan he had just received. Even his small piggy bank could not be kept and had to be recharged. Otherwise, he would not be able to buy the chi and blood fruits and Hulk brand shorts that were limited to daily purchases. Penniless Subai lay on the bed with a happy yet painful smile on his face. On the second day, before daybreak, Su called an errand boy to deliver the chi and blood fruit and underpants to Zhang Taidan. About 40 minutes later, Zhang Taidan, who received the goods, transferred the money. 210,000 yuan received via WeChat. Looking at the money that had just arrived in his mobile phone, Subai only kept 10,000 yuan and recharged the remaining 200,000 yuan. System, buy a 1-slot backpack, Subai said. According to the system's prompts, the backpack you purchased is only 5 cubic meters in size, and you can put in or take out any non-living things at will. Buying a 5 cubic meter portable storage space for 100,000 yuan cannot be said to be a profit, but it is definitely not a loss. Then, Subai took out 20,000 points and bought all the limited purchase items for today. Then he used the remaining 80,000 points to buy 8 points of health. Thief Jill felt heartbroken. After going out and looking at the rising sun, Subai took a deep breath. He first went to a nearby supermarket and bought 2 bottles of good wine and 2 packs of cigarettes, which cost him nearly 10,000 yuan. But he didn't feel sorry at all for spending the money. The wine was for Li Pingfan and the cigarettes were for Lu Xiao. He was just returning the favor. When he arrived at the school, he first went to see Li Pingfan. When he explained his purpose and handed over the good wine in his hand, Li Pingfan refused immediately and scolded him for a while. But in the end, he had no choice but to accept the gift under Subai's persistence and nagging. After leaving Li Pingfan's dormitory, Subai went straight to Lu Xiao's dormitory. When the other party learned that he was there to send Huazi, Lu Xiao gladly took it and said earnestly, "It would be fine if the cigarette came next time, but you don't have to come every time." After leaving the dormitory building, Subai walked towards his examination room while constantly criticizing Lu Xiao, a guy with corrupt teaching ethics, in his heart. Today's cultural exam lasted until 6:30 in the afternoon, and Subai still had full confidence in his academic performance. There aren't any big problems with the liberal arts. It just depends on what the questions are in tomorrow's military exam. Subai was vaguely looking forward to it. The military examination questions are different every year, but they are basically the same few topics. As long as you have strong personal abilities, you don't have to worry too much. Chapter 45. The Martial Arts Examination begins. The annual military examination is a grand event for everyone, so much so that the questions on the military examination have become a topic of conversation among people after dinner. Today is the first day of the military science exam, and Subai arrived at the school playground early to gather. There were not many students on the playground. They were from Weni Middle School, and their main focus was on liberal arts rather than military studies. Therefore, there were only 144 students registered for the 12 classes in the entire senior year. As for Class 3 where Subai was, there were only 11 students including him. "Brother Su, are you nervous?" "I'm so nervous." Niu Zhuangshi came in front of Subai with a frown on his face. It was obvious that he was not too confident about this year's martial arts exam subjects. "I'm fine, not too nervous," Subai replied with a smile. Then, he pondered for a few seconds, as if he had made a decision, and asked, "Anu, what level of Kaimai realm are you in now, and what is your qi and blood value?" "The 6th level of Kaimai realm, the qi and blood value is 78 points," Niu Zhuangshi answered honestly. As a senior high school student, he is at the 6th level of Kaimai realm and has a qi and blood value of 78 points, which is actually not low. Even if he cannot be admitted to those good martial arts universities, it is still easy for him to get into mid to lower level martial arts universities. "Anu, come with me, I have something good to give you." Subai glanced at the playground. There were many people here and he didn't want too many people to know about it. "Ah?" Niu Zhuangshi was stunned when he heard this, and showed a puzzled expression, saying, "The teacher and the principal will be here soon, where should we go?" However, although Niu Zhuang said this truthfully, he was already jogging behind Subai. When the two of them went to a deserted corner, Subai asked, "Do you have 10,000 yuan?" "Have." "Give me." "Oh." Niu Zhuangshi took out his phone, found Subai's WeChat ID, and directly transferred 10,000 yuan to him. Then he asked, "Brother Su, are you short of money? I still have more than 7,000 yuan. If you want, I can give it all to you first." "No need." Subai refused directly. After that, he took out 10 qi and blood fruits from his backpack and said, "These are qi and blood fruits. One can increase the qi and blood value by 1 point. Eh? Is this the raw material for qi and blood pill?" Niu Zhuangshi was a little curious. "No, this is a treasure I asked someone to get. It has a 100% chance of increasing your health by 1 point. Niu Zhuangshi. Eat quickly, there's no time," Subai urged. "Okay, Sugo." Half believing and half doubting, Niu Zhuangshi put the qi and blood fruit in his hand into his mouth. He had never heard of anything that could increase qi and blood value by 100%. Even the qi and blood pill only had about 30% chance, and it was not cheap, 5,000 yuan per pill. A few seconds after eating the qi and blood fruit, Niu Zhuangshu's eyes widened. Fuck, Brother Su, my qi and blood value seems to have really increased. Well, of course, eat it all, quickly, Su Bai said with a smile. Niu Zhuangshu doesn't have a system, so he certainly can't know accurately whether his qi and blood values have increased. He just relies on his feeling. But there is no need to worry. Testing the qi and blood values is very simple, and there are special machines in school. Anu, remember to keep it a secret and don't tell anyone, okay? Su Bai warned. Don't worry, Brother Su. I won't tell you even if you are beaten to death. Niu Zhuangshu patted his chest and promised. Even though Niu Zhuangshu was a rough-minded and thick-skinned person, he knew how precious this qi and blood fruit was, so he would never dare to reveal it to anyone. So, the two of them returned to the playground. At this time, the head teachers of each class and the school principal came over from a distance. The principal's name is Huang Haibao, a powerful warrior at the 9th level of the Wanshu realm, but he is also an old man in his 70s with a head full of silver hair. However, because of his powerful strength, even at the age of 70, his steps still appear vigorous and his eyes are full of sharpness. Everyone from Class 3, line up! Don't talk! Stand still! Li Pingfen changed his usual friendly attitude and shouted angrily. The martial arts exam is about to begin. I hope you can achieve excellent results while ensuring your personal safety. Can you do that? Yes. The 11 people from Class 3 shouted in unison. It's not just Class 3. The head teacher of almost every class will give the following reminder, which roughly means safety comes first, performance comes second, and everything is assessed under the premise of ensuring one's own safety. Afterwards, the principal Huang Haibao on the stage gave a brief speech for half an hour. When the time reached 9 o'clock, he finally brought the topic to the issue that the students below the stage were most concerned about. This year's military examination lasts for 2 days and includes 4 items. The first item is the assessment of meridians and blood value. The second item is the assessment of martial arts skills. The third item is the assessment of individual combat. The fourth item is the assessment of team combat. When Huang Haibao finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar. Fuck, Brother Su, what's going on this year? Why is there still a team practical assessment? What kind of team method is this? 1 team per class? Niu Zhuangshu exclaimed. Su Bai also frowned slightly. There was no such assessment in previous years. After all, if it was a team, the complexity would be too great. A wealthy and powerful family could definitely get high scores in this item. Maybe they want us to get familiar with team combat in advance. Whether it's killing ferocious beasts or going out for adventures, the importance of the team is far greater than that of the individual. Su Bai thought for a while and explained. Huang Haibao gave the students about 3 minutes to discuss, and then he raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Today we will test the first 3 subjects, each worth 100 points. Class 1, please be prepared. You will be the first to test your qi and blood values. After saying that, Huang Haibao waved to the staff who had been prepared on the side, and soon they moved the latest model of testing machine onto the stage. When everything was ready, Huang Haibao picked up the microphone again and shouted with a smile on his face. Now let's give the warmest applause to welcome the assessment teachers who have come all the way from Shanghai City, Teacher Chen Tian and Teacher Huang Xiaojing. Wow! There was immediate tearful applause from the audience, and along with the applause, 2 young men and women in black robes walked onto the stage. Gentlemen, can we start? Huang Haibao asked again. Chen Tian didn't rush to answer, but glanced at Huang Xiaojing first, and waited until the other party turned on a video recording device before nodding. Let's start. After getting a positive answer, Huang Haibao signaled to the class teachers in the audience that they could let the students go on stage for the test. Students, don't be nervous. Keep a calm mind. Only in this way can you reach your peak state and get a higher blood and energy value in the test. Well, Huan Yikai, you are the first one, go! The head teacher of Class 1 called the name. Chapter 46, Test. Huan Yikai was the most talented student in the class, so he was arranged by their class teacher to be the first to take the test on stage. The purpose was self-evident. After going on stage, Huan Yikai bowed slightly to the principal Huang Haibao and the 2 assessment teachers Chen Tian and Huang Xiaojing, and then walked to the testing machine. Concentrate your attention and stimulate the blood and energy in your body. I believe this is not your first test. Let's start, Qintian said softly. Yes, teacher. Huan Yukai nodded, and then began to roar loudly. He even roared too hard, and the veins on his forehead were exposed. About 10 seconds later, a ding sound came from the test machine, followed by a mechanical electronic synthesized sound. Class 1, Senior 3, Huan Yukai, 9th level of Kaimai Realm, Qi and Blood Value, 79 points, Comprehensive Score, 70 points. Fuck, 9th level of Kaimai Realm, awesome! That's amazing! The last time I tested it, my health was only 71 points. It's been less than half a month and it's already 79 points. 666. Almost everyone couldn't help but gasp after hearing the voice broadcast of the testing machine. The 9th level of Kaimai Realm and 79 Qi and Blood Value. This data would rank among the top 50 even in Nanshan Martial Arts School and Shichen Martial Arts School. Even in Jincheng's Best Martial Arts Middle School, Wei Middle School, he is estimated to be ranked in the top 100 in the entire grade, so people can't help but marvel at his genius. Haha, that's good. If you work hard next time, you will definitely be admitted to your dream university, Wuhan University of Science and Technology. President Huang Haibo encouraged. Well, getting 70 points in the first assessment is already very good. Qintian also showed a smile on his face. He was also very surprised and unexpected to find such a talented cultivator in Wenyi. Huan Yukai stood on the podium, head held high and chest puffed out. At this moment, his confidence reached its peak. After Huan Yukai stepped down, the rest of the group came on stage. However, it was obvious that except for Huan Yukai, the rest were slightly inferior. However, it must be said that the overall quality of Class 1 is still very good. Even the lowest score is 50 points. There is also a girl named Lu Xiaoxiao who got 64 points, second only to Huan Yukai. About 20 minutes later, Class 1 had finished the test, and it was Class 2's turn. Again, the most talented students took the lead and finally got a score of 68. When there were only a few people left in Class 2 who had not yet been tested, Li Pingfan began to arrange students from his class to go on stage. Wang Kai, you go first, Li Pingfan said. After hearing Li Pingfan's arrangement, no one thought there was anything wrong with it. Although this guy was just a small gangster, one had to admit that his talent for cultivation was really good, and he could indeed serve as the face of their Class 3. However, when Wang Kai heard Li Pingfan calling his name, his mouth twitched. He carefully glanced at Su Bai standing in the back row, and then shook his head vigorously. Teacher Li, why don't you let Brother Su go up? Brother Su is definitely better than me. Phew. In the queue, Niu Zhuangshi, who had just drunk a sip of water, immediately spit out water. What did he just hear? Brother Su? Fuck, am I dreaming? Niu Zhuangshi looked confused. And it wasn't just Niu Zhuangshi. The other students in Class 3 were also looking at Wang Kai in surprise. Being in the same class, they knew too well how Wang Kai bullied Su Bai in the past. Now hearing Wang Kai call Su Bai Brother Su, with their own ears, it felt so magical. However, before anyone else could react, Su Bai took the lead and said, No need, just follow the teacher's instructions. Okay, I'll listen to Brother Su. Wang Kai showed a flattering smile on his face, but there were still some bruises on his face. Li Pingfan's eyes moved back and forth between the two of them. In the end, he didn't say anything else. He just smiled bitterly and shook his head. A few minutes later, the second shift completed the testing and it was the turn of the third shift. Wang Kai from Class 3, come on stage! After hearing Qintian's voice, Wang Kai took a deep breath and was the first to walk onto the podium as the face of Class 3. Coming to the rostrum, Wang Kai inadvertently glanced at Su Bai in the queue below, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Wang Kai, hurry up! Qintian urged. Okay, teacher. Wang Kai retracted his gaze and began to test with all his strength. After about 10 seconds, the test results began to be announced. Class 3 of Senior 3, Wang Kai, 10th level of Kaimai Realm, Qi and Blood Value, 87 points, Comprehensive Score, 80 points. Well, very good. Qintian also showed a hint of surprise in his eyes and encouraged with a smile. As for Principal Huang Haibo, the smile on his face became even brighter. The quality of this year's graduates is very good. There was a student with a comprehensive score of 70 points before, and now there is another student with a comprehensive score of 80 points. If he didn't need to maintain the dignity of the principal, he would have laughed with his hands on his hips. Although they are not a martial arts school, they still receive certain tasks and assessments every year. This is because middle school is not like university, and talents will only be awakened before the age of 18, so university can completely separate liberal arts and martial arts. But there is no way to divide middle schools. Some people awaken early, and some awaken late. For example, many of the students mentioned above awakened when they were 17 or 18 years old. They can't transfer to Wuzhong, right? So, even for the paper, there are assessments, and this year, Huang Haibo feels that there should be no major problems with his assessment, and he may even be able to exceed some goals. At that time, the school will receive more resources. After all, even as the principal of Wenny Middle School, he also has a dream of upgrading Wenny Middle School to a military middle school. If he has no dream, what is the difference between him and a salted fish? It is precisely because of this that he spent a huge amount of money to invite Lu Xiao to manage the martial arts hall, and also gave the other party a lot of autonomy. Isn't it for the purpose of cultivating more good seedlings? Wang Kai walked down from the podium amidst a round of congratulations. However, anyone could see that the smile on his face was a little awkward, as if he was forcing himself. TSK, it's a good thing I put a sack on him before beating him that day, otherwise I would have been the one who got beaten. Niu Zhuangshi sighed. Although he hated Wang Kai, he had to admit that the other party had good talent. Even in Wuzhong's school, he was an excellent student. Next, students from Class 3 continued to go on stage one by one, but most of them only scored 50 or 60 points. For example, Wang Chang and Zhou Fang, who were looking for trouble in the copy area that day, scored 65 and 62 points respectively, which was not too bad, but not excellent either. Only Niu Zhuangshi got a high score of 72 points, and his health value was the highest so far, at 88 points, 1 point higher than Wang Kai. But this guy was only at the 6th level of Kai Mai realm, which lowered his score quite a bit, and there was nothing that could be done about it. Su Bai from Class 3, come on stage! Qin Tian looked at the list in his hand and read out the last name. Chapter 47, the first full score. Xiao Su, don't be nervous. It doesn't matter if your score in this subject is low. You can make up for it with the martial arts test. Before going on stage, the head teacher Li Pingfan spoke to comfort him. As soon as these words came out, Wang Kai in the queue couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He wanted to say something, but after thousands of words he only said, "Brother Su, come on!" When Su Bai left the team, Niu Zhuangshi looked at Wang Kai with a strange expression and asked, "What are you planning? If you dare to bully Su Bai again, do you believe I will put you in a sack again?" Hearing the words, "bullying Su Bai," Wang Kai trembled all over and almost peed himself. No, Brother Niu, you are joking. Brother Su is my idol. A few days ago, I had already drawn a line between myself and Qian Xiaohao from Wei Middle School. From now on, I will be Brother Su's lackey. Niu Zhuangshi. Hearing that call of Brother Niu Zhuangshi was even more confused. Not to mention him, even the others were all surprised. Wang Kai was Qian Xiaohao's loyal lackey from Wei Middle School. What was going on now? And he was also talking about Su Bai's lackey? Did he take the wrong medicine? Su Bai, start the test, Qin Tian said with a smile after resetting the data on the machine to 0. Su Bai nodded, took a deep breath, and walked into the machine. Although he knew that the machine used in the school could not test hidden qi and blood, he still felt a little guilty for no reason. Although it is exciting to become famous and show off one's prowess in front of others, if the 500 points of hidden blood and energy are really detected, he will probably be trapped in the center of the vortex immediately. At that time, he will have only 2 outcomes. One is that with the strong support of the country, he will quickly improve his strength until he reaches the peak. The other is that with the strong support of the country, before he can grow up, he will be secretly killed by foreign forces. Su Bai's testing time seemed to be exceptionally long. The others only took about 15 seconds, but he took a full minute. However, when the machine's broadcast voice sounded, Su Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Senior 3, Class 3, Su Bai, first level of the body tempering realm, Qi and blood value, 109 points. Comprehensive score, 100 points. Silence. The huge playground fell into an eerie silence at this moment. It was more than 10 seconds later that a roar woke everyone from their shock. Brother Su is awesome! Brother Su is invincible! Huang Kai clenched his right fist and waved it continuously, roaring. Perhaps he used too much force, causing veins on his forehead to pop out. Fuck, that's my brother Su, why are you joining in the fun? Niu Zhuangshi was a little slow, bared his teeth and cursed a few words, then began to wave his fist and yelled. Brother Su is awesome! Suddenly, the whole audience was in an uproar. No matter whether they were students or teachers, they all looked at the young man on the podium blankly. It seemed that no one could have expected that Su Bai would actually get a full score, and that he got the full score with the strength of the first level of the body tempering realm. No, it's not that no one knows. At least, after Huang Kai was beaten up that night, he vaguely felt that Su Bai's strength might be extraordinary. When he met him again today, he further confirmed this. Okay, ha ha, great! Huan Haibo took 2 steps at a time and came directly to Su Bai. He stretched out his hand and gently patted Su Bai's shoulder with a bright smile. I didn't expect that there is a genius like you hidden in this school. Very good, classmate Su Bai, right? Do well in the next test. I am optimistic about you. Thank you, Principal. Su Bai walked out of the machine with a polite smile on his face, and his heart was relieved. As long as the 500 points of hidden health value are not exposed, it is no big deal. His level is certainly quite explosive in Wenyi Middle School, but if he is placed in the whole Jincheng, I am afraid he can't even make it into the top 10. For example, Qian Xiaohao broke through to the body tempering realm in the first semester of senior year, and now it is unknown what level of body tempering realm he has reached. Under the envious and admiring gazes of everyone, Su Bai walked down from the podium. Without waiting for Li Pingfen to speak, Huang Kai at the front of the line spoke first. Brother Su, my admiration for you is like the surging river, endless, and like the flooding of the Yellow River, unstoppable. The heaven and earth can bear witness to this, and the sun and the moon can testify to this. Brother Su. Su Bai. Niu Zhuangshi. Li Pingfan. Everyone. The commotion caused by Su Bai lasted for quite a while. Even after all 12 classes had finished testing, discussions about him could still be heard. However, apart from the special case of Su Bai, the subsequent tests were much more normal. 99% of the people scored below 70 points, and less than 10 people scored above 70 points. As for those who scored above 80 points, apart from Huang Kai, there was only a girl named Zhang Jing from class 12 who did it, and she got a high score of 83 points. Okay, classmates, next, gather in the martial arts hall and begin the second test, the martial arts test, said Chen Tian. So next, everyone, led by their class teachers, went to the martial arts hall. Although the martial arts hall of Wenyi Middle School was not too big, it could easily accommodate more than 100 people. The design of the martial arts hall is somewhat like a football field, with an open space in the middle for practicing martial arts, and surrounded by stands made of closely packed benches. There is a considerable gap between the stands and the open space, enough for everyone to see clearly everything that happens on the open space. Huang Haibo, Chen Tian, and Huang Xiaojing naturally sat down in the open space, which was on the side of the martial arts field, and in front of Huang Xiaojing, there was still a video recording device. Huan Yukai from Class 1, come in, Chen Tian said, taking a look at the roster in his hand. In the last assessment, Huan Yukai scored 70 points, ranking just 10th among the 144 people who registered, which makes him a very strong seed. When Huan Yukai entered, Chen Tiankai said, Please choose your weapon and tell us the martial arts you want to perform. Finally, I and teacher Huang Xiaojing will give you the scores. Yes. Huan Yukai responded, then walked to the weapon rack, took out a standard long sword from it, and said, Teachers, the martial arts I want to display is basic swordsmanship. Okay, you can start, Chen Tian responded. It is very easy to get started with basic swordsmanship, and it is a must-have martial art for almost all students. Especially when it comes to opening the meridians and condensing qi and blood, the basic swordsmanship that is easy to get started with is more popular among students. In the next 5 minutes, Huan Yukai practiced his sword skills while breathing slightly, with beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. However, Anyone who knows a little about swordsmanship can see that Huang Youcai's proficiency in swordsmanship is not actually that high, and he is even a long way from the mastery level. Chapter 48. Get full marks again. Finally, Chen Tian and Huang Xiaojing discussed in a low voice and made the final score. Huang Youcai, demonstration of martial arts, basic swordsmanship, no grade, proficiency, entry level, score, 50 points. Huang Youcai looked a little dejected. His talent was not that good. After spending almost all his time on opening his meridians and refining his qi and blood, the little time left was only enough for him to practice his martial arts to the entry level. However, in Wenyi, Huang Youcai was not an exception, but a common phenomenon. Those students who performed well in the first test were exposed in the martial arts assessment, and their scores were around 50 points. There was even a student in Class 2 who barely made it to the entry level and only got a low score of 25. About an hour later, it was the turn of the third shift. The list was still the same as before, and Wang Kai was still the first. Brother Su, I'll go up and practice casually. Our Class 3 still depends on you, Wang Kai said flatteringly before leaving. However, it was obvious that Su Bai was too lazy to pay attention to this kid. After Wang Kai felt embarrassed, he could only smile awkwardly and walk to the martial arts training ground. Teacher, the martial arts I am going to use is Overlord Spear Technique. The quality is middle grade yellow grade. Wang Kai took down a spear and began to demonstrate it in the martial arts training ground. One has to say, this boy is quite skilled. After the demonstration, Li Pingfan in the stands, Huang Haibao and the two teachers in the field all nodded with satisfaction. Finally, after a brief discussion, Chen Tian said, Wang Kai, demonstrate martial arts, Overlord Spear skills, yellow level middle grade, proficiency, mastery level, score, 84 points. After some encouragement, Wang Kai left the training ground and returned to the stands. In fact, the proficiency at the mastery level does not reach the standard of 84 points at all, but it is a set of yellow level mid-grade martial arts. The higher the level of the martial arts, the more difficult it is to practice, so just the yellow level mid-grade is already a guaranteed 70 points. Brother Su, sorry for showing off. After Wang Kai came back, he ignored everyone and gave Su Bai a silly smile. Get out! Su Bai twitched the corner of his mouth and waved his hand silently and cursed. Okay, Brother Su! Upon hearing that, Wang Kai immediately ran back to his seat and sat down. Su Bai. On the side, Niu Zhuangshi looked at Wang Kai, then at Su Bai, and couldn't help asking, Brother Su, what did you do to this kid? How did he become so stupid? You go too, Niu Zhuangshi. Not long after, Niu Zhuangshi finished demonstrating his martial arts. The final score was not good, but not bad either. It could only be said to be average. Niu Zhuangshi, demonstration of martial arts, basic sword skills, no grade, proficiency, mastery level, score 67 points. Su Bai from Class 3, come in! Chen Tian shouted loudly. When Su Bai's name was called out, everyone present immediately focused their attention on him. As the only genius who had received full marks in the first assessment, they were also looking forward to seeing whether the sudden rising genius could continue to write his own dark horse legend in martial arts. However, among these people, Wang Kai still had no doubts, and looked at Su Bai's gradually receding back with firm eyes. He still couldn't forget the scene of being beaten by a set of gorgeous master-level swordsmanship that night. Of course, in addition to Wang Kai, Li Pingfan and Niu Zhuangshi also knew everything clearly this time. These two even knew more than Wang Kai, because Wang Kai only knew that Su Bai had practiced the basic swordsmanship to the master level, but he didn't know that his own brother Su also knew the top-grade yellow-level Qiankuan Invincible. Su Bai walked step by step to the martial arts training ground. He bowed slightly to the principal and the two teachers before asking, Teachers, I have a question. Can I get full marks for basic swordsmanship? Chen Tian and Huang Xiaojing were obviously confused by Su Bai's question, but Chen Tian patiently explained to this little genius who scored full marks in the previous test. Basic swordsmanship has no grades, and there is no precedent for giving full marks. However, 3 years ago, a student practiced it to the master level and finally achieved a good score of 95 points. Only 95 points? Fuck, Brother Su actually has another trick up his sleeve? Wang Kai was the first to stand up from his seat, his face filled with shock. Nonsense, who is Brother Su? He will definitely get full marks in this test, Niu Zhuangshi said proudly, as if he was the one who was about to get full marks. Similarly, Chen Tian and Huang Xiaojing were also stunned, thinking they had misheard. On the contrary, Huang Haibao, who was standing next to them, smiled like a chrysanthemum and said, Xiao Su, you start now. Chen Tian and Huang Xiaojing didn't say anything about Huang Haibao's meddling in other people's affairs. They were also looking forward to Su Bai's performance. So Su Bai walked to the weapons rack, took out a standard long sword, and began to demonstrate his martial arts. Qian Kun Wu Di is a very complex martial art, at least for students at their stage. It is extremely complex, roughly the same as the calculus that high school students will learn in college. As Su Bai demonstrated, the students who did not have a solid foundation could not understand it at all and just felt impressed. However, the class teachers, as well as Huang Haibao and Chen Tian, watched with great interest and praised him highly. In a corner of the martial arts hall, a man with a somewhat slovenly appearance and a cigarette in his mouth had shining eyes and kept muttering, Amazing, really amazing, in the field of master level, he is already very mature, not at all like a green man who has just cultivated to the master level. A few minutes later, Su Bai stopped what he was doing, bowed slightly again, and waited for his final score. Naturally, the result was not surprising. Chen Tian and Huang Xiaojing didn't even communicate this time. The score was determined with just a glance. Su Bai, demonstration of martial arts, Qiankun invincible, yellow grade upper grade, proficiency, master level, score, 100 points. Even though almost everyone guessed that it would be a full score, when Qing Tianjin announced the final score, it still caused an uproar in the room. Oh my god, 2 tests, 100 points, do you have to be so perverted? Why haven't I heard of such a genius in class 3 before? I'm now curious whether there are people in the other 3 Wuzhong schools who have obtained full marks in 2 items. No matter what, Su Bai is awesome. Su Bai Niobi. Under the gaze of more than 100 people in the audience, Su Bai returned to his seat and sat down. He knew that he might really become famous. The headline of tomorrow's Jincheng Morning Post might be about his martial arts test results. Chapter 49, Brother Su, it's my sister-in-law. Brother Su, I never expected that you actually possessed a top-grade yellow-level martial art. Thank you for not killing me. Wang Kai left his seat, squatted beside Su Bai, and carefully pulled Su Bai's trouser legs with both hands. Get lost! Su Bai slapped Wang Kai's hand away angrily and cursed. If you don't get lost, I'll reward you with a set of Qian Kun Wu Di. Wang Kai. Li Pingfan looked at the two of them, frowned, and asked, Su Bai, did you hit him? No. No. Su Bai and Wang Kai answered in unison, either admitting it. Li Pingfan rubbed his eyebrows, then waved his hand, motioning Wang Kai to sit back in his seat. The martial arts assessment is still going on, but the subsequent quality has returned to normal levels, with the highest score being 71 points, while most people can only get more than 50 points. It was lunchtime in the middle of the test, and everyone took turns to eat so as not to delay the test at all. So by just 3 o'clock in the afternoon, all the students in the 12 classes had finished the test. Chen Tian checked the time and said, Everyone, gather at the school gate. The next one will be the 3rd assessment of the year, and it is also the one most likely to result in casualties, so please take it seriously. So, everyone left the martial arts hall and walked towards the school gate in an orderly manner under the leadership of the class teacher. Brother Su, I don't know what kind of monsters I will be fighting in this year's individual combat assessment, and I'm a little nervous, Niu Zhuangshi suddenly said. Brother Niu, don't be nervous. I think this year's assessment will still be in the Colosseum, where we will fight some ferocious beasts. Looking at Wang Kai, who appeared out of nowhere, Niu Zhuangshi's mouth twitched. Go away, I didn't ask you. Okay, Brother Niu. Niu Zhuangshi. Seeing this, Su Bai was speechless. He finally couldn't help asking, Wang Kai, what do you want? If you want to help that guy from Wuizhong gather some intelligence, I advise you to give up as soon as possible and don't let it ruin your life. Brother Su, this is simply impossible. I have long since turned to the light. Don't worry, I will never bully my classmates again. I will never tolerate evil, Wang Kai said solemnly, holding his fist high above his head. Su Bai. Niu Zhuangshi. Students. 10 minutes later, everyone gathered at the school gate. There was already a row of buses waiting there, and each class was assigned one. Not long after, the vehicle started, but everyone soon realized something was wrong, because the car was heading out of the city, not towards the Colosseum in the city. Teacherly, isn't this year's individual combat assessment held in the Colosseum? Subai asked doubtfully. However, even Li Pingfan, the head teacher, could not answer his question. The subjects of the martial arts exam are the same every year, but there are big changes this year. Obviously, Li Pingfan's answer only meant one thing, and he didn't know what it was. The car moved along the road, and gradually, a strange look appeared on Subai's face, because he guessed a very funny possibility. Sure enough, half an hour later, 12 buses stopped in front of the copy's entrance. A large number of guards were deployed around today's copy. Each guard was fully armed, and the new firearms glowed with a cold light under the sunlight. Moreover, in addition to the students from Weni Middle School, students from several other middle schools who were taking the military examination had also arrived. At a rough glance, the number was probably no less than 1,000 people. Of course, most of them are students from the 3 martial arts middle schools. After all, only martial arts middle schools can have so many people taking part in the martial arts exam. Oh my god, Brother Su, I think I have guessed what our next assessment will be. It was the first time that Niu Zhuangshi saw such a grand scene, and he was a little shocked. It should be a dungeon, ain't you? Have you ever played a dungeon? Subai asked. I went there once a few months ago, but it was too dangerous, so I haven't been there since. Besides, the dungeon is mainly for honing martial arts. I don't even have enough time to open my meridians and condense my chi and blood, let alone hone my martial arts, Niu Zhuangshi said guiltily. Brother Niu, I have downloaded all 3 copies here many times. I will tell you some precautions later. Wang Kai appeared out of nowhere and joined the conversation between the two. Subai was too lazy to pay attention to him now. Just when he was about to say something to Niu Zhuangshi, he heard Xingtian starting to call them to gather. Today's copy area has been cleared, so each school occupies a space and it doesn't seem crowded. Okay, I believe everyone has guessed what this year's individual combat assessment is. That's right, it's a dungeon. Xingtian's face was very serious, and his tone became much more severe. Each of you will receive a boundary-breaking pill in a while. If you encounter danger in the dungeon, you can crush it immediately and you will be teleported out directly. You must remember this. Do you understand clearly? Understood. Everyone responded loudly. Next, each class teacher received a boundary-breaking pill from Huang Xiaojing, and then distributed it to the students who needed to be tested. This kind of boundary-breaking pill can only break through low-level copies, but even so, the price is not cheap. The market price is about 5,000 yuan per pill. This time, the official is considered generous. Moreover, the boundary-breaking pill has another function, which is that it allows people who are 1 realm higher than the entry conditions of the copy to enter. For example, the copy here is restricted to the meridian opening realm, so with the boundary-breaking pill, people in the body-forging realm can also enter. After the boundary-breaking pills were distributed, Xingtian spoke again. This test instance is the Death Town. Everyone must wear a small video recording device to enter. If you lose it, you will be retested. However, you need to pay for the boundary-breaking pill yourself. The final score will be determined by the number of monsters killed and the time it takes to clear the instance. Of course, if someone can clear the instance, they will get full marks at the very least. Moreover, if you can clear the instance within 30 minutes, you will get 20 extra points. The assessment rules for this item are also very simple. It is to test the student's practical level. There is not too much frills. As long as you have the ability, you can just pass it. However, it must be said that actual combat involves danger. Even if everyone has a boundary-breaking pill, it is uncertain whether they can use it in many cases. However, just when Xingtian finished explaining the rules of this assessment, a cry of surprise came from the teleportation vortex entrance of the copy. Fuck, my goddess is awesome! How long did it take to clear the level? Surely it didn't take 30 minutes? The exclamations from the other side attracted many people's attention, and even Subai couldn't help but look over out of curiosity. But at this glance, his brows furrowed. He recognized the person who seemed to be the center of attention. It was Zhou Xiaoxi, who had come to the school before and asked him to give up the martial arts exam. Hey, Brother Su, look, it's Zhou Xiaoxi. She actually completed the dungeon within 30 minutes. Wow, she's so awesome! Niu Zhuangshi took a breath and said with emotion. Brother Su, it's my sister-in-law. Wang Kai showed up again, but this time, before he could finish his words, Su Bai kicked him out. Chapter 50. I'm hanging out with Brother Su now. Goddamn sister-in-law. Su Bai's face turned black. Niu Zhuangshi, who was standing by, was immediately amused when he saw how miserable Wang Kai was. This kid used to call sister-in-law in the name of Qian Xiaohao from Wei Middle School. Today he called sister-in-law again, but in the name of Su Bai. He would definitely get beaten. Su Bai, what are you doing? Li Pingfan heard the noise here, turned around and asked. It's okay, he just tripped accidentally while not walking, right, classmate Wang Kai? Su Bai glanced at the other person meaningfully. Wang Kai got up from the ground, reached out to brush off the dust on his clothes, and smiled. Yes, I did fall down accidentally just now, Teacher Li, you don't have to worry. Okay, then everyone get ready. Li Pingfan had a clear mind, but didn't say much. Pa. Chen Tian clapped his hands and said, Don't look at it, take your eyes back. I have one more thing to say. Listen carefully. The monsters in the dungeon will not follow any rules with you. They may even kill you as their ultimate goal. So, you must be very careful in terms of safety. Once you find yourself in danger, crush the boundary-breaking pill immediately. Do you understand? All the students in Wenyi Middle School nodded in agreement, so Chen Tian waved his hand and said, Okay, everyone go to the dungeon teleportation vortex entrance. If you feel ready, you can go in directly. Yes. Okay. More than 100 people began to head towards the entrance of the copy. At this time, there were also about 200 students from other schools and dozens of teachers gathered here. Although most people are still in the copy, the entrance of the copy is still very lively. Just when Su Bai arrived at the entrance of the copy, he clearly felt two pairs of gazes falling on him, one from the front and one from the back. Su Bai turned his head and first saw Zhou Xiaoxi looking at him with concern. Then, next to Zhou Xiaoxi, he saw Qian Xiaohao with a gloomy face. Su Bai. Zhou Xiaoxi pushed through the crowd, trotted over to Su Bai, and asked, I have a saved boundary-breaking pill here, take it. Zhou Xiaoxi wore a white shirt on the upper body and a pair of jeans on the lower body today, full of youthful vitality. When she opened her palm, revealing the boundary-breaking pill in it, the classmates around her all started laughing strangely and making a noise. Su Bai, is this your girlfriend? Introduce her. That's right, squad leader, you have such a beautiful girlfriend, please introduce her to me. Sister-in-law, to be honest with you, I think Brother Su. Oops. As soon as Wang Kai called out, Sister-in-law, Su Bai kicked him out. He just looked at the beautiful girl in front of him coldly and replied, Thank you, I don't need it. Su Bai, what's wrong with you recently? Zhou Xiaoxi reached out and grabbed Su Bai's sleeve and asked. However, her actions did nothing more than cause greater commotion and bring Su Bai more jealous and hateful looks. Su Bai snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and said in an even colder voice, Zhou Xiaoxi, we are not familiar with each other. Please keep your distance from me in the future, okay? Su Bai. Watching Su Bai walk away without looking back, Zhou Xiaoxi's eyes turned red and there seemed to be a glimmer in them. Just as Su Bai passed through the crowd and passed by a young man from Wei Middle School who was wearing designer clothes, the other person suddenly grinned and said softly, Very good. I am very satisfied with your attitude today. The person who spoke was Qian Xiaohao. He had been pursuing Zhou Xiaoxi, but the other party seemed to be only interested in the waste named Su Bai from Wenizhong, which made him very annoyed. So, he initially asked someone to teach Su Bai a lesson, and later he did it himself, but this kid was really stubborn. No matter how he beat and scolded him, he was unwilling to draw a clear line between himself and Zhou Xiaoxi. So he took the most extreme measures. But now it seems that his most extreme means seem to have no effect. Su Bai is still alive and well, and all the people he is looking for have lost contact, which makes him very confused. However, all he could think of was that those guys were unlucky and encountered ferocious beasts when they left the city. As for the fact that Su Bai killed all those people, he simply didn't believe it. If Su Bai really had that kind of strength, he would not have allowed himself to be bullied in the past few years. Even Wang Kai from their class has become his lackey. If he is allowed to bully Subai, then he will bully Subai. He is a complete waste of cultivation. My attitude towards her does not depend on you. Subai looked at the other party, with a pair of eyes containing a strong murderous intent. You should pray that there are so many people here today, otherwise, I will make you disappear silently. After saying that, Subai raised his lips into a sinister smile and walked towards the entrance of the copy, leaving Qian Xiaohao alone, who had not reacted for a while. Subai, you! Qian Xiaohao was so angry that he was shaking all over. He turned around and was about to attack him, but before he could finish his words, he saw Subai's figure flash and he had already entered the copy. Qian Xiaohao clenched his fists, his eyes grim. The one who should pray is you, Subai! At this moment, Qian Xiaohao was suddenly bumped by someone, and he was caught off guard and almost fell down. A good dog doesn't block the road. After Niu Zhuangshi bumped into the man, he immediately rushed to the entrance of the copy. When Qian Xiaohao steadied himself and saw the person who bumped into him, he was about to get angry, but the other party went straight into the copy, which made him feel extremely aggrieved. However, just when he was about to let out his anger, he saw a familiar figure and shouted, Wan Kai, come here. I have a task for you. Wait for them to come out and teach them a lesson. Wan Kai heard this and nodded timidly and asked, Mr. Qian, aren't you going to do it yourself? What the hell are you doing? Our class has already finished the assessment, and we're leaving soon, you idiot. Qian Xiaohao cursed angrily. Oh. Wan Kai seemed to be thinking about what he said, then he grinned and shouted, Sister-in-law, why are you here? Huh! Xiaoxi is here? Qian Xiaohao of course knew who the sister-in-law Wan Kai was talking about. He instantly restrained his violent aura, turned around and was about to say something, but found that Zhou Xiaoxi was not behind him. Realizing that he had been cheated, Qian Xiaohao was about to get angry, but he felt a pain in his butt and his whole body flew up. Get the hell out of here! I'm hanging out with Brother Sun now, you scumbag! Wan Kai kicked Qian Xiaohao with all his strength, cursed him a few times, then turned around and ran away without looking back. Fuck! Qian Xiaohao crawled up from the ground, looking extremely miserable. His eyes were red, like a wild beast ready to devour its prey. However, before he could attack Wan Kai, the other party's body disappeared at the door of the copy. Okay, very good! Wan Kai, Niu Zhuangshi, and Subai, just wait! Chapter 51, Death Town Nightmare Mode. Attention, you have been teleported to the Death Town Nightmare Mode. The triggering probability of this mode is 0.01%. I wish you good luck. Listening to the prompts in his ears and looking at the blood-red sky above his head, Subai felt confused. What the hell is this? If I encounter a nightmare book in the assessment, can I still have a happy exam? How long did it take him to clear the nightmare book last time? It seemed to be about 10 hours. How about this nightmare book? Subai had a headache. Even though his strength had become stronger than a few days ago, the final clearance time would definitely not be short. Looking at the boundary-breaking pill in his hand, Subai hesitated whether to crush the abacus. He guessed that Qintian would consider letting him take the test again, but the other party might not provide the boundary-breaking pill again. 5,000 yuan for a boundary-breaking pill, forget it, let's just clear the level directly. Subai took a deep breath and drew out the long sword behind him. Being reluctant to buy the boundary-breaking pill was one thing, but he was equally reluctant to give up the final reward for completing the nightmare book. After all, it was not like he had not played the nightmare book before, so he might as well do it. So, Subai began to go deeper into the dungeon. In nightmare mode, the area of the entire town became more than 3 or 4 times larger, but the first section of the journey was exactly the same as in a normal dungeon. There are still zombies guarding the town gate, but the number has increased from 1 to 2. Subai shook the sword in his hand, and flames immediately rose up. He was also a skilled and brave man, so he didn't make any tentative attacks, but directly killed with the sword. The strength of these 2 zombies is already comparable to the final boss in the ordinary book, but this was also within Subai's expectations. Now that he is already a warrior in the body-tempering realm, his strength is much stronger than before. Even if he faces 2 monsters at the boss level of the ordinary book at the same time, it is not difficult at all. In less than a minute, the 2 zombies were killed on the spot by Subai, and Subai's own consumption was not that great. He felt that he could handle this level of battle, even if it came dozens of times in a row. Soul refining. Fire flew out from Subai's palm, and vaguely a phoenix-like shadow could be seen flashing by. Nowadays, the time consumed in killing monsters of the soul refining level is very short, about 30 seconds per monster, which is more than 10 times faster than before. But at the same time, monsters of this level could no longer directly help Subai improve his chi and blood values. Even after refining the souls of 2 zombies in a row, he still could not feel any changes in his chi and blood. So, Subai stood up and continued to go deeper into the dungeon. Compared to the flat terrain of the Minotaur's lair, the terrain of the Death Town was much more complicated. Many zombies do not appear directly on the streets, but hide in shops on both sides of the streets. When you pass by, they will suddenly jump out and give you a fatal blow. Of course, in front of Subai, who possesses absolute crushing strength, all of this is just useless. No matter whether you appear directly or hide and attack, the final result is only one, that is, being killed on the spot. As he went deeper, Subai also encountered a not-so-big crisis. There were 20 zombies appearing at the same time, which was equivalent to 15 ordinary bosses besieging you. In this situation, even an ordinary body-tempering realm cultivator would have difficulty defeating them. But Subai relied on his invincibility, and successfully killed them all with a little effort. Next came the first elite monster in the dungeon, a small but extremely agile zombie. Of course, calling it a zombie is not quite accurate, because that thing is exactly the same as the crawler in a certain movie before the time travel. As for the strength it shows, it is definitely much stronger than in the movie. Subai's own speed is certainly not comparable to that of others, but he has 2 master-level martial arts, especially Qiankun Wudi. After his proficiency has reached the master level, both defense and offense have become stronger than before. Because of this, when facing an elite monster of almost equal strength, Subai was not as embarrassed as he was before. After fighting for nearly 5 minutes, he pierced the elite monster's head with a sword. Health value +1. The long-lost system voice sounded. After refining the soul for so long, it finally took effect again. The blood value also increased from 109 points to 110 points. The first elite monster in Death Town is a crawler, and the second elite monster is a tank. Tank and crawlers are monsters that have developed in 2 extreme directions. Tank's physical fitness is extremely terrifying. He can knock over a car on the side of the road with one punch. Even Subai doesn't dare to confront him head-on. However, this thing also has an obvious shortcoming, which is that it moves slowly, probably only slightly faster than an ordinary person. So in the end, it was even easier for Subai to deal with the tank than the crawler. There was no danger at all. The only annoying thing was that the health bar was too thick, making it difficult to kill. It only took Subai 5 minutes to kill the crawler, but it took him half an hour to kill the tank. This shows how powerful he was. After killing 2 elite monsters in a row and advancing the progress of the dungeon by 2/3, Subai's blood value finally couldn't hold on. After finding a relatively safe place with a wide view, Subai sat down cross-legged and began to recover his energy and blood. He looked at the time again and realized that he had been delayed in the copy for 3.5 hours. It should be almost dark outside. Oh, what a mess! Subai shook his head and smiled bitterly. But it must be said that completing 2/3 of the entire dungeon in just 3.5 hours was already an extremely fast speed. The last time he spent 3.5 hours, he seemed to have failed to even kill the cow of the first elite monster. After resting for about 20 minutes, Subai stood up and continued to kill towards the deepest part of the copy with his sword. After he killed dozens of zombies along the way, he finally saw the final boss guarding the dungeon. Boss Killer Tyrant. It's actually a tyrant! Subai's pupils suddenly shrank, and the fighting spirit in his heart boiled. He was very clear about the characteristics of the tyrant. It was stronger than a tank and faster than a crawler. It was a true killing machine. If nothing unexpected happens, this guy's realm should be above the body-tempering realm. Subai tightly grasped the long sword in his hand, with a slight smile on his lips. The last time, when facing the boss in the mouth of the Minotaur's lair, he took advantage of Ong Mamba's sleep and secretly threw his weapon into the lake, thus gaining the victory by chance. But this time, it is obvious that Subai will face a final boss who can exert his full strength, and it will also be the first time that he will challenge an opponent with the strength of the body tempering realm alone. There was nervousness and fear in my heart, but more than that, there was an extreme excitement. Chapter 52, The Principal's Reluctance. Copy outside. Huan Yikai scored 37 points. Zhou Fang scored 33 points. Zhang Jing scored 44 points. Niu Zhuangshi scored 41 points. Wang Kai score 53 points. The people from Wenyi Middle School were teleported out of the copy one after another. Wang Kai was still the person with the highest score, but even so, he only had 53 points. It seems that the scoring standards for the practical subject are extremely strict. Let alone getting a high score, even passing the test is extremely difficult. Hey! Brother Niu, why hasn't Brother Su come out yet? Wang Kai looked around but did not see Su Bai. Nonsense, my brother Su is going to get full marks. It's only 20 minutes, why are you in such a hurry? Niu Zhuangshi retorted angrily. He got very angry when he thought about how this bastard had bullied Su Bai in the past. Oh yes, who is Brother Su? The full marks are all for basic operations, and he will definitely get extra points. Wang Kai also started bragging. But as time passed, Su Bai still did not show up. At this time, more than 100 people from Wenyi Middle School had all completed the assessment. Except for a few people who were injured, no one had died. In general, the monsters in the copy are still too weak, just like ordinary people. As long as you are not surrounded, it is difficult to die in a one-on-one fight. In addition, with the boundary-breaking pill, it is even less likely that anything will happen. It's over. Brother Su's extra points are gone. Wang Kai's face suddenly fell. Su Bai had been in there for 30 minutes. That was to say, even if he finally cleared the dungeon, he could only get the guaranteed 100 points. It's okay. Brother Su got full marks in the first 2 assessments. Even if he doesn't get extra points, it's not a big problem, Niu Zhuangshi also said. The two were bragging about everything, and others were used to it. However, Li Pingfan, the class teacher, frowned, as he felt something was wrong. According to his estimation, with the first level of the body tempering realm and 2 master-level martial arts, as long as he has sufficient practical experience, the Death Town can be cleared in 25 minutes at most. Even if we take a step back and say that Su Bai has very poor combat experience, or has never had any combat experience, his absolute strength is enough to crush the enemy. He should be able to come out in 30 minutes. As everyone was speculating, half an hour had passed by unknowingly. At this time, Niu Zhuangshi and Wang Kai both began to panic. The former was worried about his childhood friend, and the latter was worried about his life. He had just chosen Su Bai over Qian Xiaohao, and now Su Bai was gone. Wouldn't he be dead too? What's going on? Is the dark horse from Class 3 going to overturn? I think so. It's been an hour, and he still hasn't come out. He must have failed. Oh, what a pity! Look at the faces of Teacher Li Pingfan and the others. They look so ugly. Haha, I think that's fine. Let him show off. I'm afraid his body is cold now. Haha, jealousy can make a person look completely different. Such mean behavior. What the hell do you mean? Who are you calling a villain? Whoever is answering the call is the one I'm talking to. At this time, everyone knew that the dark horse of Class 3 had not yet come out, and all kinds of rumors emerged one after another. Some people felt sorry for it, while others ridiculed it. At this moment, Wang Kai suddenly punched a boy in the stomach. The boy immediately fell to his knees, holding his stomach and retching, with a painful expression on his face. If you say anything bad about Brother Su again, I will beat you to death. Seeing Wang Kai's look, Niu Zhuangshi was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this guy would get so angry and teach the other person a lesson just because someone said bad things about Su Bai. Enough, everyone go back to your cars. Principal Huang Haibao suddenly spoke, his tone filled with unquestionable power and momentum. After the principal spoke, no one dared to be rude anymore. The student who was beaten was about to stand up and say something harsh, but was glared at by his own head teacher. He thought to himself, what a tactless idiot. The first 2 tests have already made Su Bai completely remembered by Huang Haibao. He is the first genius to get full marks in 2 subjects since the establishment of Wenyi Middle School. If nothing unexpected happens, he will also get full marks in the 3rd test. But no one expected that a rising star would encounter an accident in the third assessment. This was a big blow to Huang Haibao. Huang Haibao was different from the previous principals. He was determined to upgrade Wenyi Middle School to become the 4th martial arts middle school in Jincheng. To this end, he spent a huge amount of money to rebuild the martial arts hall and hired talents like Lu Xiao to teach. I thought that a good seedling would finally appear this year, but unexpectedly such an accident happened. You guys go back to the car too, Huang Haibao said to the teachers behind him without even turning his head. Everyone looked at each other, and finally sighed and left the entrance of the dungeon. After more than an hour, Chen Tian came back from the car and said, Principal, it's getting dark, and it's been almost 3 hours. Su Bai. Huang Haibao also did not look back. His back looked a little bleak, and a tired voice came out of his mouth. You guys go back to school first. The safety of the students is important. Don't worry about me. I'll wait. It was indeed not a good idea to stay outside the city after dark, but Chen Tian knew that he could not persuade this old man who had been fighting for his dream all his life. After a long silence, Chen Tiankai spoke again. Then Principal, be careful. Huang Haibao waved his hand, not caring much, and Chen Tian turned around and left, and returned to the car. Soon, there were bursts of exclamations from the parking area, but these exclamations did not last long, and all the vehicles turned around and returned to Jincheng. Huang Haibao stared at the teleportation vortex in front of him with cloudy eyes, muttering, Will you really die in a low-level copy that is not even worthy of its grade? The night wind howled, and no one could answer his questions. The 4th hour, the 5th hour. The suburbs were not peaceful at night, with the roars of various ferocious beasts constantly heard, but Huang Haibao seemed to not care at all. As time passed, Huang Haibao felt more and more desolate. Such a long time had passed, and he was afraid that there was no chance of survival. But at this moment, an accident really happened. The teleportation vortex in front of him shook, and the next second, a young man covered in blood walked out. He had a long sword on his back and a firm look in his eyes. It was Su Bai who had entered the dungeon for 5 hours. I knew it, ha ha ha! Huang Haibao laughed loudly, and the gloom on his body disappeared without a trace in an instant. Chapter 53, Kill the Tyrant. Roar. When Su Bai entered the tyrant's field of vision, the other party immediately let out a terrifying roar towards the sky. Feeling the powerful force coming towards him, Su Bai became more and more excited. He shook the sword in his hand, and flames burned on the edge of the sword. The tyrant is 3 meters tall, with solid muscles all over his body and unparalleled explosive power. Basic swordsmanship. But even though there was a huge difference in size between the two sides, Su Bai was not afraid at all and used basic swordsmanship to meet the attack. Bang! Boom! Su Bai fought with the tyrant for less than a minute before the surrounding streets were torn to pieces. Of course, most of this was the tyrant's fault. His strength was even stronger than Su Bai had expected. With one punch, he could easily punch through a thick concrete wall, and he could also easily lift a car and throw it away. In addition to its terrifying power, the tyrant is also extremely fast, even faster than the crawlers, almost reaching the same level as Su Bai. In other words, this is a terrifying monster whose strength is stronger than Su Bai and whose speed is equal to Su Bai. Even its physical defense is more than 10 times that of Su Bai. He's at the 3rd level of the body tempering realm, and he also knows 2 mastery-level martial arts, Su Bai said in amazement. When facing Ong Mamba in the Minotaur's lair before, Su Bai could not clearly judge the opponent's realm due to his own weak strength. But now Su Bai knows. No matter whether it is the tyrant or Wang Mamba, both of them have the strength of the 3rd level of the body tempering realm. It's just that Wang Mamba lost his most powerful weapon at that time, and his strength was greatly reduced. But now the tyrant can suppress Su Bai with only a pair of fists, making him unable to resist. After fighting for another 5 minutes, Su Bai was completely at a disadvantage. His attacks could hardly cause fatal injuries to him. On the contrary, he needed to dodge the opponent's attacks at all times, otherwise if he was hit, he would be half crippled if not dead. It's just 2 small realms, why is the gap so big? Su Bai was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, he has 500 points of hidden chi and blood in his body, so his combat power should not be so weak. Could it be because my body is still incomplete? Subai slashed the tyrant's fist with the sword, and the whole person retreated more than 10 meters away with the recoil force. From the information he already knew, he understood that hidden chi and blood could greatly improve his strength. The higher the hidden chi and blood value before the breakthrough, the greater the increase in strength after the breakthrough. This includes the replenishment of chi and blood, which can make people more durable, and also includes the most direct combat effectiveness, such as strength, speed, defense, etc., which will have a qualitative leap. But now Subai only felt that his blood and energy were sufficient, and he could fight a protracted battle. He even felt that the tyrant at the third level of the body-tempering realm could not surpass him in endurance. But apart from endurance, he didn't feel any other benefits, so now he is wondering if it is because an important organ in his body has not yet recovered. Forget it. This matter can only be verified later. Now let's deal with this zombie boss first. Subai took a deep breath, slashed the sword in his hand forward, and said, Qian Kun invincible you! 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. This was Subai's most sustained battle in history. In fact, his overall strength was slightly higher than that of the tyrant, but the opponent's physical defense was too high. Every time he slashed with the sword, he could only leave a wound 1 or 2 centimeters deep on the opponent, which was not fatal at all. Even a martial art like Xiankun Wudi, which has decent damage, cannot kill with one strike. Of course, this doesn't mean that even Xiankun Wudi can't break the opponent's defense, but that the opponent will dodge and use martial arts to offset your attack. At that time, the Minotaur boss Ong Mamba was a pure power monster. It moved slowly and naturally could not dodge. In addition, it had no weapons and could not use corresponding martial arts, so it was killed by Subai. On the contrary, the tyrant is not only fast, but can also perform mastery-level martial arts. Thinking of killing him with one strike is really thinking too much. But as time passed, the boss tyrant inevitably became weak. 1 sword wound might not matter, 10 sword wounds might not be a big deal either, but what about 100 sword wounds? Finally, after struggling for an hour, Subai felt exhausted and his blood was exhausted, and the boss tyrant fell unwillingly on the ground that looked like a ruin. When the boss tyrant fell, Subai also sat down on the ground. His body and mind felt extremely tired, and the blood in his body was almost exhausted. If it weren't for the 500 points of hidden blood, he would probably have been defeated long ago. Coupled with the internal injuries caused by the huge force in his body, if the boss tyrant doesn't die now, he will die. I really didn't expect that the difference in strength would be so huge with only a gap of 2 small realms. Subai gasped heavily, and was glad that he had thrown away the weapon of boss Ong Mamba in the Minotaur's lair, otherwise he might have lost it too. After resting for about 20 minutes, Subai felt better. He stood up, walked to the front of the boss tyrant, squatted down, and directly used the soul refining method. A few minutes later. Health value +1. Health value +1. Health value +1. Probably because Subai had already reached the body tempering realm, this time the soul refining only increased his chi and health value by 3 points. This was a little bit different from what he expected. After all, when he was refining the soul of Wing Mamba, it increased by 30 points, which was a 10-fold difference. Although soul refining did not increase the blood and energy values much, it was of great help to Subai's injuries. The internal damage caused by the tyrant was almost healed. Now all that was left was the fatigue in his body muscles. Returning to the location where the boss tyrant first appeared, sure enough, there was already an exquisitely crafted crystal treasure chest placed there. Subai couldn't wait to trot over and open the treasure chest. What came into his sight were 3 herbs that he was completely unfamiliar with and a statue of a tyrant. Given the previous experience, Subai would not underestimate these herbs. Maybe after selling them, he could earn hundreds of thousands more. After putting the herbs in his pocket, Subai picked up the statue from the treasure chest and muttered, "What is the use of this thing? Is it really a souvenir for clearing the nightmare?" Subai couldn't figure it out, and was too lazy to think about it anymore. Souvenirs were just souvenirs, so he could just take them all out first. So, Subai stepped into the teleportation vortex. His eyes blurred and he felt the world spinning around him. Then he appeared outside the copy. Chapter 54, Huang Haibo's Shock. Congratulations on clearing the Death Town Nightmare Mode alone, and receiving the dungeon reward of plus 10 HP. All damage sustained in the dungeon has been healed. Alas, the fixed rewards of the copy have been weakened tenfold. Subai shook his head and sighed, but fortunately the injury healing after clearing the nightmare mode was not cancelled or weakened. After the treatment, except for some deficit in his chi and blood value, he really had no injuries at all. Student Subai, you actually came out? But at this moment, suddenly, a slightly surprised voice sounded from not far away, which scared Subai. Who? Subai looked forward vigilantly, and drew out his sword. The sky was overcast tonight, and the moonlight could not reach the earth, causing Subai's vision to be greatly obstructed. Not to mention seeing 10 or 20 meters away, he could only see a vague black shadow 2 or 3 meters away. Don't be afraid, I'm Huang Haibo, your principal. Huang, Principal Huang? Subai was also stunned when he heard this. He hadn't noticed it just now, but when he listened again, it was indeed Huang Haibo's voice. Subai breathed a sigh of relief. His first reaction just now was that Qian Xiaohao, that bastard, was here to cause trouble again. But when he heard it was Huang Haibo, he felt much more at ease. 2 seconds later, Huang Haibo came to Subai's side. Looking at Subai's blood-stained school uniform, his expression suddenly changed. Xiao Su, are you injured? Seeing the principal's attitude, Subai felt a little uncomfortable. Although Huang Haibo was approachable in the past, people who knew him knew that he was an old man with a very bad temper. Not to mention the students, just the teachers, except Lu Xiao, who in the entire Weni Middle School had not been scolded by him. Principal, I'm fine. This is all monster's blood, Subai explained. Oh? That's good, that's good. Huang Haibo heaved a sigh of relief after hearing that, and then asked with a puzzled look on his face. Xiao Su, why did you stay in the dungeon for more than 5 hours? What happened? Hearing this question, Subai just smiled bitterly. He had no intention of hiding anything, so he replied, Bad luck. I was teleported to nightmare mode. What? This time, Huang Haibo really couldn't hold back and shouted out. He knew too well how difficult the nightmare mode was. Even though Subai had already reached the body-tempering realm, entering the nightmare mode of the Death Town would definitely be a life-or-death situation. The nightmare mode is not something that can be cleared by a single person. Under normal circumstances, if you are accidentally teleported into the nightmare mode, you will have to crush the boundary-breaking pill immediately, or wait for 24 hours. Who dares to clear the nightmare mode alone? Are you so stubborn? Tell me, did you pass the level? Or did you find you couldn't win halfway through and then crush the boundary-breaking pill to come out? Huang Haibo took a deep breath and asked. Principal, of course I came out after clearing the level, otherwise why would I waste so much time? For some reason, Subai actually had a vague urge to show off at this moment, which was outrageous. After these words were spoken, Huang Haibo was completely silent and did not speak for a long time. After a long while, he seemed to remember something, and then reached out and took the small video device off Subai's body. No matter how many explanations are given, they are all empty words. Only what is recorded in the video equipment is real. Huang Haibo turned around and walked back, saying as he walked, Let's go to the car and take a look. Subai could hear that there was suppressed excitement in Huang Haibo's tone, as if once it was confirmed that what he had just said was true, the excitement in his heart would no longer be suppressed and would be released outwardly. Soon, Subai followed back to an off-road vehicle. He recognized this car, a Mercedes-Benz S-Series. The lowest configuration started at 1 million yuan, which was definitely a luxury car. When he got into the car, Huang Haibo couldn't wait to take out a laptop from the back seat, and then connected the video device to the computer. After a series of crackling sounds, a blood-red sky appeared on the screen. The bloody sky, it's really a nightmare mode! Huang Haibo couldn't help but said excitedly. The bloody sky is the easiest way to identify a nightmare dungeon. No matter how difficult the dungeon is, as long as it is a nightmare mode, a bloody sky will definitely appear. This is common sense that everyone knows. Since it is really nightmare mode, the next step is to determine whether Subai has really cleared it, instead of finding a place to hide for 5 hours and then coming out to say that he has cleared the copy. In the video, after a brief moment of surprise, Subai drew his sword and started killing. No matter how powerful the zombies were, they could not last more than 10 rounds under his sword. However, Every time Subai killed a zombie, he would squat beside the corpse and release a ball of fire. No one knew what he was doing. "Student Su, what are you doing?" Huan Haibo turned his head and looked at Subai beside him, and asked. Subai had already thought of an excuse for this. "That's a small ability I was born with. After killing a monster, I can use the flames to absorb some energy, which helps me recover the lost chi and blood. There's nothing wrong with it. If you say increasing the chi and blood values is restoring the chi and blood values, I guess no one will doubt it. And I have to say that this ability is really useless." Sure enough, Huan Haibo just said "oh," and didn't ask any further questions, because it is really difficult to comment too much on this ability. The video played very quickly. In the screen, Subai began to face the first elite monster, which was an ugly-looking crawler. Even though this crawler was still in the Meridian opening realm, its strength was much stronger than that of an ordinary person in the first level of the body tempering realm. Especially since this crawler is extremely fast, the opponent will easily catch its flaws if you are not careful. But in the scene, Subai handled the situation very properly. He did not give the crawler any chance to attack himself, and finally won easily with his master-level swordsmanship. Then came the second elite monster, the tank. The overall strength of this elite monster was actually stronger than that of the crawler, but it couldn't withstand encountering an opponent like Subai who was fast and dealt considerable damage, so it died faster than the crawler. Watching the video, Huan Haibo's face changed from solemn at the beginning to relaxed at this moment. He has completely believed what Subai said. With this ability, it seems that it is not a delusion to clear the nightmare mode of Death Town. Finally, when the boss tyrant fell, Huan Haibo turned off the video. It took him only 1 hour to watch the 5-hour video. He did not see many details clearly, but he knew that Subai had indeed cleared the dungeon and became the first genius student in Jincheng to clear the nightmare mode alone in history. "Good, very good, ha ha." Huan Haibo reached out and patted Subai's shoulder and laughed out loud. Chapter 55, Dream Master. When Huan Haibo turned off the computer, Subai asked the question that he had been wanting to ask. "Principal, how do you think my score should be calculated? Can I get the extra 20 points? This was actually what Subai had been thinking about the most. He would get 100 points for clearing the dungeon, which was no problem. However, the condition for getting extra points was that he had to clear it within half an hour. It didn't even take him half an hour, as half a day had already passed. "Don't worry, I will go and negotiate with them. If anyone disagrees, I will throw this video in their faces," Huan Haibo promised solemnly. "Thank you, Principal." Subai breathed a sigh of relief. With the principal's endorsement, this matter would most likely be accomplished. "Okay, it's getting late now. I'll take you back. There's another assessment tomorrow, and it's the most critical one. You must not let your guard down, okay?" Huan Haibo said as he got into the driver's seat. Subai sat in the co-pilot's seat and nodded in response. "Well, I will definitely take it seriously." After saying that, Subai's eyes rolled, and he suddenly lowered his voice and asked slyly, "Principal, can you tell me the content of tomorrow's assessment?" To be honest, everyone is interested in tomorrow's assessment, but even the class teachers are completely unaware of it. They don't even know that the individual assessment in previous years has been moved from the Colosseum to the dungeon. How can we expect them to know about the new team assessment this year? Isn't that asking too much? However, as the principal, Subai felt that Huan Haibo should know about it. Moreover, when he asked this question, Huan Haibo's expression became obviously conflicted. It was obvious that he knew the answer but was not able to say it out loud. Subai did not urge him. He just asked casually and the principal could just answer it casually. If he kept asking, it would make him seem ignorant. Sure enough, about a minute later, Huan Haibo turned his head and glared at Subai, before giving him a warning. "Don't tell anyone else." "I promise," Subai said with a grin. Huan Haibo organized his words and then dropped a bombshell. "Tomorrow's assessment score is 300 points. Subai. Just this one sentence made Subai's brain smoke. He originally thought that adding an extra assessment subject and 100 extra points was already exaggerated, but he never expected that the originally expected 100 points would soar to 300 points. What does that mean? In other words, this subject alone can equal the total score of the first 3 subjects, which in disguise weakens the weight of the first 3 subjects. Principal, why are the higher-ups suddenly paying more attention to teamwork? Has something happened? Subai asked puzzledly. Wow, you reacted pretty quickly. Huang Haibao was a little surprised. He smiled and shook his head. Something must have happened, but I'm just a middle school principal. How can I know any important information? Subai frowned again. He always felt that this kind of assessment had too many drawbacks. Apart from other things, what about cheating? What about the combination of the strong? As if seeing the confusion in Subai's heart, Huang Haibao took the initiative to explain. Tomorrow's assessment will be in groups of 5. Teammates can be freely matched throughout the school. If the last group is less than 5 people, it will also be counted as 5 people, but there will be 20 extra points as compensation. In addition, the 300 points of the assessment are calculated based on the team's performance. In other words, if the team's performance score is 100 points, then all 5 members of the team can get 100 points. If you want to achieve good results, it's a good idea to combine forces, and there's nothing forbidden about it. Do you understand? Hearing this, Subai let out a long sigh. He felt more and more confused. In this way, 4 very strong students could take the test with 1 weak student, and they would definitely get high scores in the end. But in this way, is it really fair to other students? Isn't this equivalent to when, during a liberal arts exam, a top student gives his or her own test paper to a poor student to copy? Ha! Huang Haibao laughed out loud. Don't doubt it, this is the arrangement from above. This year is still good, we can fight a surprise attack, but starting next year, there will be a lot of scenes where we have to pay people to guide the assessment. Huang Haibao's words reminded Subai that for those children from wealthy families who have average abilities but want to get into a good university, isn't this the opportunity? Subai directly transformed himself into a dream master and helped them realize their dream of getting into their ideal university, and they gave Subai corresponding rewards. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone, a double happiness, right? Xiao Su, what are you laughing at? Huang Haibao was very confused. Why did this kid suddenly grin for no reason? He was talking nonsense. Subai raised his hand and wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. No, I'm not laughing, I'm just hungry, yes, hungry. Huang Haibao had a face full of question marks, with an expression that said, Do you think I'm a fool? Principal, do you have a dream? Subai blurted out. Eh? Huang Haibao looked at Subai as if he was looking at a fool, but when talking about dreams, his thoughts gradually went back to 30 years ago when he had just become a substitute teacher. My dream. Huang Haibao sighed. I want Winning Middle School to become a martial arts middle school, and even expand it into a martial arts university in the future. This is my dream. Subai. Ha! Huang Haibao looked as if he was not going to tease me anymore, and added. My current dream is for my students to be admitted to a key martial arts university, even if it's just one of them. Oh? Has no one ever passed the exam before? Subai asked. Of course not. Huang Haibao smiled bitterly. All the good seedlings went to Wuzhong, and our school's facilities are not complete. It's lucky to be admitted to a third-rate Wuhan University of Science and Technology. The only time someone was admitted to a second-rate Wuhan University of Science and Technology was 10 years ago. Yes, that person was your teacher Li Pingfan. Subai. In fact, we can't blame those geniuses for going to Wu Middle School. After all, the educational directions of both sides are completely different. Even if someone in Winning Middle School awakens a powerful talent halfway through, his parents will immediately transfer him to Wu Middle School. In this way, it will become what it is now. Principal, have you ever thought about how much your dream is worth? Subai suddenly asked slyly. Huang Haibao looked at Subai thoughtfully, then laughed and scolded. Okay, if you can get into the key Wuhan University of Science and Technology, I will personally give you a scholarship of 500,000 yuan. The principal is very generous. Subai immediately gave Huang Haibao a thumbs up, and then asked. Then, principal, how many times can you fulfill your dream? Meow meow meow? Huang Haibao. Subai touched the back of his head awkwardly. Of course, this is not about money. I am just a dream master who is willing to help others. I think that your dream can be realized 4 more times. Chapter 56, Wolf Pack. Shut up and prepare well for tomorrow's game. Don't keep thinking about unrealistic things. When you choose your teammates tomorrow, try to pick some students who have performed well before. In this way, you will be a strong combination and your chances of getting high scores will be greater, understand? Huang Haibo scolded. Oh. Seeing that his principal seemed to be about to teach him a lesson, Subai immediately shut up. If you want to get high scores, it's certainly right to choose strong teammates, but if you do that, where will he go to earn some money? For him, money is strength. As long as he has money, he can immediately reach the 9th level of the body tempering realm to show you. However, this is his biggest secret, and he would never tell it to anyone else, let alone the principal Huang Haibo. Even Niu Zhuangshi, who has the best relationship with him, would never tell it easily. Subai, who had nothing to do, leaned back in his chair and began to doze off. He had been busy all day, especially the high-intensity battle and nightmare book, which made him feel exhausted. With Huang Haibo by his side, Subai felt very safe. No matter whether they were gangsters or ferocious beasts, as long as they dared to show up, they would be in trouble. Sometimes it's just such a coincidence that Subai just wondered whether there would be some gangsters or ferocious beasts blocking the way, and sure enough, they really appeared. Huang Haibo stepped on the brakes, and the car wheels made a harsh friction sound against the ground. Fortunately, Subai was wearing a seat belt, otherwise he would have been thrown out of the car. Principal, what's wrong? Subai came back to his senses immediately, and woke up instantly from his daze. It's okay, I was just unlucky and encountered a pack of wolves. When Huang Haibo said this, there was no worry or fear on his face. Hearing this, Subai noticed that there were more than 10 gray wolves gathered about 20 meters ahead on the road. These gray wolves are not the ordinary wild beasts from more than 100 years ago, but terrifying beasts nourished by spiritual energy. They are generally over 2 meters tall and more than 5 meters long. They are absolutely huge monsters. Look over there, there's a big guy over there, Huang Haibo said with a smile, pointing his finger to the darkness next to him. Following the direction of Huang Haibo's finger, Subai's pupils suddenly shrank. There was actually a supergiant wolf crouching in the woods on one side of the road. It was 4 meters tall and 9 meters long, even bigger than the largest Asian elephant in the world at that time. This is the Wolf King! Subai took a deep breath. Although the Wolf King was about the same size as an elephant, if it returned to the era before the revival of spiritual energy, it would definitely be at the top of the food chain, and even adult elephants would become their prey. A while ago, there was an incident where a pack of wolves attacked a convoy. The guards led troops out several times to try to wipe them out, but they escaped every time. Unexpectedly, we encountered them tonight, Huang Haibo said with a smile. Subai was stunned again when he heard this. If the ferocious beast could provoke the guard team, it would not be a simple attack on the convoy. It must be a habitual offender, and it had also pissed off the people in the guard team. However, since they were able to escape from the guards' several attempts to strangle them, one could imagine how terrifying the strength of these wolves was. So Subai asked curiously, Principal, those ordinary wolves should be soldier-level beasts, right? What about the Wolf King? Is he a general-level beast? No! Huang Haibo shook his head. Those ordinary gray wolves are indeed soldier-level beasts, but that Wolf King has reached the middle level of the commander level. What? Intermediate-level commander level? Subaiting sat up straight at once. A commander-level beast is equivalent to a human being in the Wanxia realm. As for the middle-level general, the qi and blood value is about 4,000 points, which is equivalent to the 6th level of Wanxia realm among humans. Subai was really grateful at this moment. If Huang Haibo had not been waiting for him at the door of the copy tonight, if he had returned to Jincheng alone and encountered these gray wolves at this moment, it would have been very dangerous. The Wolf King didn't even have to do it himself. Those ordinary soldier-level gray wolves alone could take his life. Principal, are you sure? Subai asked. Of course. Huang Haibo always had a smile on his face. He turned his head to look at Subai and said seriously, No! Subai was full of black lines on his head. Principal, please don't make fun of me. Aren't you a strong man of the 9th level of the Wanxia realm? Go ahead and kill them. Hey, you kid! Huang Haibo scolded with a smile. I'm only at the 9th level of the Wanxia realm, not the 9th level of the Yukong realm. Do you think the number of wolves is only as many as you see? Principal, what do you mean? Subai had a bad feeling in his heart. I think we've been surrounded. There are gray wolves lying in ambush in every direction. The last time they showed up, there were 77 of them. Look how many are blocking our way now. Subai was completely dumbfounded. He thought he had the principal as his backer, and all he had to do was wait in the car and watch the show. But you told me that I can't win? Then, what should I do? Subai's face was full of black lines. He didn't want to die before he was born. He still had a lot of things to do and hadn't seen this fantasy world yet. How could he die in his own novice village? So Subai silently drew out his sword and asked with a bad look on his face. Principal, what should we do next? Oh, what a pity for my Mercedes-Benz. I bought it for 1.5 million yuan. I don't know if I can still drive it in the future. Huang Haibo's face was full of melancholy. He then glanced at the approaching wolves again, and actually opened the car door and walked out. Principal? Subai exclaimed. Huang Haibo let out a sigh and asked calmly. Can you drive? Yes, but I don't have a driver's license. Subai answered honestly. He didn't know how to drive in his previous life, but it had only been a few days since he traveled through time, so how could he have the time to get a driver's license? What nonsense! No traffic police are here to catch you. So, get in the driver's seat. I'll disperse the dozen or so gray wolves blocking the road ahead. Then you can take the opportunity to drive away. Remember, don't stop. Step on the accelerator to the bottom. Even if there are gray wolves blocking the road, don't care. Just knock them out. As long as we get back to the vicinity of Jincheng, they won't dare to pass by. Hearing Huang Haibo's words, Subai was stunned again. Was he going to sacrifice himself to help him? As if seeing the doubt in Subai's eyes, Huang Haibo scolded angrily. What are you thinking about? As long as you, a burden, are not around to make trouble, even if I can't beat these gray wolves, I can still escape. Hurry up and don't waste time. Subai did not argue after being called a burden. Compared with Huang Haibo, who was at the 9th level of the Wansha realm, he was just a burden. Chapter 57, So Handsome. So Subai put away the sword in his hand, and then moved directly from the passenger seat to the driver's seat, adjusted the seat, fastened the seat belt, took a deep breath, and said, Principal, I'm ready. Okay, watch me perform. Huang Haibo grinned, then roared to the sky. Beast transformation night moon wolf. Ouch. Under Subai's naked gaze, this little old man, who was nearly 70 years old, actually turned into a werewolf over 3 meters tall in public, and all his clothes burst in the process. Only the black shorts under his crotch were still firm and showed no sign of bursting. Oh my God, Hulk brand shorts! Subai was completely shocked. He never expected that one of his Hulk brand shorts would be bought by his old principal. It was such a coincidence. But I have to say, the old principal looked really handsome at this moment, with that burly body and those powerful muscles. Is this the effect of the beast transformation of the 9th level of the Wansha realm? Thinking back to Brother Tiger, whom I met a few days ago, that guy also has the talent of beastification, and it is tiger-type beastification, but the degree of beastification is not high. He can only be regarded as half-human, half-beast. However, the old principal was different. There was no trace of human form on his body. He was a real werewolf. The gray wolves not far away were a little restless about the change in the old principal, but at this moment, a wolf howl that was no less powerful than the old principal's just now sounded. Awa! The Wolf King's roar calmed all the gray wolves down again, and they all crouched down and prepared to attack. Choose the right moment, and don't waste the opportunity. Huang Haibo reminded again, and then shook his arms lightly. In an instant, 10 nails, each 20 centimeters long, emerged, emitting a cold light. So handsome, why don't I have the talent for beast transformation? Subai felt a little envious. After all, which boy could resist the temptation of transformation? Just when Subai was thinking about how great it would be if he could transform himself, Huang Haibo rushed out in an instant, and his speed was so fast that it made him stunned. What a fast speed, 30 meters per second, or 40 meters per second. Subai only saw Huang Haibo's figure flash by, and when he appeared again, he had already rushed in front of a gray wolf, and then swung his sharp claws down fiercely. The gray wolf didn't even have time to scream before it was torn into pieces, with blood, flesh, and internal organs falling everywhere. Instantly killing a soldier-level beast, is this the true strength of the Wansha realm? Subai was very excited. In the past, He only knew that the Wansha realm was very strong, but he didn't know how strong it was. However, tonight, he finally realized that a small minion like him in the body-tempering realm could only be defeated by one claw in front of a Wansha realm warrior. If he wanted to kill a Wansha realm warrior with the body-tempering realm, he would probably need at least a team of 100 people. Similarly, if there was no Wolf King, Huan Haibao could kill them all by himself with just these soldier-level beasts. After one of their companions died, the remaining gray wolves also reacted and immediately pounced on Huan Haibao. Facing the siege of more than a dozen gray wolves, although Huan Haibao was sure to win, it would still take a minute or two. All the gray wolves blocking the road have surrounded the old principal. Should we charge? Subai tightly grasped the steering wheel with both hands. He had never been so nervous before. No, not yet. The Wolf King has not made a move. If the Wolf King comes directly at me, I will be killed in seconds based on the fighting power shown by the old principal just now. Subai watched the Wolf King in the distance vigilantly. As long as the other party ignored the old principal and insisted on coming towards him, he would not care and would definitely jump out of the car to meet up with the old principal first. Fortunately, this kind of thing did not happen. About half a minute later, after the old principal killed 5 gray wolves, the Wolf King finally could not sit still anymore. A wolf howl was heard, and the next moment, there were wolf howls in response from all directions. Immediately afterwards, dozens of gray wolves with faint green light flashing in their eyes walked out from their hiding places. Just as the old principal guessed, every one of their retreat routes was blocked. The intelligence of this Wolf King may be no less than that of a normal adult human. After all the gray wolves appeared, the Wolf King did not wait any longer and rushed towards the old principal with a roar. With the joining of the Wolf King, the old principal's pressure suddenly doubled. Judging from the realm alone, the old principal is at the 9th level of the Wansha realm, and the Wolf King is at the middle level of the general level, which is equivalent to between the 4th and 6th levels of the Wansha realm. However, the current Wolf King is definitely the best among the middle level of the general level, which is equivalent to the 6th level of the Wansha realm. So judging from the surface strength, the old principal is not much stronger than the Wolf King. Plus, there are so many soldier-level gray wolves playing support, so this battle is basically a 50-50 fight. The two sides fought for more than 10 minutes, during which time 5 gray wolves were killed. Their deaths were extremely miserable, and not a single body was intact. The combat power of the 9th level of Wansha realm is really almost the same as the real Hulk in the movie. They are exactly the same monster. Now! Subai waited for a long time, and his eyes lit up. He immediately stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The million-level luxury car accelerated to 100 kilometers in just 5.3 seconds. He felt a strong push on his back, and Subai felt a little excited. The speed of the car was increasing rapidly, but the roar of the engine also attracted the attention of many gray wolves, and even the Wolf King took the opportunity to glance at him. The Wolf King bared his teeth, and with a glance, 8 gray wolves left the battle zone and pounced towards Subai. 6 were behind him, and 2 were right in front of him. Subai gritted his teeth and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. He gripped the steering wheel tightly and crashed directly into the 2 gray wolves that were blocking the road. Bang! Bang! The 2 gray wolves were knocked away, howling, and the car driven by Subai began to sway from side to side and almost overturned. He finally managed to stabilize the steering wheel. Oh my god! It's worthy of being a million-level luxury car, it's so tough, ha ha ha! Subai couldn't help but burst into laughter. The 2 gray wolves that were knocked away just now did not actually suffer serious injuries. After all, they were soldier-level beasts, equivalent to the human bodybuilding stage, and their bodies had long been trained to be as hard as copper skin and iron bones. The car was speeding up, and the gray wolf chasing behind was gradually leaving a distance. If this continued, Subai would definitely be able to return to Jincheng smoothly. However, when the first bend appeared, Subai knew that it was too early to return to Jincheng safely. With a light tap on the brakes, the car's speed dropped from 130 miles per hour to 90 miles per hour. Even so, Subai still had the illusion of overturning when turning. If the car flipped over at this moment, Subai would be really finished. He was no match for 8 gray wolves. Let alone 8, even 2 would be enough to deal with him. Chapter 58, A Critical Moment. As the car slowed down, the 8 gray wolves behind him closed the distance instantly. This made Subai feel that he could fall into an irretrievable situation at any time. Damn it, these gray wolves are too fast. Although their overall strength is only equivalent to that of a warrior in the body-tempering realm, their running speed is definitely comparable to that of a warrior in the 1000-strength realm. Subai had no good solution for this scene. It was impossible for the wolf to run slowly on 4 legs. Moreover, even if it was just an ordinary wild wolf, its speed was not something that ordinary people could match. Fortunately, the bend was not too big. After Subai turned the corner, he immediately stepped on the accelerator again. The engine of the $1 million luxury car roared like a wild beast, and the speed soared suddenly. Subai drove the car directly to 150 miles per hour, and finally he was able to gradually increase the distance between him and the gray wolves behind him. There were no big bends on the rest of the road, and the distance between him and the gray wolves became larger and larger. Finally, he could not even see their figures in the rearview mirror anymore, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It should be safe now. Subai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. But just when he had been driving peacefully for about 5 minutes, suddenly, there was a loud explosion, and then he felt the car start to lose and sway from side to side. Oh no, the tire is flat! Subai was shocked and began to fumble with the steering wheel. However, at a speed of 150 miles per hour, the car lost control, rolled more than 10 times in the air, and then crashed heavily into an open space on the side of the road. Ahem. A cough sounded from inside the car. Subai's face was covered in blood and his eyes were still a little dazed, but this daze did not last long, and he regained his clarity. Subai unbuckled his seatbelt, kicked open the car door, and climbed out. When he stood up again, he looked at the $1 million luxury car that had turned into a pile of scrap metal and felt like cursing. What the hell is this? Is this the quality of the tires of a $1 million luxury car? Subai gritted his teeth and began to check his own injuries. There was a small gash on my forehead, about 2 centimeters in size. Although it was bleeding, it was only a superficial injury and not serious. Both his hands and legs were intact, which made Subai breathe a sigh of relief, especially his legs were not injured, which made him very fortunate. Carrying a long sword and a cloth bag on his back, Subai began to run wildly towards Jincheng. Without a car, his speed dropped drastically. If the 8 gray wolves behind him had not given up chasing him, then he could not waste any time to escape. At this moment, Subai really wished he could grow 2 more legs. The combat power of soldier-level beasts and body-tempering warriors was almost the same, but in terms of speed alone, those gray wolves were far ahead of him. Subai ran desperately, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Just when he thought that the gray wolves behind him were not chasing him, he suddenly heard a few wolf howls. Ouch! Ouch! When Subai heard the wolf howls, he instantly felt cold all over. He turned around and saw that there were indeed 8 figures running towards him at an extremely fast speed in the darkness. I'm going to die! Subai shouted loudly and increased his speed by another 3 points. At this moment, he was already squeezing out his potential, even if he would become weak afterwards. But even so, the speed of those gray wolves was still about 3 times that of his. At this time, the 2 sides were only 2 or 3 kilometers apart, so it was only a matter of time before they caught up with him. It's almost there, we'll almost reach Jincheng. Subai gritted his teeth and insisted, and at the same time he had already drawn out his sword, ready to fight at any time. However, the 3-fold speed difference meant that the gray wolves behind him did not take too long to catch up. When the first gray wolf flew over Subai's head and jumped in front of him to block his way, it was already too late. The 8 gray wolves quickly formed a circle, blocking all possible ways for Subai to escape, and they also approached little by little in tacit understanding, narrowing the circle. These guys may not have high IQs, but they have mastered hunting skills very well. Subai knew that he had no way to escape, so he calmed down. He shook the sword in his hand, and flames instantly rose up. Perhaps it was because ferocious beasts like gray wolves were naturally afraid of flames. The moment the flames appeared, the gray wolves stopped for a moment, and did not move forward. The low roaring sound continued to be heard, and Subai had to keep looking in various directions to prevent being attacked from behind by the gray wolf. In this way, the 2 sides were in a stalemate for about 1 minute. The gray wolves seemed to have gotten used to the flames on the sword in Subai's hand, so they became restless again. There were 6 basic level soldiers and 2 mid-level soldiers. The 2 mid-level gray wolves had some blood on their bodies. They should be the 2 that were knocked away by Subai before. As expected of a warrior equivalent to the 4th to 6th level of the human body-building realm, he was hit by a car but acted as if nothing had happened and chased him for such a long distance. Roar! Finally, one of the mid-level gray wolves pounced towards Subai. As the sharp claws swung, Subai even felt the illusion of approaching death. Qian-kun, invincible you! In an instant, a sound like that of metal colliding was heard. Subai only felt a huge force coming from his hands, and the whole person was blown away in an instant. When the gray wolf behind him saw Subai's feet leave the ground, it immediately pounced forward, ready to kill him with one blow. Fortunately, Subai's application of Qian-kun Wudi has reached the level of perfection. Even though his hands and feet were disrupted just now, he was able to use Qian-kun Wudi again in midair in less than a second. 2 consecutive attacks knocked Subai to the ground. Fortunately, the one who attacked him the second time was only a gray wolf at the initial soldier level, otherwise he would have been half dead, or even crippled. The 8 gray wolves that Subai was facing at this time were probably equivalent to the 8 zombie boss tyrants he was facing at the same time in the nightmare copy. No, 2 of the gray wolves were even more powerful than the tyrants. It is conceivable that Subai has almost no chance of winning this battle. Even if he uses all his skills, he probably won't survive for more than a minute. The gap in hard power is too big and cannot be made up by the skills of 2 martial arts. But at this critical moment, he suddenly saw a figure rushing towards him from a distance, and then the howl of a gray wolf resounded through the night sky. Swift wind gun technique! The figure waved a spear between his hands and killed 3 more gray wolves in almost an instant. Seeing this, the remaining 4 gray wolves immediately abandoned Subai, their prey, and the bodies of their companions and ran away. The figure did not chase after the fleeing gray wolves, but turned to look at Subai, who was lying on the ground, and scolded. Students of Weni Middle School! Still hanging around outside so late, do you want to die? Chapter 59, Fatty Wang. If you survive a great disaster, you will be blessed in the future. Subai, who had escaped death, climbed up from the ground. He bowed slightly to the man in front of him and said, Thank you for saving my life, sir. Subai recognized this man, or rather, he had seen him many times. The man in front of him was a captain of the Jincheng's City Gate Guard. It was probably their team's turn to be on duty tonight, and he discovered the situation here and rushed to the rescue. The city wall of Jincheng is hundreds of meters high, and with various telescopic equipment, it is not surprising to find that Subai was being chased by a group of gray wolves. Fortunately, Subai was wearing the school uniform of Weni Middle School today. Otherwise, these guards might not have cared about him at all. After all, he was running around in the wild in the middle of the night, and deserved to be captured and killed if he encountered a ferocious beast. Sir, can you go and help the principal? He is fighting a whole pack of wolves to help me escape. I'm afraid he will be in danger, Subai said hurriedly. After these words came out, the captain of the guard army who wanted to continue to blame Subai was also stunned. He was in a daze for a long time before he asked tentatively. The principal of Weni Middle School, Huang Haibao. Well, yes, Subai nodded. Nonsense! The captain of the guard army shouted, but considering Huang Haibao's identity, he couldn't say anything in front of the students, so he quickly took out a black walkie-talkie from his pocket and said, Li Fei, there's an emergency, drive a car over here. Just after he finished speaking, the captain of the guard army seemed to remember Subai and added, Let Wang Xiaoping drive a car over here, quickly. This place was only a few kilometers away from Jincheng, so in less than 10 minutes, 2 cars drove over from a distance. The captain of the guard glared at Subai and said, Go back with Wang Xiaoping. You are not allowed to leave the city at night. Subai obediently accepted the reprimand from the captain of the guard army, and did not feel wronged. After all, the captain was concerned about him, not to mention that he had just saved him. Soon, the captain of the guard army got in Li Fei's car and started speeding towards the copy. As he watched their figures gradually disappear, another voice came from the side. Don't look anymore, get in the car, I'll take you back. The person who spoke was a fat man, only about 1.7 meters tall. Subai was curious as to how such a fat man was selected into the city guard. Of course, he couldn't ask such questions in person, otherwise he would definitely offend people. Okay, Oklahoma. Subai nodded in agreement and got in the car. You're quite good, kid. You can survive being chased by 6 gray wolves in the middle of the night. You can brag about it for years when you go back today, Wang Xiaopeng said jokingly. Subai felt a little embarrassed. He had probably been chased by many people before, which made him feel really upset. Wang Xiaopeng seemed to be a lively fat man. Although Subai did not say anything, he still spoke to himself. But I have to say it, you can hold on until the captain comes to rescue you, which is also your ability. What is your level of body forging? First level, Subai replied. Oh, he's really in the body tempering realm. Wenny Middle School has a genius this year. Wang Xiaopeng acted as if he was shocked, but his performance didn't seem quite realistic and looked very funny. Subai didn't want to talk about himself anymore, so he deliberately changed the topic and asked, Brother Wang, what's the captain's name? I will definitely thank him someday. Oh? Are you planning to give the captain a present? Subai. Ha ha, just a joke. The captain's full name is Li Zonghai, and we all call him Captain Li. Wang Xiaopeng explained with a smile. What's Captain Li's strength? Is he at the Qianjun realm? Subai continued to inquire. However, when these words came out, Wang Xiaopeng just laughed and said, Boy, how much do you look down on our captain? Captain Li is a strong man of the 9th level of the 10,000 stone realm, no worse than your principal. So strong? Subai was also surprised. If Captain Li is also at the 9th level of the Wancha realm, then it won't be a problem for him to cooperate with Huang Haiba in a counterattack. Even if the Wolf King is very strong, he can never be a match for 2 9th level Wancha realm warriors. Thinking of this, Subai finally felt relieved. If Huang Haiba got into trouble because of helping him to restrain the Wolf King, he would probably feel guilty for the rest of his life. Kid, what's your name? What grade are you in? I don't remember there being a big shot like you in Wenny Middle School, Wang Xiaopeng suddenly asked. Although he didn't care much about these things, if Wenny Middle School really had a martial artist at the body tempering realm, it would have been on the news a long time ago. It would be impossible for it to remain so unknown. There are students in the body tempering realm every year, but they are all from those 3 martial arts schools. If a student in the body tempering realm really emerges in a literary school, it is no less than a student in the Qianjun realm emerging from a martial arts school, so it is basically impossible. My name is Subai, and I'm a senior in high school, Subai answered honestly. After all, he felt that there was nothing to hide about this basic information. Senior year? Fatty Wang was stunned, and turned to look at Subai. Isn't today the military exam? What are you doing hanging around in the wild? Wait, you seem to be with your principal. Oh, is this a special lesson for you? Wang Xiaopeng looked very proud, as if he knew exactly what you were doing. The corners of Subai's mouth twitched slightly, but he did not refute, as if he had guessed it right. About 7 or 8 minutes later, the car drove into Jinsheng. Subai got off the car at the city gate, but did not go back directly. Instead, he stood at the gate and looked into the distance. If Huang Haiba had not been waiting for him at the entrance of the copy today, his fate would be predictable. He might have become the midnight snack of those gray wolves, and would start to nourish the flowers, plants, and trees tomorrow. Wang Xiaopeng didn't say anything about Subai's decision, but the expression of approval on his face said it all. Not being strong enough to participate in the battle is nothing, it may even be what you deserve. But after escaping from danger, you will actively wait for your teacher who has not returned, which shows your character. If nothing else, at least the young man in front of him was not a cold-hearted person. After waiting for more than an hour, finally, the darkness in the distance was pierced by 2 beams of light, and the roar of the engine was heard in the silent night. I'm back! Subai's drowsy mind immediately cleared up, and then he trotted a few steps and greeted him about 50 meters outside the city gate. Soon, the car drove up to Subai and stopped. After a familiar voice sounded, he breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Su, why are you here instead of going back to sleep? Principal, I'm worried about you. How are you? Are you hurt? Subai glanced into the car and saw a very shocking scene. Huang Haibo's clothes had been torn by himself a long time ago, and he was now only wearing a pair of shorts. He didn't think it was a big deal when he transformed into a werewolf before, but now that he has returned to human form, it's really... Well, let's not talk about it. Chapter 60, Tide and store. Hearing that Su Bai had been waiting here because he was worried about his safety, Huang Haibo felt a little warm in his heart and said with a smile, "Those wolf cubs want to hurt me. They are far from it." After saying this, Captain Li, also known as Li Zonghai, couldn't help but grin, but in the end he didn't say anything. After all, he still had to give Lao Huang some face. "Principal, has the Wolf King been killed?" Su Bai asked again. It was really that the Wolf King was too smart and ferocious. With the strength of a mid-level commander, he was definitely the top force even in the entire Jincheng. "No, it still escaped." Zhang Haiba lost his smile and said with some regret. Of course, this was also expected. The city guards had tried several times to wipe out the wolf pack, but each time they ended in failure. If they were really that easy to kill, they would have killed them long ago. "Okay, Xiao Su, go back and have a good rest and prepare for tomorrow's assessment. I still have something to discuss with Captain Li." So, after saying goodbye to Huang Haiba and Li Zonghai, Su Bai entered the city and started walking towards his home along the main road. About half an hour later, Su Bai returned home. He first cooked himself a packet of instant noodles and ate a little to fill his stomach, and then he had the energy to wash up. He didn't feel it before, but now that he relaxed, he just felt uncomfortable all over. He was already very exhausted in the nightmare copy, and then he encountered a pack of wolves when he came out. After some rummaging around, Su Bai picked up the cloth bag and walked into his bedroom, then took out a palm-sized statue from the bag. "I have collected 2. I wonder if I will have a chance to enter the nightmare mode of the Goblin Cave," Su Bai said with a smile. "Although this thing is useless, it would be fun to collect a whole set, and it would definitely be a great tool to show off when you show it to others. After all, any boss statue is the most direct evidence that can prove that he has completed the Nightmare Book." Placing the statue of the tyrant next to Ong Mamba, the 2 boss statues look vivid and lifelike with their own charm. After doing all this, Su Bai lay down on the bed and fell asleep soon. However, when no one noticed, the eyes of the 2 statues placed on the bookshelf suddenly flickered, but soon fell into silence again. The next day, Su Bai got up from the bed and stretched comfortably, feeling that his blood and body had recovered to their best condition. He thought that the last assessment of the day would not be a big problem. Su Bai opened his system and skillfully purchased 10 chi and blood fruits and a pair of Hulk brand shorts. He did not call the errand boy today, but planned to go to Zhang Tiedan's store in person, because he also wanted to sell the chi and blood fruits in his hand, but was not very sure, so he had to go to the store to take a look. He had already known the location of Zhang Tiedan's shop, so he followed the navigation and found it in less than half an hour. It was just a small shop of about 40 square meters with an old sign hanging on the ground that read, "Tide and Store." It is still 7 o'clock in the morning, but Zhang Taidan has already opened the door. There are only him and a salesperson in the store, who looks to be around 20 years old. "Hey, Brother Su, why are you here?" Zhang Taidan saw Su Bai and immediately came up to greet him. Su Bai has earned a lot of money for him these days. He is his little god of wealth, and he must treat him well. "I'll bring you a pair of shorts." Su Bai's simple and clear answer made Zhang Taidan and the salesperson stunned, and their mouths twitched. In other words, these 2 people know what the underpants Su Bai is talking about, otherwise this statement would definitely sound very gay. "Okay. Brother Su, you can just ask someone to run errands for you. Why do you have to come and send me off in person? Don't delay your exam," Zhang Taidan said with some concern in his tone. "It's okay. I got up early today and came to take a look," Su Bai said, taking out a pair of black shorts from his cloth bag and handing it over. As for the chi and blood fruit, Su Bai did not take it out for the time being. This thing was too sensitive. Even if it was only effective against warriors in the Kai Mai realm, the 100% success rate and the time interval without use were very scary. He didn't want anyone to remember it. You should know that ordinary chi and blood pills have only a 30% success rate, and they cannot be taken continuously, otherwise the body of a warrior in the Kai Mai realm will not be able to withstand the violent chi and blood force, and he will be seriously injured at best, and die at worst. Even if one has the talent to strengthen the body, resulting in extremely high physical fitness, it is useless because taking too many chi and blood pills in a short period of time will weaken the efficacy of the medicine. The first one may have a 30% chance, but the second one may only have 15%. Generally speaking, it is fine to take qi and blood pill once every 7 days. If you are gifted, 3 days is the limit. So Su Bai's qi and blood fruit has no time limit, no side effects, and is 100% successful. What does this mean? It means that you can cheat in cultivation. There are 2 main aspects to a warrior's training. One is the qi and blood value, and the other is the realm. To give an example, the health value is like the attack power in the game, and the realm is the skill that can amplify the attack power of the health value. For example, if the qi and blood value is 100 and the realm is Kaimai realm, you can deal 1000 points of damage in the game. But with the same qi and blood value of 100 points, but the realm is body tempering realm, you can deal 5000 points of damage. Therefore, the cultivation of qi and blood values and realm are indispensable. In fact, the cultivation of qi and blood values is more important because it is the foundation. A tall building starts from the ground. If you want to build a taller building, you must lay a good foundation, and qi and blood values are the foundation. Just like Su Bai, he had 500 points of hidden qi and blood value when he was in the Kaimai realm, which was much higher than that of ordinary warriors. Naturally, his future achievements would be incomparable. Okay, Brother Su, I'll pay for the pants as usual. I'll give it to you after I sell them. I think the price of this thing should go up further. Zhang Taidan showed a cunning smile on his face, which was in line with his reputation as a profiteer. The more Su Bai saw Zhang Taidan looking more and more like a profiteer, the happier he felt. When your partner is a profiteer, he will only make more money for you. No problem. By the way, I have something I want to talk to you about alone. Look. Zhang Taidan was slightly surprised when he heard this, but he didn't ask any more questions. He just said to the young man beside him, Xiao Su, go to the next street and bring us some breakfast. Okay, boss. The young man Xiao Su responded and left the shop. When Xiao Su walked away, Zhang Taidan asked with a puzzled look on his face, Brother Xiao Su, what's wrong? Are you worried about even the guys in my store? Chapter 61, Hao Qiong. When there were only 2 people left in the store, Su Bai took a deep breath, then took out a qi and blood fruit from his bag and said, I still have this thing. Oh my god, Brother Su, you still have this thing! Zhang Taidan was also surprised. Looking at the crystal clear fruit, it looked like a priceless and out-of-print diamond. Zhang Taidan took the qi and blood fruit in his hand, playing with it and marveling at it. Su Bai knew this would happen. The effect of the qi and blood fruit was so explosive that even Zhang Taidan, who had seen it once, still couldn't let it go. By the way, did you sell the 7 qi and blood fruits I sold you last time? Su Bai suddenly changed the subject and asked about what happened last time. Of course it's sold, and the customer has approached me several times and still wants to buy it. In fact, I've been wanting to ask you about this for a long time. Then how much do you sell one for? Su Bai narrowed his eyes and stared at Zhang Taidan. Zhang Taidan was speechless for a moment. Is this a proper question? Xiao Su, you are not smart. If it were anyone else, Zhang Taidan would definitely refuse to answer such a question directly, and even if he did, it would definitely be nonsense. But Zhang Taidan was no fool. After hesitating for a few seconds, he smiled and said, 40,000 per piece. Su Bai. What a profiteer. He is indeed a big profiteer. He bought 1 coin from Su Bai for 20,000 yuan, and then resold it for 40,000 yuan. That's a 100% profit margin. Of course, Su Bai didn't want Zhang Taidan to give him money or anything, he just said, forget about the past, let's split it 70% to 30% in the future. How many qi and blood fruits can you handle? What do you mean? Brother Su, tell me what you mean. Zhang Taidan glared at Su Bai, and without waiting for Su Bai to answer, he ran to the door, hung a do not disturb sign on the door, and then slammed the door shut. Seeing Zhang Taidan's cautious approach, Su Bai was quite satisfied and said, I can provide a maximum of 10 pills a day, but you still don't have to ask me where I got them from. You just need to tell me, can you eat them? I can't eat it. Zhang Taidan shook his head without hesitation. So unconfident? Su Bai's mouth twitched. Zhang Taidan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Brother Su, it's normal for rare treasures to flow into the market occasionally, but it's not normal if they happen every day. I have no strength and no background, so I will die miserably. Oh, and you too. Su-bai. However, according to my analysis, it won't be a big problem if a few dozen more of them flow into the market. I have a way to find a source for these chi and blood fruits, you know. Zhang Taidan laughed. When Su-bai heard that he could sell dozens more, he was delighted. Even if he sold them at the previous price of 40,000 per piece, he could still make a lot of money. Okay, you have more connections than me in doing business. Here are 10 fruits for today, for you. Su-bai took out the remaining 9 chi and blood fruits from his cloth bag. Looking at the 10 chi and blood fruits, Zhang Tiedan's face was almost smiling like a bright chrysanthemum. These chi and blood fruits would not only allow him to earn a large sum of money, but also make his Taidan store famous. As long as he had fame, would he be afraid of not making more money in the future? If you want to cultivate quickly, the first thing to look at is talent, and the second thing to look at is resources. But how do you get resources? Don't you have to buy them with money? Okay, it's getting late, I have to go to school. Su-bai glanced at the time and prepared to leave. Although the gathering time was 9 o'clock in the morning and it was only 7:30 now, he still had more important things to do. Zhang Taidan nodded and did not stay any longer. He knew that today was the last day of the martial arts exam, so after putting away the chi and blood fruit, he walked over and opened the door. Brother Xiao Su, come on! Zhang Taidan encouraged with clenched fist. I will, Su-bai responded. He had only taken 2 steps when he saw Xiao Su walking towards him from not far away, holding 3 breakfasts in his hands. Before Su-bai could speak, Zhang Taidan slapped his forehead and said, Oh, I almost forgot about breakfast. Brother Su, take some for the journey. Su-bai did not refuse. He took a breakfast from Xiao Su, thanked him and left. Watching Su-bai's back gradually walking away, Zhang Taidan sighed. The fortune teller said that I will be rich after I turn 30. It's true. Xiao Su, I remember we received a top-grade yellow-level sword-fighting martial arts book last month, right? Zhang Taidan suddenly asked. Xiao Su was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Yes, there is one. Find it for me and send it to Brother Su when I have time, Zhang Taidan said with a grin. On the other side. After Su-bai left Taidan's store, he hailed a taxi on the roadside and drove straight to school. When he arrived at the school, it was not yet 7:50, but even so, there were already dozens of people on the school's back playground. Today is the last day of the military examination. Who still has the mood to sleep? Those who did not perform well yesterday put all their hopes on today's examination subject. Su-bai came to the crowd and looked around. Sure enough, he soon found his target. He was a little fat boy named Hao Qiong, a student in Class 8 of Grade 3. He was 170 centimeters tall and weighed 170 kilograms, with a very standard appearance. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that this little fat man is wearing a famous watch worth 100,000 yuan on his wrist, a pair of 30,000 yuan sneakers on his feet, and even the long sword on his back is said to be made of special materials, with a market value starting at 1 million. And he is Su-bai's first target today. Hello, classmate Hao Qiong. Su-bai quietly moved closer, his face full of smiles, and he looked particularly sincere. Hearing someone calling his name, Hao Qiong turned around and took 2 steps back in shock, saying, Oh my God, Su-bai, are you still alive? Hao Qiong's shout immediately attracted the attention of everyone nearby. When they saw Su-bai, who had been presumed dead in the copy, reappear, the expressions on everyone's faces were very interesting. So, many classmates gathered around and asked him about his experience in the copy yesterday. Su-bai suddenly felt overwhelmed and could only say a few perfunctory words, then pulled Hao Qiong to the corner of the playground. Su-bai, why did you pull me here? Hao Qiong was puzzled. Su-bai looked into Hao Qiong's eyes, suddenly grinned, and asked, Do you want to team up with me for today's team assessment? What? Hao Qiong was stunned when he heard Su-bai extending an olive branch to him. He didn't know Su-bai's strength before, but after several tests yesterday, he knew it very well. Brother Su, please save the child. Chapter 62, They Are All Bosses. Huh? What's going on? Su-bai looked confused. He is here to do business. Don't think you can get a discount or something just because you are so enthusiastic. Don't even think about it. Hao Qiong's eyes began to well up with tears. His acting skills were absolutely amazing. He grabbed Su Bai's sleeve and said, "My dad said that if I can't get into the Key Wuhan University of Science and Technology, he will think that my trumpet skills are useless, and he plans to learn a new trumpet. So Brother Su, help me. If your main account fails, just practice your secondary account." He recalled that the fat boy's grades yesterday seemed to be pretty good, but he couldn't remember the exact score, so he asked, "How many points did you get in the 3 subjects yesterday?" When asked about his results, Hao Qiong touched his nose awkwardly and said, "The first test was for Qi and blood value, 71 points. The second was for martial arts, 55 points. The third was for individual combat, 72 points. This result is actually quite good. As long as the liberal arts scores are up to par, it should be no problem to get into a second-rate Wuhan University of Science and Technology. But wanting to get into a key Wuhan University of Science and Technology is pure bullshit." However, what puzzled Su Bai was that this guy could actually get a high score of 75 in the individual practical assessment, which was incredible. Under normal circumstances, the scores of the first 2 tests will definitely be higher than the last one, because the Qi and blood value and martial arts prove your approximate strength range, and the score of the actual combat test is basically impossible to exceed the first 2. "Your practical test score is quite good, 72 points. There are not many people in our school who can get higher than you, right?" Su Bai praised, but also felt a little disappointed. After all, the stronger the client, the less money he can make, which makes sense. This. Hao Qiong's chubby cheeks turned red. He hesitated for 2 seconds, then took out the long sword from his back and said, "I was able to get 72 points with this sword. If I also used the standard long sword, I would probably only get 50 points. Su Bai. Well, that makes sense too. The assessment did not prevent students from using weapons they prepared. After all, financial resources are also part of strength. In the future, whether they are going through dungeons, going out to hunt ferocious beasts, or fighting with others, we can't require them to use the most basic equipment to be fair, right?" Looking at the long sword in the fat man's hand that was shining with a deep and cold light, Su Bai felt a little envious. A 1,000,000-level long sword could definitely improve combat effectiveness in battle. For example, this guy got a high score of 72 points in yesterday's individual assessment. "I remember you seemed to be at the 6th level of Kaimai realm, right?" Su Bai asked again. Hao Qiong nodded repeatedly after hearing this. "Yes, Brother Su, I am at the 6th level of Kaimai realm, and my Qi and blood value is 99 points. Su Bai felt a slight headache. "How many Qi and blood pills have you taken? Your Qi and blood points are almost full, but you are still stuck at the 6th level of Kaimai realm?" Seeing Hao Qiong's aggrieved look, Su Bai waved his hand and said, Okay, no need to explain. I'll just give you a price. 1 million, and I'll take you flying. Brother Su, money is not a problem. The problem is how many points you can help me get. Can 90 points be done?" Hao Qiong's pair of green bean-sized eyes were full of anticipation. This. Su Bai looked around and found that no one was paying attention, then he explained in a low voice. "Internal information, the total score of the new team assessment this year is 300 points. What? 3? Hao Qiong was immediately shocked and subconsciously wanted to yell out. Fortunately, Su Bai had already anticipated this scene and quickly covered his mouth. "Keep your voice down. I think you should know what 300 points means. As long as you operate well, you can compete with the key universities like Wuhan University of Science and Technology, Beijing University and Demon University. Brother Su, stop teasing me. Even if I get full marks, I don't think I'll be able to get into Peking University and Magic University. But I should be able to get into the key Wuhan University of Science and Technology." Hao Qiong was so excited that his fat body was shaking. Su Bai laughed awkwardly. With the fat boy's previous grades, it was indeed unlikely that he would be admitted to Beijing University and Demon University, so he said directly, 1 million, I guarantee you will get a score of more than 250, how about it? Hao Qiong was embarrassed when he heard this. Su Bai thought that his price was too high and was considering whether to lower it when Hao Qiong suddenly said, Brother Su, I lack everything except money. So, 1 million yuan for a guaranteed 250 points, no problem. But if you can get a higher score, you must do your best. For every extra point, I will give you 10,000 yuan, how about that? Deal! Su Bai grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. "Welcome to join my team, brother Hao Qiong." After talking with Hao Qiong, Su Bai went to find a girl from class 5. Her name was Wen Jing, and she was also a well-known rich second generation in the school. Although her family wealth was not as good as Hao Qiong's, the gap was not that big. In short, for ordinary people's families, they are all super rich level. After Su Bai found Wen Jing, he took her aside and explained his purpose to her in detail. Even though he is so rich, he still stays in Wenny Middle School. The reason is obvious. Wen Jing's grades are not as good as Hao Qiong's, and her strength is also not as good. She is only at the 5th level of Kaimai realm, but her chi and blood value is still amazing, reaching 93 points. That is to say, Wen Jing awakened her talent too late, otherwise it would not be possible for her to have 6 points less than Hao Qiong. For a family like theirs, chi and blood pills can be eaten as candy beans. If it weren't for the interval between usage, these two people would have already reached the full chi and blood value of 100 points. In the end, the two agreed on the price. Su Bai gave Hao Qiong's offer to Wen Jing, and the other party agreed without even mentioning the price. That shows that he is really rich. There were only about 100 people from Wenny Middle School who took the martial arts exam. Except for Hao Qiong and Wen Jing, the others seemed to come from poor families. At least that was Su Bai's impression. After Wen Jing left, Su Bai lay on the grass, with his hands behind his head, and fell into deep thought. Now including him and the two bosses, there are only 3 people left, and the team of 5 is still short of 2. By the way, Niu Zhuangshi must be brought along. We can't forget our good brother, Su Bai murmured. Just when Su Bai was thinking about where to go to get another boss, 2 big faceplates suddenly appeared in front of him. Brother Su! Why are you lying here, Sugo? Oh my god! Su Bai was startled and subconsciously kicked someone. Although they didn't use much force, the two were still kicked 3 or 4 meters away, holding their stomachs and howling. Brother Su, why did you kick me? Niu Zhuangshi sat on the grass with a face full of resentment. As for the other person who came with Niu Zhuangshi, it was Wang Kai, who has been a bit of a bootlicker in the past 2 days. Who told you to scare me? Su Bai retorted unhappily and glared at Wang Kai again. He was lying on the grass, looking at the blue sky, thinking about things, and suddenly 2 big faces came up to him. How could he not be scared? Chapter 63, Good Brothers. Brother Su, don't look at me like that. I feel nervous. Wang Kai took 2 steps back, pretending to be scared. Niu Zhuangshi got up from the ground, with a smile on his face again. Brother Su, when we just came here, we heard people talking about you, and I knew that you would be fine. That's right, my brother Su is invincible. What can a mere copy do to my brother Su? Wang Kai took the opportunity to flatter him. Su Bai's mouth twitched slightly, and he was a little speechless. He stared at Wang Kai, looked him up and down, and suddenly asked, Do you have money? Wang Kai was stunned when he heard this, then he said with a look of understanding, A little bit. After that, Wang Kai really took out his phone and transferred more than 3,000 yuan to Su Bai's WeChat. Brother Su, I was wrong before. I calculated that I asked you for more than 600 yuan in protection fees. Now I will return it to you 5 times. How about that? Is that good enough? Su Bai covered his forehead when he heard this. Niu Zhuangshi's eyelids on the side were also twitching. This kid Wang Kai has collected a lot of protection fees in the past 3 years. Before being targeted by Qian Xiaohao, Wang Kai was already a gangster in the class. He not only collected protection fees from Su Bai, but also from many other people. However, during the few months when Qian Xiaohao started to target Su Bai, Wang Kai did not continue to collect protection fees. It seemed that he felt that he had climbed up the thick thigh of Qian Xiaohao, and no longer cared about these trivial matters. Wang Kai, what about mine? I remember that you also collected protection fees from me before I awakened, right? Niu Zhuangshi suddenly asked. Wang Kai touched the back of his head awkwardly. Brother Niu, it's really gone. It's only 3,200 yuan, and I've already given it all to Brother Su. I don't care anyway. You collected 1,000 yuan from me for protection fees before, and you have to pay me back 5 times as much in the future. Niu Zhuangshi crossed his arms across his chest, a cunning smile on his face. Oh my god, Brother Niu, you are so unfair. Think about it, I only collected more than 600 yuan in protection fees from Brother Lian Su, so why would I charge you 1,000 yuan? If I remember correctly, it seemed to be only more than 200 yuan? Wang Kai immediately jumped up and retorted. Niu Zhuangshi bared his teeth and said nothing. Of course, he was just joking and didn't really want to blackmail Wang Kai. Amy, you and I will be in the same group for today's team assessment, Su Bai said. Wow, I can finally curry favor with someone big. Niu Zhuangshi cheered, then winked at Wang Kai standing next to him, showing off endlessly. To be honest, he quite hated this kid Wang Kai. They had been bullied by this guy a lot in the past 3 years. It was only after Niu Zhuangshi awakened his talent that Wang Kai started to be a little polite to them. But not long after, Brother Su was targeted by Qian Xiaohao again, and his life became even more difficult. Brother Su, I also want to team up with you. Wang Kai looked at Su Bai pitifully. But Su Bai would not have any good face towards this guy. Go play somewhere else, you are too weak, I don't want to take you with me. Wang Kai's face was full of question marks. Is he too weak? In the entire Wenyi, although his strength is not the best, it shouldn't be a problem for him to squeeze into the top 10, right? Apart from anything else, he is stronger than Niu Zhuangshi next to him. To be frank, as long as that guy doesn't put a sack on him, he can beat 3 Niu Zhuangshis. Let's go, Ainyu, the time is almost up. Su Bai called Niu Zhuangshi and prepared to go to the gathering point on the playground. Wang Kai behind him got anxious when he saw this. He shouted, Brother Su, how about I pay 10,000 yuan and let me team up with you? However, Su Bai still ignored him and just walked forward. Watching Su Bai gradually walk away, Wang Kai gritted his teeth and said, Brother Su, if I pay you 100,000 yuan, will you let me hang out with you? As soon as these words came out, Su Bai's footsteps paused immediately, and he turned around and walked back to Wang Kai's side in 2 steps, with a smile on his face. Good brother, welcome to join my team. Wang Kai. Niu Zhuangshi. In fact, with Wang Kai's strength, he could easily join the strongest team in Wenyi, and even forming a team on his own would not be a problem, but he was determined to follow Su Bai. As for Su Bai, he was actually attracted by Wang Kai's strength. Okay, at least 20% of the reason is because of his strength. If the team is full of idiots, Su Bai would actually have a hard time because he doesn't know how difficult the assessment is. If he fails, his loss will be too great. Whether it is Hao Qiong or Wen Jing, these 2 rich bosses have not paid yet. If he cannot get 250 points, they have reason to not give him a penny, even though 250 points is already a super high score. Su Bai put down Wang Kai's hands and continued to say with a smile, Brother, I'll pay or we chat? Wang Kai twitched his lips and said with a wry smile, Brother Su, Brother Niu, you go over first, I'll make a phone call. Okay, good brother, come on. Su Bai clenched his fist, made an encouraging gesture, and then left with Niu Zhuangshi. As for Wang Kai, he immediately took out his cell phone and called his dear father. Dad, I really didn't lie to you. It's just 100,000 yuan. It's really 100,000 yuan. I will help you get into a key Wuhan University. Last time it was an accident. Believe me, I definitely didn't lie to you. Dad, I wasn't cheated. They only charged 100,000 yuan because of their good relationship with your son. No one else gets this treatment. Mom, please persuade Dad. I really didn't cheat you out of money. I'll give you 100,000 yuan to get your son into the key Wuhan University. This is a great deal, okay? If I lied to you, you can ask Dad to hang me up and beat me when I get home. It doesn't matter if I hang me up and beat me in any way. About 10 minutes later, Su Bai, who was chatting with Li Pingfan, suddenly felt his cell phone vibrate. He took out his phone and saw that it was a message from Wang Kai. I clicked on it and saw, wow, the transfer of 100,000 yuan had really arrived. Then I looked up and saw Wang Kai running towards me from a distance with a happy look on his face. Brother Su, 100,000 yuan has been transferred to you. Can I join your team now? Wang Kai shouted excitedly. As soon as this guy shouted, the noisy discussions around him suddenly stopped, and everyone's eyes turned to Wang Kai and Su Bai. Among these hundreds of gazes, 2 were particularly dazzling. Hao Qiong and Wen Jing were both upset. They could join the team for 100,000 yuan? I think they offered 1 million yuan. It turns out that classmate Su Bai is actually a profiteer. Subai, what's going on? Li Pingfan adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose and asked meaningfully. This. Subai was stumped by the question. How could he answer this? He had no way of answering. So he could only look at Wang Kai with anger and then kick him out. Wang Kai screamed and was kicked out again. There is a kind of pain that makes you cry. Chapter 64, Relic Fragments. About half an hour later, Qin Tian and Huang Xiaojing, the two assessment teachers who came from Shanghai City, appeared again, accompanied by Huang Haibao, the principal of Weni Middle School. Of course, when the three of them walked onto the podium, Qin Tian and Huang Xiaojing obviously locked their eyes on Subai in the audience. Huang Haibao had already told them about Subai, and they had even watched the video. It had to be said that it was incredible that such a genius could appear in Weni Middle School, even for the two of them who came from big cities. That was a nightmare-level dungeon that was played solo. Even if the dungeon was only at the Kaimai realm level, and even if Subai was already at the body-tempering realm, it was still very terrifying. Such a record, let alone Weni Middle School, even in the other three martial arts middle schools in Jincheng, there would definitely be no more than 3 people who could achieve it, and those 3 people's realms were all higher than Subai. However, neither Qin Tian nor Huang Haibao publicized the matter. Everything would have to wait until the exam was over. Next, Qin Tian repeated the content of today's assessment. When everyone learned that the score of the newly added subjects this year was as high as 300 points, they were all shocked. What does that mean? This means that even if someone did not do well in the 3 subjects yesterday, as long as he can get a high score in this subject today, he may be able to turn things around and be admitted to a better Wuhan university. Okay, students, gather at the school gate now, and then set off to the test site, Qin Tian shouted loudly. Today's team assessment is naturally held outside, but no one knows whether it is a copy or not. Even Subai himself doesn't know, because Huang Haibao didn't tell him about this last night, and Qin Tian didn't tell him about it today either. He just asked them to get in the car and go to the destination first, and they would know. Soon, more than 100 people got on the bus and headed out of the city. However, this time, they went out of the city not through the north gate, but through the south gate. Seeing this, everyone showed a puzzled look on their faces. It seemed that there were also dungeons at the south gate, but the dungeons there were all level 3, which corresponded to the Qianjun realm. They couldn't get in at all. Besides, they wouldn't go in even if they could. A random monster in the level 3 dungeon could crush them to death. Brother Su, where are we going? Are you really going to let us go to the level 3 dungeon? Niu Zhuangshi asked in a low voice. Hearing this, Subai rolled his eyes, but before he could say anything, Wang Kai, who was sitting in the front seat, turned around and said, Brother Niu, don't worry. With our strength, entering the level 3 dungeon would be like giving the monsters a snack. How could the school do this? I remember there seemed to be a relic fragment over there. They won't let us go into the ruins, will they? Oh, it seems possible. Niu Zhuangshi slapped his thigh, feeling that what Wang Kai said made sense. After being reminded by the two, Subai also searched his memory for information about the fragments of the ruins they mentioned. About 200 kilometers south of Jincheng, a space crack suddenly appeared 30 years ago. It was a stable space crack that could exist for a long time. Entering the crack is another world. When it was first discovered, there were many ferocious beasts living in it. The strongest beast was even at the king level, but in the end it was still destroyed by the army led by the strong men of Jincheng. Since the area of that space ruins is not very large, the spiritual energy is not strong enough, and most importantly it is too far away from Jincheng, so it has been abandoned. If it was a team battle, it would most likely be the fragments of the ruins, Subai whispered. The distance of 200 kilometers is not too close. Even at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, it will take 2 hours to run. When the time reached 11:30 in the morning, when Yizhong's convoy arrived at the destination. As expected, it was exactly as they had guessed before. They came to the vicinity of the ruins fragments that appeared 30 years ago. At this time, there were already quite a few people gathered here. All of them were students from other schools in Jincheng who were taking the martial arts exam, as well as their teachers. After getting off the bus, under Qin Tian's organization, more than 100 people from Weni Middle School gathered together. He smiled at the shocked expressions on everyone's faces and said, That's right, your next assessment will be carried out in this ruins. As a Jincheng native, I think many people know more about this relic than I do. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't know. Just listen to me. First of all, the terrain of this site is divided into two types, one is grassland and the other is forest. The total area of the site is about 10 times that of Jincheng. Originally, there were no ferocious beasts in the ruins, but a month ago, there were ferocious beasts in there. At this point, Qintian grinned. It's just as you guessed, we put them in there. 20,000 spirit-level beasts, 1,000 soldier-level beasts, and 1 general-level beast. As soon as this was said, everyone exclaimed in surprise. It was fine for spirit-level and soldier-level beasts, but what the hell was a general-level beast? That was equivalent to the strength of a warrior at the Qianjun realm. How could they survive if they encountered it? Even Su Bai was confused at the moment. Putting a general-level beast into the assessment point, was it to wipe them out? He even felt that the other beasts were redundant. That general-level beast alone could kill all of the hundreds of them. Huang Xiaojing rolled her eyes at Qintian and said to him, "Don't be too nervous, students. The general-level beast is imprisoned in the core of the ruins. It can't move and can't use any means of attack. In other words, it is completely harmless and is not even as threatening as a soldier-level beast." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Qintian with resentful eyes. Qintian didn't feel embarrassed, instead he burst into laughter. "It was just a joke, don't mind it. Now here comes the key point, remember it well." Qintian's face suddenly straightened, and he said solemnly, "Ruins are different from copies. In copies, you can use the boundary-breaking pill to leave directly, but you can't do that in ruins, because the so-called ruins are actually a real world, just a fragment of a corner of a certain world. So, you need to find the spatial fusion point of the two worlds, also known as the space node." After saying that, Qintian glanced at Huang Xiaojing beside him again, and the other party nodded. Then he took out the map that had been prepared long ago from his backpack and distributed it to the class teachers of each class. After everyone had obtained a map, Qintian continued, "This is a detailed map of the ruins. It has detailed coordinates, recording all the locations where you can leave the ruins. There are 9 in total. But don't worry. No matter which space node you leave from, you will eventually come out from here." Chapter 65, Assessment Rules. Su Bai looked at the map in his hand. Indeed, there were 9 different coordinate points marked with 5 pointed stars on the map. These 9 coordinate positions were scattered in various corners of the ruins. No matter where you are, the nearest space node will not be more than 20 kilometers away. Okay, I hope you remember these coordinates. Even if you remember just one, you will be able to find your way back even if you lose the map. Next, here is the content of this assessment. First, kill the ferocious beast. Second, survive for 7 days. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar again, not because they had to kill the ferocious beast, but because they had to survive in the ruins for 7 days. "Teacher, we haven't prepared anything. How can we last for 7 days? Yeah, there's nothing to eat." Soon, a student asked the questions that most people had in mind. However, in the face of these questions, Qintian gave a unified answer. "Don't you all carry weapons? So what else do you want to prepare? Remember, you are already adults, and more importantly, warriors. The 7-day survival test is to test whether you have enough faith to become a warrior. Warriors are not just as glorious as they appear on the surface. In places you cannot see, the life of a warrior is more cruel than you can imagine." Qintian's sharp eyes scanned everyone. His face lost its smile and looked extremely serious. The scoring for this assessment is based on the beast's crystal core. For spirit-level beasts, the crystal cores of primary, intermediate, and advanced levels are 0.5 points, 1 point, and 2 points respectively. For soldier-level beasts, the crystal cores are 10 points, 20 points, and 30 points respectively. The last one is the immobile general-level beast. If you can pry off a piece of its scales, you will get 50 points. Each team can only do this once. Of course, if a team can kill the beast, then congratulations, you will get an extra 100 points. This is an independent score from the total score of 300 points. Then there are the rules for entering the ruins. Yes, no matter what kind of ruins it is, there are rules for entering. The rule of this ruins is that a maximum of 5 people can enter together, and they will be randomly teleported to any location in the ruins. This is also the main reason why you are asked to form a 5-person team. By the way, let me add one more thing. If you leave the ruins early, whether you are injured or for other reasons, 5 points will be deducted for every hour you leave early, which is 120 points a day. If you leave the ruins late, 5 points will still be deducted for every hour you leave. Therefore, it is recommended that you do not leave early unless your life is in danger, otherwise your score may be terrible. Next, Chen Tian explained many precautions to everyone. After everything was done, Huang Xiaojing distributed a pocket to each team, which was specially used to store the crystal cores of ferocious beasts. The material of the bag was very good, and could almost withstand any full-strength attack from the Kaimai realm. Naturally, it could also avoid being easily destroyed by spirit-level ferocious beasts. It is now 12:20. Everyone can prepare to eat. At 1 o'clock sharp, we must enter the ruins for the assessment, said Chen Tian. Today's lunch was very sumptuous. It cannot even be said to be very sumptuous, but it was quite sumptuous. Every school brought its own ingredients, even the school's chefs brought their own. These chefs seemed to be competing intentionally, and they all brought out their best skills. Suddenly, the aroma of various foods filled the air. Brother Su, eat more, or you won't be able to eat anymore. Niu Zhuanshi's mouth was full of food and his speech seemed a little slurred. Su Bai did not refute this. Instead, he signaled everyone around him to eat more, because life would probably not be so easy in the next 7 days. Now almost everyone has their own small circle, that is, each team gets together to eat and drink, and get to know the teammates. As for the dozen or so teachers, they were also gathered together discussing something, but Li Pingfan and Huang Haibo among them looked in Su Bai's direction intentionally or unintentionally. There was no way around it, as Su Bai's performance yesterday was too eye-catching. However, looking at the 4 teammates around Su Bai, both Li Pingfan and Huang Haibo's eyelids were twitching wildly. Among the 5 people, what is the situation of the other 3 except Wang Kai? Not to mention Niu Zhuanshi, everyone knows that he has a good relationship with Su Bai, so it's not surprising that they form a team together. But what the hell are Hao Qiong from Class 8 and Wen Jing from Class 5? They didn't remember how good the relationship between these 2 people was with Su Bai. Even before yesterday, these 2 people might not have known Su Bai's name. However, Huang Haibo seemed to remember something in a few seconds. The corner of his mouth could not help but twitch, and he cursed in his heart. Okay, this brat must have taken the money. If he didn't collect the money, then the current situation would be completely inexplicable. What's more, as the principal, he knew too well the family situations of Hao Qiong and Wen Jing. They were both wealthy people in Jingcheng. Come to think of it, Brother Su, our 6 schools combined probably have about 400 teams, right? There are only 10,000 spirit-level beasts in the ruins, which is obviously not enough to go around. Niu Zhuangshi's little head seemed to have just remembered this, and couldn't help but say. Yes, the initial level of spirit level is only 0.5 points. The middle level is only 1 point, and the high level is only 2 points. Even if we take into account 1 point, 20,000 spirit-level beasts are only 20,000 points. If divided into 400 teams, each team can get 50 points. The little fat man Hao Qiong continued while gnawing on a peppercorn chicken leg. It's true that this little fat boy is good at math, but the score he calculated made Niu Zhuangshi even more disappointed. It seems that the school's real purpose is to let us hunt those soldier-level beasts. Even the lowest level, the beginner soldier, is worth 10 points. Wen Jing was in no mood to eat, and it was obvious that her face did not look very good. What is the concept of a soldier-level beast? That is equivalent to the bodybuilding realm of a warrior. In their team, only Su Bai is at the bodybuilding realm. Just when the morale of several people was a little low, Wang Kai on the side couldn't stand it anymore. He put the lunchbox on the ground and said, "What are you afraid of? My brother Su is leading the team. It's just a ferocious beast. Isn't it better to kill one if there are 2? Kill a pair if there are 2? Su Bai. Everyone." Seeing the strange expressions on everyone's faces, Wang Kai immediately got angry. "What are you looking at? My brother Su can definitely lead the team. By the way, I suggest that we let brother Su be the captain of our team. Anyone has any objections? If you have any objections, go to the side and practice with me." Everyone. Ahem. Su Bai felt that he had to interrupt this fool. The corners of his mouth twitched twice, and he said, Although Wang Kai is full of nonsense, he is right about one thing. We need to choose a captain so that there is only one voice in the whole team. So, I will be the temporary captain. Is there anything wrong with that?